And I don't know, it's funny as what it was, but the pandemic really fucked shit up, dude. They got away with it, and the Chinese want to cozy up to them. That's nuts. Ultimately, it's just gonna strengthen the globalists, I think, really. And Trump's trying to put against that. I don't think he's gonna let it happen.
Dude, you're crazy, man. The Chinese are innocent victims too, dude. Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, the World Health Organization, EcoHealth Alliance, all these F words that are in the government, they unleashed this bioweapon terror on us. They had the cure before the weapon was even released. It's a giant scam. And it's not just the Chinese, it's our own people here in America. Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, Kennedy's book about Fauci exposes all of it. We need arrests, we need justice, we need public executions. There's no more fucking around when it comes to this. This was an attack on mankind and an attack on the West. We have to have repercussions. Pfizer's still selling the Zab. They're still selling it. Moderna, J&J, they still have it. It's in the protocol. We live in clown world. This is a war against the clown world conspiracy. There is a clown world mafia, and these are the most dangerous people in the world.
Oh yeah, I gotta agree.
That's true.
I gotta agree.
It is. Yeah.
Those two are a bunch of killing machines. That's all they are.
Yeah. Well, it was also a way to really, allow governments to control every aspect of people's lives, and so it wasn't just the Chinese, I agree. It was definitely the globalists, man. It's a fucking, but people don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about it. It's sad.
Well, I know that I never took that crap. That changes your DNA, man. I will never, ever get a flu shot or anything like that ever again. Unless it's a vitamin shot, he ain't giving me no shots like that.
Well, they want to track us too. Governments, they were calling for a vaccination, fucking passport, proof of vaccination, like an ID, that proves that you were fucking, vaccinated too. I think that's a mistake.
But dude, they didn't do that. They did a paper receipt. And you know why they did a paper receipt? Because they didn't want a back-end tracking, because the elites, the politicians, the celebrities, everybody who encouraged you to get it, they didn't get it. And so if there was a tracking system and it was transparent, we would know who the hypocrites are. And we would know that we've all been lied to. That's why they have no back-end data. They didn't want to record it. This was a long-standing conspiracy of the World Economic Forum and other psychotic individuals who want depopulation, and they won. The population is now sterilized. The population has now been conditioned, and there are people out there who are still getting the ZAV. They are mental, they're hypnotized, and we have to have radical justice. We have to have radical reforms. The clown world mafia is still in power.
Yeah, I agree.
It's fucked up. I was reading, as part of the movement towards a new world order, one of the initiatives promoted by the Chinese and the American deep state was the idea of a system for all people to indicate whether or not they have been vaccinated. Dr. Fauci actually brought that up to Donald Trump. It's pretty fucked up. The Global Vaccination Action Plan called for ID technologies to track those vaccinated, conditioning people to accept the idea they would need to prove their vaccination and health status before being allowed by governments to engage in activities that heretofore were allowed by free people without government restrictions, such as the freedom to travel.
Alone, even at a long along the same lines as like getting immunization shots as you're growing up. Like if you don't get it, you can't really participate in too much. You can't go out and be in school. You know what I mean? Because they look at that.
Yeah, it kind of is probably along those lines, but I think they took it a little bit further with the COVID vaccine. Like, it was couldn't even get on a plane or enter some countries. I mean, I think they take it a little farther. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I've been arguing that the people in general should be more aware of the workings of like politics and economy and things of that nature. To be more to be participants. I would rather that when we have presidents that they are actually think it would be more beneficial if we actually rely more on one another. You know what I mean? Pick someone among us, not these elite celebrities, these lineage politicians, right? Because they aren't concerned with the household of the common man. They actually want to hoard wealth for themselves and the people like the lobbyists and people who actually give to them. You know, if you understand what I mean, they don't have the protection of the people, which the government is like formed for. That's not. They actually exploit the people. That's something that actually bothers me, right? Like Elon Musk is, we call him a damn near a billionaire, right? A trillionaire, right? In that scenario, you have to put in context, right? He got his wealth from American R&D, right? American subsidies. So he's actually using the taxpayer dollars to accumulate his wealth, right? And this comes from this secret research, military research that the public ain't privy to. So it's been in development, it's been known. It's only released to these private corporation type individuals who can make a corporation and then build a business to like drain the people. You know, I mean, all the wealthy stuff comes directly to them. I have an issue with it.
And you gotta look too. Bill Gates is buying up a lot of farmland here in America. Why is that? He's up to something, and it's no good.
Well, they've already capped him off, I think. But he's buying up all that farmland so he can continue to plant GMOs, so he can poison us to death. You don't think I do?
No, I can agree with that. Also, just control the food supply in general. I mean, people think it's conspiracy theory when they say that the billionaires don't want us eating beef and stuff. They want us eating bugs. They've been pushing for that. But for fuck's sake, I mean, they've talked about it, like, right? I mean, they had
the mountain.
Yeah.
That mountain. That was the cover. That was the facade. Because we're really eating human meat. We're already cannibals. That's the ultimate goal. They're sick.
I don't know. I mean, that's.
You think I've gone too far? I don't.
All right, just saying. Hey, look at the chicken nuggets.
Oh. Have you guys seen the KFC commercial that came out where it was a giant freaking chicken dipping a man in gravy and eating him?
I eat McDonald's once in a while, dude. I don't
No
eat that
McDonald's, no Taco Bell, please.
shit. No, I don't. I don't. I make my own coffee. I drink my own coffee at home. I don't make my own coffee, but
Some people have become very custom.
I'm telling you right now, I don't need Taco Bell no more for one reason and one reason only. It gives me the real bad shits.
Oh yeah, it gives you mud butt, right? That's because you're not used to consuming human meat.
Just like Burger King giving people human meat or horse meat sandwiches.
Well, what's fucked up is that a lot of people do eat horse meat in different countries. That probably be better, but really a lot of that stuff is proven to have plasticizers in it. Like, I mean, there's certain plasticizers they found in McDonald's food and shit. That's probably why you're getting mud blood.
Another thing the guys have noticed, but all of our family pets are getting tumors and they're dying of cancer. And I don't know if you guys researched it in depth. When COVID came around, it had something to do with mad cow disease. And mad cow disease comes from cows eating cow. So I'm thinking that the dogs are eating dog and the cats are eating cat, and that's why they're getting sick. Plus the air. But I really do think that these fuckers are sick and twisted, and I fully believe they would go this far.
So you really think that they're really giving those animals like form of Courtsville Yakum?
Literally think they're doing it to them and to us. I mean, remember during COVID they referred to us as a herd? And I was like, oh, hell no. They're referring to us as a herd cow. And people were like, no, that's a...
They vaccinated the animals. Owners vax their pets. Turbo cancers are everywhere. It's in the pets because people injected their dogs and cats with COVID-19 vaccines because they were delusional and brainwashed. And now everybody's dying from turbo cancer. It's the number one health crisis in the country. And the big pharma manufacturers, through their osteopaths, have products to help you with that. But it just kills you a little slower. So everybody has been infected. You can't talk about it because it's medical misinformation, but it's a fact. We've been deceived, we've been betrayed, we've been injected, we've been lied to, we've been abused, we've been robbed, we've been beaten, and we're fighting back. The truth is out there.
John, I trusted in my own body to heal myself. They did not stick one needle in me. They
Now, my son has 2 dogs. They're, I think, about 6, 7. And I got my dog. She's about 6, 7, right? My dog has got lumps all over her. Because I go and get the vaccinations, like the rabies, the heartworm. Those dogs my son has not a lump or bump anywhere on them. My dogs, every one that I have taken to the vet and getting rabies and all those other shots they give, it's like they're killing our dogs, especially the big ones.
Why I don't usually take my animals down like that unless it's necessary.
Yeah. Now, after her, after Anna, if I get another dog, it's not getting shot. It might get its puppy shot, but
Shit, I remember a little quick call for that flu shot. They was like, hey, I was like, what, 17, 16, they was like, hey, take a flu shot. I'm like, okay. Took the flu shot, man. 3 days, I was throwing up heavy. I ain't never in my life motherfucking take another flu shot. And I won't, no vaccinations.
The first time I took a flu shot, they were still giving them the live vaccine. Within 60 minutes, I then broke out with the flu and was sick as hell for like 2 weeks. And then I was faithful, because I trusted the government, trusted the doctors. And I used to take a flu shot and a pneumonia shot every year. And it's been about 14 years ago that I took the flu shot and the pneumonia shot, not at the same time, because you can't do that, one cancels out the other. But that whole year, I had chest pains, my heart hurt the entire year. And I said, never again.
if it was a flu shot or if it was the H1N1 vaccine, but she took it and like she kind of like what it was, her leg got all gimpy and her arm got all gimpy, and it only fixed itself when she ran, and then when she stopped running, she went back to being gimpy. It was
What I don't want to see is like civil war. I think it would be a civil war that has never actually been seen, right? Like the people versus its own government type of thing, where like you know how the Constitution, that's what the guns are for, right? For the tyrannical government when it becomes oppressive, right? And that's what's actually never happened. The opposing sides of the government have fought, and right, the South and the North, those were two, like the Democrats and Republicans, right? So I actually think this is like I don't see the other nations as threats as much as our own government, right? Because you have the Civil War part, right? Is we have other like legal avenues to alleviate an oppressive government. This is what the Declaration of Independence is for. This is what the Constitution is for, right? We could actually like comb through and bring up the accusations that has been our rights have been infringed upon. If we actually come together, that's why I don't want to see the violence. That violence brings everything done, right? Everything falls apart, gets destroyed.
So
Go ahead.
Taz, I'm not Tim. You do realize.
I'm sorry. Yes, honey.
You do realize that every time we get a new president elected and he takes office, they run the emergency broadcast system, and from there on out, every month for the rest of his presidency, it gets run. And when they run the emergency broadcast system, that puts us under martial law, and it keeps us in a perpetual state of war. So therefore, we don't have constitutional rights because they're suspended during war or during martial law. So it's a facade that we have rights at all.
I tend to disagree a little bit because I actually think our state and local governments, our police force, and things are like we could use that for our benefit because like I actually think the federal government is not a part of that police force. They actually are doing things that even they disagree with because they uphold the law much more, right? They believe that they take orders from the president, right? And if he, like, this is why they say ICE is doing things that goes above the parameters of the law, right? They're trying to catch immigrants. They're also not distinguishing between the citizens themselves.
Right. Well, Taz, the local police department does not serve the people. They serve the businesses. They're here to protect the businesses. But if you have a sheriff that's been elected rightfully by the people, he's the law of the land. The sheriff is the biggest law, in the country. I don't know if you know that, but sheriff trumps everybody.
Yeah, I don't know that, and it's not true.
Well, look it up. It is true.
I have looked it up. It's not true.
It is true. If he is a
well, hold on. Let's take a look at that for a moment. The sheriff. Tell you what, I'll wait till you finish.
What I was saying was, if he's elected by the people, then yes, he's the law of the land. He trumps everybody. But if they're just appointed, then no, they're not.
All right.
They're not voting in, but they're not voting in, Steve.
May I respond now? Okay. So let's take California, for example. There are 58 counties in California, which means there are 58 sheriffs in California alone. So when you say that sheriffs are the law of the land, they are only arguably the law of their county. But all of the counties are under one governor. So what you said about the sheriffs being the law of the land is not even true for each individual state. Maybe you want to go back and do your research.
Well, I can tell you here in Texas, if you've got a sheriff that's been voted in by the people, they are. I don't understand why you don't get this. I mean, everybody I know this.
Well, let's find out. Let's take your Texas. Are you saying that all of the sheriffs are more powerful than the governor?
No. The law. I'm talking about the law enforcement. They're over highway patrol. They're over the police, the local police department.
Are they over the governor? Are they over the governor?
No, because he's not a lawman. He's not a police officer.
But what can the governor do? The governor can call out the National Guard.
Right, exactly. But I'm just stating, the sheriff is.
And who controls the National Guard? Is it the sheriffs or the governor?
Okay, you're not.
Clearly the governor.
But that's not what I'm stating. You're misunderstanding.
You stated the sheriffs are the top law of the land. That's exactly what you said.
And what I meant by that, he's over the game warden. He's over the police. He's over the highway patrol. That's what I meant.
But he's not over the governor.
No, I never said he was over the freaking.
Okay, thank you. So the governor is more the law of the land in Texas than each of your sheriffs, right?
The governor's gonna arrest somebody there because the governor's gonna pull somebody over.
It's a simple question.
Well,
Who has more powerful over the
Is the governor a police? Is your opposition?
Governor is not police. The answer is no. Governor is not police. The police are controlled by the city council. The sheriff controls the county, and the governor controls all of the counties. The governor can make one phone call to one sheriff's department and tell them to stand down. The governor can also call out the National Guard. The governor is more of a law enforcement person. And what about your state attorney general? Your state attorney general under the governor over the state is the most powerful law enforcement person in each state, the state attorney general. They are more powerful law enforcement than the sheriffs. Again, I love you to death, honey, but I strongly suggest.
You totally misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying nothing.
You know what? I'm going to drop it.
Thank you, because I wasn't speaking about government officials. I was only speaking about the sheriff.
I understand what you said. Is it fucked up that I understand both of them though?
Well, yeah, I understand what Steve's saying, but I don't think he got what I was saying. I mean, I guess he thought that I'm so stupid that I think the sheriff is more powerful than a governor or an attorney general.
I don't think you're stupid. I just think what you said is wrong.
Yeah, I wasn't stating anything about government. I was just speaking about the police officials in general. Just the police. Well, that's why I said the police department, they're not there to protect the people. They're there to protect the businesses.
Okay, well, that's a whole other issue. I didn't even address that issue.
Yeah.
I didn't even touch that issue. The only issue I touched is that the sheriff is more powerful than anybody else. That's all I touched.
Well, she said that the sheriff is the law of the land.
I heard what she said. The sheriff is not the law of the land.
No, I'm just quoting you what she said.
Okay, thank you. Because the sheriff is not the law of the land, because the sheriff doesn't make the law.
I'm not saying I agree.
I didn't say you did. I didn't say you said anything. I didn't say you said anything.
Well, you got a little bit of bass in your voice and your chest.
I got a lot of bass in my voice, so I'm not saying anything that you said. I'm telling you the way it is. The sheriff doesn't make the law. Okay?
No, it's law enforcement. That's a different.
Okay, and the sheriff is not the top law enforcement in the county or in the state. It's the attorney general. I'm not even on Google, but I can look up state attorney general right now. In fact, I will. I'll do it in Texas. The Texas attorney general, whoever the hell it is more powerful law enforcement than any sheriff. I'll look.
Yeah,
Don't stop talking. We'll look it up. Keep talking.
Honey, you want to go ahead and finish off what you were trying to say?
Steve be trying to be, he's real, like, he want to be precise, you know, like, not a wrong word, wrong, like, you could, any kind of wrong stuff, Steve is going to correct you. I think that's all it is, like, he ain't trying to be like an a-hole. We went through it too,
Yes,
because I was tired.
Yeah,
He was taking,
we gonna get you.
yeah, Steve is cool.
Okay, what I'm showing right now, according to Google, is the Texas Attorney General is Ken Paxton. No idea who the fuck he is, but I do know that he serves as the 51st Attorney General of the state of Texas. He's been in office since 2015, was reelected in 2018 and 22. He is, by definition, the most powerful law enforcement officer over and above any of your sheriffs in the state of Texas. Now, I'm not saying you were, we're not saying anything. And yes, you're right. When people start saying things, I'm going to clamp down on word sentences in meeting. But when it comes to most powerful law enforcement officer in Texas, besides the governor, I'm going to say it's Ken Paxton, who is the Attorney General. Now, if anybody wants to disagree with that, go ahead and attack my words, attack what I'm saying, knock me out. Here's my chimin.
Hello?
Hello? What's up? Now,
Fuck.
we be taking Steve to critical. He just be correct. Like he don't, like, if you say the wrong word, he'll jump in. Like that's how Steve is, and people take it as if he's not listening. But he just, like, I don't know. He correct, like he's an error dude. You don't take him like if he has something against you. Like even we get into it, like I be trying to tell, like I apologize if you took me the wrong way.
I got nothing against anybody in this room. I love my apes. I just want the truth, the brutal truth. That's all I want.
Yes, Tim?
Yeah, I was gonna say, hey, if I'm wrong, I want to be corrected, you know?
Yeah. I don't mind correction. I don't know. I think because he's not taking what she was saying in its totality, right? He's taking the part where she says, like, the sheriffs are the top law of the land. You know what I mean? He's taking that. He's like, hold on. You know, he's like, hold, stop right there. Let's look at this. What you did. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with it, but it could be the timing and because he come in hot, like he jump in while you still talking, and like it caused a little contention there. So, but hey, it's content. So
Yeah, and you know, when I was younger, I thought that the sheriff from each county was like something like Honey said. I kind of thought that, but now I know for sure.
but they don't mean we didn't understand you though, honey. I understood exactly what you were saying.
Alright, so I've got all the money together to go pay all these house payments. And there's some big money orders.
Oh, good. Oh, I know you're so worried about that.
Oh yeah, I know we'll be having issues.
I think we had something good going about these what do you call it, the shots, the flu shots, and everything else. I think that they
I know people.
Hey Dee, hi, how you doing?
I know the ones that actually took the vaccines are real happy about it now. I don't blame them.
Yeah.
You know, you and I were like, hell no. That was back in 2019, remember?
Yeah. This is true. My ex, I don't know why he was so stupid. I told him not to take it. But when he got the shot, he had arthritis in his hands, right? Just his hands. But after he took that flu or that COVID vaccine thing, now he's got arthritis all over his body. Now I found out that if you're sickly, like if you got bad heart or bad lungs or something like that, a condition.
Even an underlying element that would have happened later in life.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It would have killed me. If I would have took that shot, it would have killed me.
Yeah. I mean, look at me. I mean, I would have developed COPD like my mother did, you know, in her late 60s, early 70s. But because I got COVID, I developed COPD after that first year. Remember, it took me like a whole year to be able to breathe again.
Yeah.
How horrible it was. Yeah.
Hey, honey, we good or you pissed at me?
Oh no, never. Why would that be? No,
I'm sorry. I came down too hard on you, and I do humbly apologize. I just got passionate about my civics. That's all. I'm terribly sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I guess I misspoke. I should have been better at describing what I was saying. Yeah.
I should have said it more nicely. Please forgive me.
Hey, Steve, I would never hold it against you.
Thank you, sweetie.
minutes. Give me 1 second. I want you to hear just at the little bit, it's just a few seconds, and I want to throw something your way and tell me how you feel about it. What code on it? It's my number from my house payment.
You're correct by saying that, Dean. A lot of people in the chat, they said, I really dislike how we complain, but won't take the authority. A lot of people are asleep. A lot of people are not awake to this. And just a few people ain't gonna do anything. It's gonna have to be all of us or none of us.
Remember, we almost lost our YouTube accounts because we were speaking to warning people not to take that you know, experimental poison.
Yep. Sure was.
I was kicked in I was kicked all the way to the internet corner, and I do where it does happen for 2 weeks the first time and a month the second time.
Mm-hmm. Well, the first thing they said, okay, oh, you take this COVID shot, it'll be okay, you'll never get it again, blah, blah, blah. Well, viruses spread, and each time you let out a breath, say if I have COVID, it changes, and it gets powerful, and then the next person will get it, and then it changes again. So it's like the flu, but it's it's like
viruses normally don't spread because they're dead. That's why you don't get antibiotics for them. This is something completely different. It was totally different. We know that.
Yeah. And older people, mostly it was the older people, like their 60s and 70s, and then the real young ones. So it's just, you know.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
That's okay, good. Give me 1 second.
So what do you think about all this, Alex?
What do you got?
Good afternoon. So what do you think about all this, the COVID shot? Should they have taken it?
I try to kind of stay neutral on the issue in regards to the vaccines. So I think I understand I understand why people have some apprehension in regard to, because unfortunately, even during, if there was misinformation which was running around, there were a lot of people who were putting in. That's why even some of the platforms like Facebook and Instagram had to move, were forced to remove a lot of these people who were saying like really negative things. And I don't think that people sort of look at what exactly was happening across not only the country but across the world. As far as people were very afraid. There were a lot of people who were like living in fear. And I think that bred a lot of the conspiracy that it's like, oh my, what's happening for it. There was a lot of misinformation. And I think there was a lot of people who weren't really, they weren't trying to pay attention to all of the facts with it. They just heard the facts that they wanted to hear and ran with it. We see on the overall that the treatment, I know the vaccine was rushed. I know the vaccine had implications. I know that many individuals were adversely affected by it. And that being one part, but at the same time, this was necessary to get something out for it, not only for the purpose of individual health, but also because of economic reasons. And that, I think, only added to the hysteria that went around with it. Now, people say that, like it was bad for you and you shouldn't have taken it. And for it, I mean, each individual's allowed their own opinion, and they have the right to decide what to do. But when we talk about overall, when we say that certain health objectives were set for the entire population, the reason why was not only to address the possibility of spreading of the virus, but also to prevent more of the fear, the hysteria that was going on. So people were just like, I'm not wearing a mask, I'm not, it's like, okay, I understand that people don't want to be inconvenienced by the whole thing, but there's some things that are more community than they are for personal. There's some things which are more important in regard to you accepting a vaccine, or at least understanding that it wasn't worthwhile to raise the hysteria around vaccines. Or if you didn't like the information on it, go look, go find out, go research it. If you thought that there was something that was better for you, look at that for it. But I mean, at this point in time, that point is moot. And what is really important now is this is not over. This may not be the last virus that we face forward. They've increased in frequency over the last 20 years. And for H1N1, we talk about the situations in regard to Ebola, and talk about what's happening. As our world gets smaller, there are more things in it that we may actually have to cope with as far as that. So I'm just like, I hold back the thing is when people say like, oh, they're trying to kill you and all that stuff. I'm just like, okay, show me the data, show me the information for it, but at the same time, look at the big picture.
Anybody have anything to add on that?
I'm kind of in the middle of something right now, but the big picture is that there was all sorts of government control. People lost their freedoms, and the government just got away with it. I mean, ultimately, it could have been a test for bigger things. It took away our freedoms, locked people down, forced them to wear masks, forced them to wear vaccines, to take vaccines or they lose their job. I think it was just a form of government control. It's a test. I think that you can focus on that, but I'm focusing on something different. The truth of the matter is that the government's got way too fucking powerful, locked us down, a lot of people got rich off of it. It was a bullshit fucking scam pandemic. And what happened really is record amount of small businesses shut down while fucking corporations thrived. We had fucking churches shut down and small businesses while corporations like Walmart could keep on running. It was fucking bullshit. It was a planned pandemic with more government. What?
Don't forget the strip clubs.
What do you say, Renee?
I said, don't forget the strip clubs. The gym bars got to stay open too.
Oh, yeah. They focus on this aspect of it. Oh, it saved lives. Dude, fuck. I think that thing, man, it could have been a lot worse, that virus, but it locked us down in overreaction for fucking what, dude? I mean, but I do believe that it came out of the lab. And we never have anybody responsible for that. I mean, how many fucking people died? How many businesses were shut down? How many lives were
taken? To the numbers, a lot of them were cooking the books where people died of other illnesses, but they called it as a COVID death. So you gotta really look at those numbers, and you gotta be able to differentiate, because the statistics are so flawed on this.
And it was just basically on some social anxiety shit.
Yeah, COVID trumps everything. If you notice, flu went away, tonsillitis went away, you know, the common cold went away. Everything became COVID. Everything, you know. And I was going to say something and darn it, I forgot, you know.
The COVID shit pissed me off when my stepdad supposedly died of COVID. Now this man is an old man; he's like 78 when he passed. So like, I get that, but like, the man was still working. He never retired. He kept working. He bust his ass every day. He's a tough old geezer. And you telling me COVID took him out?
Well, people didn't die from COVID. People died from complications due to COVID. You know, whatever ailment that they already had, like I said, you know, their body, you know, it kind of exacerbated it and brought it up to the surface. And that's what happened with most of the people that are elderly. So there you go.
Yeah, but a lot of times they still cook the books and said, like, I remember, like, it was like, what, 2% of people died of pneumonia, and they counted it as COVID death.
Okay, right. And, okay, so here's what I was going to say real quick. You remember when Trump was president in the first round, and he kept saying, the China virus, and he would do his little quotation marks with his fingers? You know, he was trying to tell us Hunter Biden was over in the Ukraine, and they had a freaking lab over there where, you know, they were testing all those viruses and things. And we know that got out. So, you know what town that was over there, and where the lab was? China, Ukraine, C-H-Y-N-A. China, Ukraine.
Well, you know, and he did, and Trump did say something about him getting hunted right now with Ukrainians. Looked into it myself. It was actually true. Joe Biden said he did get him the job. He got it on his own file. But come on now, let's be honest.
He's a moron. Hunter Biden's a moron. Did you see when he came, you know, that he wasn't working or whatever? He got busted with his brother's license and his brother's badge after he passed away, and he's sleeping with his brother's wife. Going around with his own life, and then supposedly he was broke, whatever, because of the court cases. And he was making paintings that he was selling for like $10,000, $15,000 a piece, and they were just blogs on the freaking campus, literally. And all the elite were supporting him, you know, buying his shitty paintings of 2-year-old kid. His thing. The elite support the elite. They're not going to let each other go down. Especially if somebody has something on them, you know?
Come on, you know what it is. You know the elite's going to take care of each other, you know what I mean? It's all about the brotherhood, right?
Mm-hmm. The lizard people going to take care of the lizard people. I'm joking. Okay, so Taz, are you there? If you're not busy, I want you to hear something real quick. It's about a few seconds. If not, I'll go ahead and go get my people. So Taz was here. Taz was, okay, you know, they were talking about Civil War or whatever. So, you know, they tried what they could.
Yeah,
So they texted the one, there's what the white people and black people asked. And they realized that shit wasn't going to go nowhere. Now, I want you to hear this. Let me know if it's loud enough. Let's see if you hear these lyrics. I'm going to tell you something that could be happening right before I hear it. And it was sitting here.
No, I can't hear everything. No.
Okay, so they're saying, Nana, get your land back. The other song, Nana, get your land back. Stomp your feet from the ground. And so there are these powwows that are taking place simultaneously with indigenous people. When we're talking about the Mexico, El Salvador, here in America. They've always been separate. They've always done their own thing, their own powwows. Now they're uniting. What if the word coming is not with black or white or Hispanic? What if it's literally the indigenous, the natives, how did they rebuild their numbers? What if it's them literally gonna come back and take their land back?
It's crazy. There's not enough of them.
Yeah, no, you can't say that, man. Because they repopulated like a mofo. I mean, and then if you got all these indigenous groups uniting,
They're not saying. Listen to me, honey, be honest. This is where racism plays a big part in common sense. Them Indians are never going to get along. They don't get along in the Middle East, and they're not going to get along here. Okay? They still have got discrepancies. Yeah, I'm talking about America too. Like, listen to me, okay? My friend was a Northern Cheyenne American Indian. When he used to go to the Crow Indian powwows, they still fight each other here and there. He got beat up one time just because he was a Northern Cheyenne. The Northern Cheyenne and a lot of the Indian tribes do not like the Crow to this day because they helped they helped the Americans. They were scouts for the American cavalry for the United States military. The Indians are still pissed off about that. But the point is they're a bunch of fucking Indians. They're not going to get along. They're not going to unify.
You remember during 9/11, we forgot what color our brother's skin was, didn't we? We all fucking came together as a united front. We wanted Bin Laden taking the F out, did we not? I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember, but yeah, there was no color, there was no race. The only race we had in America on 9/11 was to catch that fucker and take him out. If y'all don't remember that, I don't know what to tell you.
I remember it. I was old enough to remember. Yeah.
All right, so I'm just saying, you can't tell me that these whole groups of people, whether they fight each other or not, can't come together for cause. And I've been seeing this building up. And then I saw this song that they just released. And then I'm watching these powwows, and it's every nation. All the nations together.
Honestly, buddy, them people are still on Indian reservations, the majority of them, and they still rely so much on federal government money that it's fucking sad. During COVID, they locked down, happened up here in Montana, the Crow Reservation, the Northern Cheyenne, the Blackfoot. They locked down their reservations, and they had curfews all over to where they would not let people who were registered members of the tribe leave the cities at night because they were getting COVID money. The point is they have no economy because the federal government put them in the worst places, far away from opportunities. They have no ability to rise up. I mean, come on, man! Like, this is ridiculous.
That's like saying the black people ain't got no chance of rising up.
Yeah, sure.
You don't.
If you feel that way, bro, then you do not know what's going on in the black community, because I can help you to it if you want to know.
Yeah,
Did you know that black fathers are...
You guys don't get along that well either, dude. It's hilarious.
Did you know that black people for the last 5 years have been getting off of food stamps by 15%? But since the last 5 years, did you know that black people are actually unifying and we actually coming to an understanding? Just because you see Kookie and Ray Ray and Shaquisha motherfucking twerking on motherfucking internet, you don't see what's happening behind the scenes. Don't do that.
Yeah. And let me tell you something else. The black kids coming up now, they're not like my generation. My generation was trying to get along. These younger kids don't give a fuck. They'll take a white in a heartbeat. They will take out a white in a heartbeat. I'm telling you.
Hold on. John, these Indians and these black people think they're actually going to put aside their differences and get along like some sort of monolith, dude. That shit is hilarious. Have you not listened to the black
people? Can't even do it. You gonna stay here trying to down people who are trying to come together and can't agree. Man, I turn on the TV and I see white people arguing with anybody.
You don't got to. There's enough of us where we don't got to worry about white crime. We don't have to be a monolith. There's enough of us.
Come on, hold up. Go with this
screaming at each other and threatening to kill each other. In a lot of cases, do kill each other. It's hilarious. Y'all don't get along.
And white people, all they do is yell and say nigger and try to do all that race baiting, echo chamber type shit. You get the nerve to say that we ain't trying to get along. Y'all definitely not trying to get along. Y'all about that smoke. And don't worry, bro, we don't want your raggy ass country nowhere.
All right, don't worry about it, man. You go back to wherever you came from. I'd love that.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. But I will acquire for your government to pay me, and I will leave. Other than that, if you're not paying, I'm gonna leave.
No, that's never gonna
I didn't get here on my own accord. Everybody know, if you get a ride there, you get a ride back. The fuck you
This is
need
your
on my ride.
motherfucking country. This is your fucking country. I'm here. It's where you were born. It's where you were raised. Fuck that racist shit.
No, this country never really loved me, even though I served it, even though I did my best for it.
They
I
ain't ever selected
never
me.
loved me. It's cool.
They ain't ever selected me. Don't even go there.
Home is where you want to set your head at.
Not everybody's that way, honey. Not everybody's that way. Don't you tell them. There's a lot of them out here.
Honey, so he's the one who's talking about how he wants to break out from America. He's not loyal to us. He wants to start his own system. We're going to rise up as black people, start our own fucking system. I heard that many times before.
I never said that start our own system. I said unify. Unify. It doesn't, it just equates to black people. That's for everybody. We all need to unify.
I'm not doing
Because,
that.
man, we'll follow along. We'll follow along. But if we unify, we stand together, then we have that brotherhood. We have that standing. We won't
I
be
say no justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
You damn females, man. You guys are not realistic. You have an unrealistic view of the world, honey. So I actually give you guys grace.
You understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Hey, man, would you be able to unify with somebody that couldn't even unify with their own people? No, you wouldn't, right? You wouldn't be able to do that, right?
Hold on. Here's
So we all need to unify with our own groups to be able to unify together. That's what I believe. But if somebody got a better answer than me, I'm willing to hear.
I'm not going to 100% unify with someone, especially just because they're the same color as me. That's the difference between you and me. Is just because someone's the same color doesn't mean I'm automatically going to unify with them. I mean, I know the difference between the left and the right. I'm on the right. I know the difference between the left. I'm not going to unify with them. I mean, there's maybe some commonalities. At the end of the day, we are Americans, so I'll defend that trench with him. But generally, we're not going to unify, and white people are not a monolith. We are not. Just because we're the same color doesn't mean fucking shit. All right? And so, but I just think it's laughable because you guys actually think that's realistic, a lot of you. I've heard that so many times. Oh, when we unify together, we'll be a real strong force. That would be, true if you could unify, but you'll never do it.
Most people are cowards. Most people just bark a lot. They don't really bite much. You know what I mean? And other people, they don't do confrontation. So not everybody's going to be down to fight. So that's what that is.
Is a fight always physical?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. The fight can be anything you want it to be. It's very subjective.
Guys, are you telling me? I have talked to black people. I mean, I'll give you guys credit where credit's due. A lot of you guys have passion.
Hey,
a lot of fight. A lot of
I
you
don't
guys
want to be known as black, and I don't want to be known as African American. I feel like that's disrespectful. The best thing that I could give you to say to me, and you can only do this for me, is I am a Negro.
Okay. Anyway, I give you guys that you have passion and you all like to fight and stuff like that, but that's your problem. Is that I have listened to some of the women on here who are black and they're fucking uncontrollable. I've heard black people on here the same way, and I've heard you guys in an all black room, and it's nothing but screaming and yelling and threats of violence.
Same thing for some of the white brothers and sisters. I done walked in some rooms and I got called niggas off the rip. I ain't even motherfucker just touched down. I just got in the room.
It's interesting, street.
Bro, you keep saying
Say
that.
passion.
Oh,
Say
go
passion.
ahead.
All he has to do is replace those words with passionate. Just
Yeah, passion. So you're telling me that with their passionality, with their passion, that they're going to be able to just get along like a monolith? I mean, I'm looking at a room right now. It says Black Trump supporters, why are eggs still high? I bet you $1 million. I'm going to click on that room, and I'm going to hear nothing but yelling and screaming and fucking threats. I'm going to do it right now. I'll be right back. I'll be back in literally in 1 minute, and I'm going to confirm what I'm.
And that's why you be losing right there.
Whatever. Let me hear this. Hold on. No. It says that there's. I don't give a fuck. I don't care, bro. You think I'm concerned about that? You think I'm concerned about that?
now you can share right here in this room.
All right. Black Trump supporters, why are eggs still high? I'll be right back. This is going to be hilarious.
And I'm always spreading so freaking kill people in this room all the time. You know, you can't just say it's black people or white people. Why label? It's just people in fucking general. There's good people and bad people in every group. And my people are the good people. Those are the ones I
That's what
tend
no one's talking to there.
you know, those are the ones I tend to want to hang out with. You know, like-minded people, good people. I don't care what color your skin is. I need to share your green.
Well, yeah, if I gave a fuck, I wouldn't be hanging out here because of a mix of people. But you guys got to have the same respect to me. You guys got to let me believe what I believe. And if I'm a racist, then, then you guys need a racist in this room. You guys need a fucking plot,
Yeah. When I feel like you've gone too far, I'll say something, but I don't like to do that very often because I don't like to step shit, you know? Yeah.
I don't know. The reason why. Go ahead. No, the reason why Dave Chappelle was wildly popular is because I think people realize that stereotypes have got a lot of truth in them. And that's how he was able to connect with an audience so well. As that he made fun of blacks, he made fun of whites, he made fun of Asians. He didn't give a fuck. He was hilarious, unapologetically. And that's why he was the best. And I still appreciate Dave Chappelle for that. Do I hate him for that? Because I know what he thinks about white people? No. Because he doesn't necessarily hate us, but he is racist as I am. And he understands stereotypes have got a lot of truth to them. I mean, you're probably going to find a fucking gas station owner that's going to be an Indian. You're probably going to find a smart Asian person. Stereotypes are real.
I think you're seeing wow. It's not that he is racist, right? If I call out racism, right, you want to be as far away as I possibly can be. It's not racism, bro. It's actually acknowledging that it's hate on the other end, right? You're not wanting to be a part of that because of the things that have happened. That's why you hear people talk about these things. It's not racism, bro. It's actually talking. What is it? I actually consider it like trauma. Cause we still. That's why he said, "Forget America," because there's a lot of blood in this land, shedding of innocent blood, right? A lot of just atrocities, masses. I mean, bro, it's like that's why the people fucking insane. They stuck in the wasted development. You don't want to learn. You don't want to participate in what actually runs the house. You just want to fucking sit in your room and play the game.
Okay.
It's all American citizens want to do, right? But then you sit around and complain when you feel like you're being taken advantage of. No, we supposed to participate. We supposed to be politicians. We supposed to be all of that. And know what the moves that's being made. But since we sit back, we let them operate behind the wall of national security. They doing secret military shit and making moves that don't benefit us.
Hold on, can we stop for a second? Are you telling me that there has not been a black fucking president yet? Are you telling me that black people are banned from politics? Is that what you're saying?
He was king.
Well, I'm not asking.
He was king.
I'm asking Taz. He was
He was
black.
king.
He was black. His color is fucking black. He is black. Hold on. God damn it, dude. This is why I cannot have honest conversation with you guys.
Bro, you know the two popular they are.
Do you understand the difference? Do you
Yeah,
understand the difference?
Is he not black? Is he not black?
He is from Kenya.
Is he not black?
Yeah, he was.
Is he not black?
Supposedly from Hawaii.
Hold on. If we don't, guys, I'm gonna leave right now if we cannot have a real honest discussion. Are you gonna tell me he's not black? Yes or no?
I mean, he's not us. He is
Dude,
black.
oh my god. You got
Oh my god.
I can't this whatever. No, dude, you're stupid as fuck, man. I don't mean to be rude. Yeah, because you're gonna say that he's not black?
What you would call African American. There's a totally difference. Are you fucking retarded?
Oh my god.
And you're coming at me, you big gullible ass motherfucking guy.
Okay, so Obama's not black. So you're a fucking retard. You're a fucking retard. Well, come on, how about this? How about this, you young nigger? How about this, you young nigger? I'll give you my fucking address. I'll give you my address, pussy. I'll give you my address. That's what I'll give you.
I'm pussy. I ain't never.
I will, dude. Yeah, fool. I will give you my address, motherfucker, if you want to come and have fun.
Shit,
I will fuck you up, bitch.
Right now.
You're threatening me, dude. I'm in Montana, bitch. I will fucking put a hole in your head bigger than your fucking mama's pussy.
You think so?
Yeah,
I think so.
I will. Yes, I
Just remember that the gun manufacturers, they never stop making the guns.
Yeah, bitch, what the fuck ever? You ain't scaring me.
All right, so I have a question. Who was talking about the Kenyan guy, not, were you talking about Obama?
Because he says that Obama is
Yeah, I heard it. You know, that's ignorance. That is the problem why we guys don't have any unity. So despite of him being from another country, which you and I are still one, I'm Kenyan by the way, that man grew up in the United States, did he not?
Yes.
He still be classified as Kenyan.
Oh my God. He's a black American.
He did not grow up in the United States. He grew up in Indonesia. Hello.
He grew up in both places, man. But really, are you gonna say he's not black? I mean, are you gonna really fall for this nonsense?
If you would call him African American, I feel like that would be
No, that's not what he said. He said
If you would say
I said he was black.
and you say he's not one of us. You know, you're
I mean-
a product of your education system, right?
Yeah.
You are trained
no,
in a certain path.
he didn't go
Other
through
people have to exactly like you. You know what I mean? We need to
He was
stop
always
this.
in,
We need
you know
to
what I mean?
do better.
He was groomed in a bit.
This is so funny. He's just proving my point. He's proving my point. This is so funny.
The public
Hold on. You're just proving my point that black people are never gonna unite as a monolith because you just proved my point.
He's not black, so
He's Kenyan. Thank you for proving my point. You're hilarious.
Okay.
Well, what is it that you
What do you need to say?
Bro, did you not just prove my point that you cannot unify?
Unify? Why would I unify with something?
Oh! Okay, so go ahead. That's gonna work out for you. You're gonna unify together, but not the Kenyans now. You guys are so fucking stupid, dude. Thank you for proving my point. I am not worried about you guys one bit. Or the Indians.
You fight against your own. You got the nerve to say I'm worried about. I'm not worried
You
about
just
you.
said that he is not black. He's not one of us.
I just said I gave him a clear distinction.
Excluding the Kenyans, now who is he going to exclude? Are you going to exclude the Haitians now?
Did he not say his father was from Kenya, right?
Are you going to exclude the Haitians now because they're not one of you either?
No.
Well, so what's happening here is that you guys have got, what, 50 million people or not even that?
Do you
So
know
how
about
if
the
if you exclude the Nigerians and oh my god.
You know about that?
Never mind, guys. It's whatever.
Do you know about the transatlantic slave trade? Yeah, you know about that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Martin, you
Kenyans were amazing. Haitians were part of it.
I did. Because I am a racist and I'm not afraid of that. I'm not trying to unify.
So are you both American citizens? You went to
Yes.
Asia, right? So I wonder if the Kenyan man will be there. Would he defend you, Julia, since you're not one with him, but one with this American
Probably
citizen?
wouldn't defend me more likely.
Who's
I don't look for anybody to defend me.
But united
I
in
defend
your
myself,
country.
yeah.
The joke is in you, isn't it?
So Brian, I don't mean to be like that, but here's the thing is I already said that.
You do not care if that's how you speak to people, to my people. I consider my people you, and so I have nothing to say for.
Yeah, check this out though, Brian. This is what's funny is that at first we were arguing because Honey said that she believes that the American Indians are going to unify. There's only about 8 to 9 million American Indians and then 3 million Alaskan Indians. So that's not enough to unify to even beat the black community. And then the one person said, oh, we'll just unify the black community. You know, I laughed about that because I said, that's never going to happen. And they started arguing about it. And then the next thing you know, this one guy, fucking Taz, goes, you know, you're saying we can't be part of politics or nothing. And I said, but Obama was president. And he goes, oh, he's not one of us. He's not black. And I'm like, what? Yeah, he is. No, he's Kenyan. So he's proving my point that the black community can never unify because right there.
Okay, now since you clearly are fixated on this, we need to come to a definition of what black means to you. So could you tell me what's your definition of black?
Yeah, if your skin color is black and you're in America, okay, that's what I was talking about.
And then the rest of my case, you're just racist.
Okay, man. Yeah, whatever, man. If you're black and you're in America, I mean, there's some Latinos that might be black, but you know what I mean. But if you're black and you're from Africa, if you're from sub-Saharan Africa, you know, if you're from African descent like Kenya, then fucking you're black, dude. Your skin color's black. Every metric, you're black.
God, I wanted to ask this. Why are we the only people who are known by skin color?
Well, you know, I mean,
Thank you, Chad. Who do you think created this dynamic?
What is this? What's the point here? What's the point? Because we're not talking about that. If you want to change the conversation, fine. But when he says thank you, Todd, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about there.
So Chaz, you know, you say we've got trauma. Well, of course there's trauma, you know. I mean, and that's how come the black community is divided and separated. Because every fucking time they come together and make something themselves, their town gets burned down and flooded.
Because the Bible basically, that's going to always happen. You guys are never going to come together, dude, because you're cursed.
Don't worry, we will. Hey, you'll be spoken up, bro.
What? Because
You're not fucking cursed. You're not fucking cursed.
Oh my goodness.
You're cursed.
So this is horrible. Can you explain that further, Monty?
So I can say that a Jew, an Ashkenazi Jew is white, right? I can say that.
Yep, you can. But
I mean, I know they're white, but don't play with me. But, you know, they'll get, like, really upset about that. They're like, I am not white. They'll tell you, I'm not white. I'm a Jew.
We can talk about this. How about this?
And then,
Check this out.
We
Hold on.
We decided these things like
we're gonna
curse us.
Do you want me to say it? I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be. I got
all white men off you get together.
I got Taz coming off the mic, so if you want me to explain it, then I will. But if not, then
Yeah, go on.
we got Junior or whoever it is. Okay, here we go.
JR, you can't read, goofy motherfucker.
You guys sound the same. You guys sound the same, so no big deal. But anyway, here we go. Okay, so Genesis 9:20-27. After the flood, Noah gets drunk. His son Ham sees him naked. When Noah wakes up, he is not cursed Ham, he curses Canaan, Ham's son. Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall be he. You understand?
So you trying to say the son of? Is that what you're trying to say? Because
Yeah, he's saying that we are from Ham.
no, that's not accurate, my brother. Okay, do you need to go into this? Hold up, my wife's calling.
I recently read this literature. It speaks about like black clubs in Bermuda. The population there are several folks there, but the majority of them, they survive based on like the white patronage. Basically, they have white patrons that sort of delegate funds to handle certain things within the region. Even in such a political setting, the black people cannot be united, despite all that has been tried. There are, I believe, 3 political parties. The Progressive Labour Party. The only reason that there are 3 political parties is because the black people cannot unite. They are constantly on the verge of, fear that the white patrons are going to find out who's their leader and sort of take them down. It's research that's happened over and over again. Black people can't unite. I just wanted to add on to that.
Is that the Black Messiah thing?
They're never gonna unite, though. I mean, come on, man. It's all right, though. I'm not sitting here saying white people are gonna unite, so it's all right, man. I mean, you don't have to unite, dude. It's okay. White folks are not gonna unite. A lot of us can't stand each other, dude. It's all right. It's not something that should hurt you. Come on, man. That's unobtainable. Being realistic.
I don't. Listen. Huh? And why? Hold on. You're talking about the curse of Canaan. Why? That was how long ago was that? Or does that actually still apply? If so.
And it's not even applicable to all Africans. So I wouldn't even argue with you because you don't know what you're talking about.
Y'all know, like, I actually like that. It's actually strengthens my faith. Because it says the Lord became a curse for us, right? You shall be hated and persecuted for his name's sake and things of this nature. Right? It's not the blessed ones I'm looking at. I'm looking at the blessed one like we fucking up. Right? But the cursed ones are actually being misled by the blessed ones. And being subjected, right? What did he just say? You're cursed. Right? What he dragged for you.
Batman comes to mark you. That's all I gotta say.
That's why I asked who created this dynamic, right? It is biblical. I'm trying to get this across people. This Bible isn't 2,000 years ago. It actually it's more relevant than the Constitution to this present day. And he just uttered it, right? But we can't use it because they have actually removed themselves and became secular and put the Bible down. So he eliminated separation of church and state and all of these things. So we can't grab and be like, hold on, this is your blueprint. This is what you use. right? And it also had a testimony of that leader that Camillus was talking about, right? That's why you heard, I asked him, was that talking about the Black Messiah team? I don't know if y'all ever heard about that. Every black leader that has tried to rise up has actually been like kind of assassinated, boom, shot down. Like this stuff is very relevant, but we look at it in the context of secularism. It doesn't apply to prophecy or none of these things. You being lynched on tree, you being persecuted, I guess, right? It has no relevance to Jesus Christ or the people of the book, because we don't want to. What is the people of the book, right? You look over to across the sea. Oh, they been kicked out of every nation and blah 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 blah. Right? Keeping throwing shit that don't even belong to them. The most persecuted people in the world. The world hates them. I don't see that.
Well, guys, here's the thing, though. If you look, man, the Lord does say, or Noah does say, because it was so Noah's the one who got drunk, okay, in Genesis 9:20, right? His son Ham sees him naked, and he does say they say that he curses Canaan, but it's fucking weird. Cursed be Canaan, a servant shall be. But here's the thing, man, is Ham was the one who saw him naked. And if you look, who was the one who descended from Ham? Hold on. Ham descended from Ham. Hold on. Are you gonna let me finish? You don't have to interrupt. No, I'm not. Ham's descendants are spread across Africa. Oh God, Ham's descendants are spread across Africa and the Near East. Okay, he's not talking about Canaan, because Canaan is talking about like Israelis and Palestinians, like the Levant. But Ham is the one who was spread across Africa. His descendants are in Africa.
Okay.
And he's the one who saw Noah naked. So he is likely the one who's cursed. So that's why they say that you guys are cursed, because your descendants are
Wait. Don't do that. Because I am not a descendant of Ham. You goofy.
From Africa? Are you from Africa? Where's your family from?
Where's your family from?
I'm asking you, are you black? Is your family from Africa? If your descendants are from Africa, that means that you were a descendant of Ham. That's where I get this.
Hey, Mountain, I got an objection. I would say historically, the Canaanites we would consider them a Shemitic people, right? Because they lived in the Shemitic land. They spoke a Shemitic language, and actually was a part of the Shemitic system. What you call Hebrew is a Canaanite language, right? Hebrew is derived from the source Canaanites, right? That's why it's called the Promised Land, land of milk and honey.
Wow.
It wasn't just about the land; it was also the people. Right? What happened to them in the Bible? The Lord wanted them destroyed, but Israel subjected them to basically sub labor, put them into hard labor.
All I'm saying is
the reason why Noah cursed his son, the reason why Noah cursed his grandson was because his son slept with his mother. The child was an incest.
I remember that. He saw him naked.
Well, when you look in the Bible, anytime in the Bible, when you see your father's nakedness, or you see nakedness, that means sex. That means sex.
Hold on, no. Noah got drunk. Hold on, honey. You know that Noah got drunk. Honey, let's talk about it. Because Noah got drunk on wine, and he was uncovered, and you know that it was that his son Ham saw him naked. He saw him naked. He was the one who saw his own dad fucking naked. All right, so he's the one who was cursed.
He cursed his grandson, just because he saw his
Why would he curse his own? Why would he curse his grandson?
Y'all looking at it wrong. Y'all looking at it wrong, right? Look, I look at this as basically a father giving positions to his sons, right? He's acknowledging each one of them in order, right? And the last thing he says is Canaan. You go be a servant, right? He's placing them. He even says you go serve your brothers. He calls Canaan a brother of Shem and Japheth. He's placing them within the same household. He doesn't at all acknowledge Ham, does he? He doesn't bring up Ham not one motherfucking time, do he? And that's worse. That's actually worse to me, right, than actually being cursed. I want my father to acknowledge me within that whole order, bro, because I'm standing right there. Now tell me I'm wrong. There's a reason he didn't say anything to him.
listen.
He's being servant, and him that will be within that household. He places them together.
Genesis 9:20-27. I'm gonna find it here.
Is anything uttered about him? Does he acknowledge him? It's like Ham don't exist then.
Let's look it up.
In my personal opinion, I don't think we should be relating the Bible and political laws together. My main beef is, why are women allowed to practice law? That's why.
That nigga in trouble.
No, this is actually based on fact. It's like the first statement is that women are not to practice law. They're supposed to be elsewhere and stuff. Because once women are introduced into the mix, all this from racism to feminism and all the other in-betweens, they get messed up. The rules that happened that were made in the beginning no longer apply. So even racism and all this is sort of beneath all the water, honestly. If they're being racist, you be racist back to them. What does it matter?
And they come from the powers that he just manipulating. I don't think like even like the start of the feminist movement was actually orchestrated, right? You got these women that get dressed all half naked and they go out and they start smoking cigarettes to try to set a new trend. So that stuff was orchestrated. You think the women were just doing that because they was trying to do something different? They wanted to. Now they trying to publicly display through their act and break the mold, right?
From now, like, we can all argue all we want, but I am telling you that feminism is going to get solved before racism. It's not the other way around. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. I think Sebastian in like Black Milk, like stood up, a white man, he stood up for like for the blacks and stuff, right? He was like defending them and like being out there for them, even when they couldn't do it themselves. All of a sudden, the white folks turned on their own man. It was just wild. They started abusing him and eventually I think they lynched him and stuff. That was really sad, I think.
I don't know. I can't fucking find it, man.
He's fucking wrong. Whatever you fucking just say, he's fucking wrong. He's fucking trying to brainwash you.
Now you're trying to find the curse of Canaan.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, wait a minute. Here we go.
1986.
I found it here, actually. It was 9? That's why. Let me try to pull this shit up here. Yeah, 9/20/27. Okay, that's why.
Ask if I'll book from donate anymore.
What is that? shut up, Ghost.
Oh no, it's 25, sorry.
It's alright. Alright, now the sons of Noah who went out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And Ham was the father of Canaan. These three were the sons of Noah, and from these the whole earth were populated. And Noah began to be a farmer, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine and was drunk, and became uncovered in his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and pulled his brothers outside. But Shem and Japheth took a garment, laid it on both their shoulders, and went back and covered the nakedness of their father. Their faces were turned away, they did not see their father's nakedness. So Noah awoke from his wine, and he said, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem, and may Canaan be his servant. May God enlarge Japheth, and may he dwell in the tents of Shem, and may Canaan be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, so all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Now in this genealogy of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and sons were born to them after the flood. The sons of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, and Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshach, and Tiras. The sons of Gomer were Ash, Japheth, Rippeth, and Togar. The sons of Javan were anyway. But yeah, kind of well. The sons of Ham were Cush. Hold on. The sons of Ham were Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan.
But look, where did Noah place Canaan?
I don't think it matters. I just think when he says he knew where
Because you're looking at the curse. Right? I'm trying to put it in the context of a father, right? Say if you're giving out inheritance or duties and responsibilities and things of that nature. If I'm there, bro, I want to be mentioned, right? No matter what in wet phrasing, right? I want the curse. It can be the God he mentioned, like the Shem, or it can be mentioned the spreading of the tents, the enlarging, right? I want to be mentioned. He didn't say anything about Ham. He didn't acknowledge Ham. Did he?
Well, he did. He said, here, listen to me. It says, all right. So Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done to him. Because I think Canaan was the son of Ham, wasn't he?
Open my fucking goodness.
What?
Fucked up, bro. His father just left him out. His father left him out. That's what I'm telling you. Even the curse matters to God, bro. That's why it tells us our Lord became a curse for us. We don't want you understanding this.
I don't know, man. I just, that's all I'm saying is I believe because
you're not the order of Melchizedek, sir.
Martin, do you understand what Taz is trying to say?
No, I'm not really understanding.
Okay, so he's basically saying the curse is directed towards Canaan, right? And the one who did what he did was Ham. So he's asking, why is he not mentioned, right? He did not receive any blessing, nor did he receive any curse, when that is actually relevant. You understand?
Well, I do. So you understand that Ham's sons, I don't think they were born yet, were they? I mean, it was Ham he was talking to. Because it was his three sons, so he can't be talking. Canaan wasn't even alive yet, right? I mean, or he was, irrelevant. The three sons, were Japheth, Ham, and Shem. It was Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Yeah, fam. They didn't have wives back then. They didn't have Jade back then. It was only wives. Get that.
Canaan did exist, unless he wouldn't be talking about it.
Was the father of Canaan. These were the sons of Noah, Ham, Japheth, and Ham. Or Shem, Japheth, and Ham were the sons of Noah. And then,
but how would he know, right? I mean, I'm talking logically, right? Because he's talking about Canaan. So how can he talk about Canaan? How would he know the name?
well,
Not existing. Correct me, Samuel. Because
I guess you're right there, but he was. So Ham was the father of Canaan. So he was talking about his descendants, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a descendants. You understand? Anybody who's descended from Ham was the father of Canaan, and so he's basically talking about Ham's descendants. Okay, but anybody descended from Ham. That's where people get that from. I'm not the only one, and I mean, they
Hold on, but he calls Canaan, right? A brethren. He calls him a brother of Shem and Japheth. He says that he shall serve them, right?
Cursed be Canaan, a servant. It shall be to his brethren, basically a servant of servants. You understand? Like, anybody descended from Ham, yeah. So
They don't make sense, bro. They don't make sense. You saying don't exist, but he's getting cursed.
Supposed to be his servants. He's just using the Bible to justify that.
all I'm saying
Yeah,
is,
he trying to make sense. Canaan is not in the priesthood, King.
Canaan
Canaan is not in the household. I'm sorry to tell you, but Canaan is explicitly said, but you're trying to say that they are cursed to be slaves. And to justify America's slavery of so-called African Americans. That's not true, bro.
slaves, but for fuck's sake, look at Africa, dude. You got by and large, Africa. Let me
Africa got a long history on civilization
by and
development.
large, you guys are not fucking economically. It's the poorest continent.
OMG. Colonize, bro. If you don't stop.
Dude, really though.
This is what y'all look. You'll say black people ain't intelligent, but black people are better than America.
Doing shit.
Bro, you're a hypocrite, King. I can't listen to that.
Okay, but oh yeah, Africa's doing so well. Africa's doing so well. Okay, where's Africa doing well? Where's it doing well at? Where's it doing well? Oh, you can't answer that.
I've actually, I'm trying to get, what are you comparing? Development in, like, where you live? Development, like, in,
Infrastructure, bridges, like actually being like a world economy. I want you to answer me this. What African nation is at least on the top 10 list? Let me finish, motherfucker. Let me ask you this. There's a list of top 10 countries for GDP for performance. What country from Africa is on that list? Did I answer what?
Let me ask you, because
You can't answer it?
let me ask you, right?
So what's if you're not going to answer? Why am I talking to you if you're not going to answer? If you're not going to at least...
What does roles and things have to do with anything?
I'm asking you, come on, man, are you
Talking
actually...
to a fucking applicant. You're not talking to a fucking applicant. You're talking to an American.
Doesn't
But I
matter.
don't even understand what does roles and like infrastructure have to play with anything.
That is a huge amount. What do any African countries have like a space program or a fucking, are they performing on the world stage that is at any level, even the top 20? What country from Africa is doing well? Because honestly, that continent of Africa is the poorest fucking place in the world.
Look, bro. This is what I want to say. This is the arrogance of Americans you're speaking. Okay. Yeah, this is the arrogance of America speaking because...
I'm just saying, Kitover, what you just said. Do you even know how many countries are in Africa? do you even know what kind or what type of resources that continent holds?
And they don't have any development in those. But you're just proving my point. They don't have the ability to fucking even develop it.
Right.
Right.
That's what I mean, right? Hold on. Yeah, that's it.
These countries vary by metrics, but the top contenders include Seychelles, Mauritius, and Gabon for GDP per capita, showing high individual wealth.
What are they ranked?
South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, Algeria leading overall economic size, nominal GDP with diversified or resource-based economies. And nations like DR, Congo, and Angola are exceptionally rich in natural resources, guiding their economy.
Proving my point, they're not. What are they doing on the world stage? Are they even in the top 10?
Because you moving too fast.
No, I'm not. You're not answering my question. You're not answering my simple question. When I say, I've asked you this 4 times, guys. What country? What country? Why do I gotta keep on? If you want to even ask me questions, you guys gotta at least answer me. You have to at least answer.
I'm not listening.
Yeah,
I'm asking you.
because it's not about the base. Right? I'm trying to get you. You want me to answer a question I don't even believe it's true. Right? Just because you got roads and infrastructure and all this, doesn't make you great, bro. Right? America itself was built by the world. You do know this, right, man?
Alright, guys, I can't do this. I can't have.
Exactly.
No, you can't.
Right, that's why you're kicking out, and that's why we're kicking out immigrants now, huh?
You can't even answer. You can't rumble. You can't even answer a question.
I asked you your question, and you did not accept it.
No. You listed what they were doing like regionally. You didn't list any country in Africa that was even in the top, anywhere on the top 10 list. You just skirted around that.
Because Africa haven't been invested in like the world invested in and built up America, bro. America has been able to reap the benefits of the resources of Africa and damn near every other nation on earth. But and you sit here making it a flex, but I'm telling you, we haven't returned the favor. We haven't turned around and built up Africa in return. We gave to Africa resources and wealth. You just rip from it, bro, and colonize it, and keep the people from actually coming together. What's that separation for, bro?
Wow. Well,
and while my ass, you don't want to speak about the truth of history, bro. You don't want to stand where we at now and be like, yeah, we did all this. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry not fracking. I'm gonna eat my food.
Oh yeah, I knew. I was thinking burgers for. Got me some burger bun, some onion burger bun with poppy seeds.
Sounds decent.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna hook it up. I'll fix it on now. Yeah, I'm gonna make up free fries. Man.
This guy wanna go to Cane's Chicken. Since we talked about Cane's tonight, they need to be on Cane's.
I can understand you were really muffled, honey.
With the top down, since we talked about Cane tonight, it makes me, I'm gonna get some Cane's Chicken. And then you want Cane's Chicken. Yeah, that's right.
Raising Cane's Chicken?
Yeah. They ain't ready yet.
They do that, and they ain't got one around me, and I be mad.
Me too, bro. Don't feel bad. Ain't no raising kids near me. piece of birthday cake.
Oh, what happened? He did leave.
Yeah, he threw a white person rant and then left.
See, this is terrible. To be quite honest, I just feel sorry. I don't understand how you guys can have such people residing with you in one country, right? I mean, they are kind of embedded to the culture and everything. So how is it that they can have such a poor opinion towards black people? I don't get it. Like, seriously, it's so pathetic and absurd. I can't even grasp it. If he was someone living in Germany or someone else, but you can't be living with black people in one country and that is how you're structured and that's how your system functions. It's horrible. Listen, all of you should know that.
Yeah, it's a part of the white supremacy, that power dynamic between black and white. I be trying to bring that up. Like, it's actually a social construct that they created. Like, that's why truth matters to me. I don't just want the blanketed term that I had to classify myself, right? Especially if I consider myself a free man, you're just not gonna lay in the damn color and tell you that's what it is. You lying to me. That's why I ultimately want out. I want to opt out.
Yeah. And even moving away from the distinctions or the unifying he was trying to do, but just the way he speaks, you can already see where he's classifying black people, or as you guys will say, you people. You know what I mean? He has already categorized himself as so superior that it's crazy to listen to him. I'm disgusted.
I was trying to bring up the black inventors, all the black inventors that actually because I would say that white people are really good at creating like destructive things, bombs and guns and ammunition and things. But like when it comes to actually life, like stoves and refrigerators and things that actually came from like a black source. People don't know this stuff.
No, they don't.
Oh yeah, bro.
Wanted to have a conversation with such a person. Oh, sorry. Go on, JR. I didn't hear you. You're quite loud.
Nah, go ahead. All I wanted to say is they be hijacking. That's it. Just go ahead.
It doesn't matter even having that conversation with him, because what kind of person would say that about South Africa? I mean, I get that he's talking about the power structure or maybe the political structure, but we know that all materials, all minerals, every goods that you can imagine, even the reason why you're using this phone right now is because of Africa. You know what I mean? When it comes to mathematics, engineering, philosophical, arts, dance, you can go further and further and further. But I mean, why would you even try and justify it to such a person? Because when you make such a statement, I expect that you know what you're talking about, because everyone knows what they're speaking about. There is no way you can talk about Africa as a continent, especially in regards of its resources that bears up the whole world, not only one country, like it contributes literally to the whole.
I brought up that point and he kind of like ignored it. That's why I say America actually reaped the benefit from the resources in Africa. The world invested in America to build America up and came over and developed and gave its peoples. You know what I mean? And the world gave its people to America. So you can't sit here and say this like white man was sitting here picking the cotton and building a machine. Nah, you just sit on your butt, being the head honcho, right? Hey, you get over there and do that. You know what I mean? The kind of being like, I'm the one who put things in order. I made you do this and you do this. This is why we got it type of scenario.
Whereas, it don't matter what the black man creates, what he invents, because it always gets whitewashed. The white man always steal it from him. I'll give you a prime example. Eli Whitney was a black man. He invented the cotton gin. And you look at history now, he's a fucking white man. They done took the cotton gin away from black folks as well. That is who he is.
No, I thought he was white, man.
No,
No, he was black.
No. I did a book report in school. I had to draw his face, and I did a whole report on him. And I still remember what he looks like. And he was a black man. And now they're attributing to a white man.
Yeah, it's because the power is unfortunately with the white people. Hence why a lot of historical facts, even if it's you have to align it all to the victory goes to the black man. You're not going to see that because it's rewritten. Even in the education system, you don't learn about the empires of black people. You don't learn about their invention. You don't learn about the good historical figures. You don't do that because they don't want to give you an idea that actually identifies with who you are. Even the early church fathers that were actually black, you don't know that. People think that religion even itself was, forced from the white man towards the black people. That's stupid. You know what I mean? But that's the narrative that was given to us, and that is what we follow because no one digs deep enough in order to know that. It's not common knowledge. It's something that you really have to sit down and find out.
Christianity existed in Africa before slavery.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like the Bible was formed. I'm sorry, honey.
No, I'm not.
The Bible was for. I'm sorry. The Septuagint was formed in that's the first compilation of the Old Testament. It was formed in Africa.
Everybody's version of the Bible. You don't told or if you don't use it.
And I know this might sound a little racist, right? But certain things can't really be killed. Even certain auras, certain energies. There is a reason why the most people are copying a specific type of person. Because even if you try to strip people naked of their culture and actually of their things, energy never lies, And you can see the most people who they try to mimic or how they try to look or how they try to be, just certain auras and certain energies are just there, and we don't even need to argue about that because it's obvious, members don't know.
It's a national thing, like being your national pride. You know how people get up and they say a pledge of allegiance, and if they don't see you stand up, and they kind of calculate when you take the knee, if they why they'll let you, you know what I mean? Because that's like their religion, that's their. That's what God has given us, right? That's kind of how they see it. And if you're going to go against that, then something must be wrong with you. Y'all know about Colin Kaepernick? That was my dude. Even though I feel like he fell off at the end, they probably shut him up, you know what I mean? But he was all right. We got the point where we just make it to the sound like.
It used to kneel down. I think he was a basketball player. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, he was a football player.
You talking about Colin Kaepernick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, well, they fucked his whole career up.
Whole career. Ain't never played again.
And that's sad too, because he got the what was it, 49ers, he got through to the playoffs. They took him out, put the white boy in, but he still got him there though.
But some people were supporting him, no? Some people were doing that after he started it, right?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be one of them. I have not watched football. I have not watched football about 8-9 seasons, as long as he's not been in the NFL.
I started watching around that time. I ain't watched football in years, bro. I still keep up with my basketball and my wrestling, but
same thing with my soccer, my basketball, and my mixed martial arts. Hell yeah.
I know you guys don't like to hear it, but you all have to gather up and leave America.
It's they hook like a drug, man. It's like it'll be like Pharaoh in Egypt and Israel. It's like you ain't going nowhere.
I ain't going nowhere right now.
I'm just saying that, they don't deserve you guys. Why would you contribute to anything into that society?
I mean, I thought about leaving, but shit, ain't much too many places safe for me, so shit.
Yeah.
Ain't too many places safe.
For sure.
What you mean?
I mean, the places that I would want to go, let me say that properly, the places that I would want to go, for God's sake.
I actually think like Americans should try to get together themselves and heal the world. Like, don't care. I think we should actually find those who care and want to heal and then proceed. I don't think we need all this stuff we have around us because it's actually on our hindrance to being developed. We can't develop in this way. They keep us in the arrested development anyway, right? The world has become subject to this atrocity. So we actually got to separate from all of these world systems, bro, and like build another house. We got to build another house, bro. That's the way I see it. I look at it like people talk about capitalism and business and stuff, but now economy is the house, how you run a household. Because you take care of your people. You're not trying to just maximize profit. You're not just trying to get all you can, right? You're trying. The first thing is to take care of those who need to be taken care of. Everybody contribute what they can. You know what I mean? Just like a household, but we see it like everybody got to motherfucking pay. And a lot of people don't even contribute, but they become these wealthy moguls that we pedestalize. They become our fathers and influence the people who lead us into whatever. You know what I mean? Like now we see that they doing wrong. Why can't we come together and be like, all right, man, we gotta do something else because they don't feel off. They don't care for the people no more. The people, like that's what like the Bible is talking about it. Right? Jesus said, quote, mourn when I'm not here because he out ahead. I'm here with you, yeah, you're rejoicing. But when I'm gone, guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna be mourning. Because you ain't gonna have that true head. You're gonna be following whatever the fuck. So yeah. It's the people fault really. We're not as accountable as those that are actually leading the straight on. That's the difference. Americans that voted Trump in. You know what I mean? Now you gotta face consequences or do something about it.
Hell yeah. The Republicans, they wanted them in so bad. They never could have tasted it. And guess what? He fucking up again.
Actually, trying to form like a system like that, a household structure that can function as a civilization where I'm not, you're not taxing, you wouldn't tax the people in your house. You know what I mean? So everyone would contribute what they could to get what needed to be done, right? If the floor needed to be swept, you sweep, you capable of sweeping the floor, you sweep the damn floor. Nobody shouldn't have to force you to do anything, right? If you a cook, you would love to cook. See, it's my passion, cook. I love serving people, bro. Right? And to see the satisfaction that it gives them, it gives me satisfaction. Know that I please them. Right? And that's my first thing, not because I'm making money, bro. I learned to love my job. And that's what we gotta learn, love to help one another. right? If an old lady crossing the street, whatever you doing, learn how to stop and be like, hey, come on, sweetheart, yeah, the traffic a little heavy out here. You know what I mean? You got to develop that heart again, man, because it's cold out here, bro. It's cold out here. Go ahead.
It's hard to do that when people, like you said, it's cold out here. Like if I went to go help a lady across the street, she's with her arm away from me, say, I got it, freak ass motherfucker. Or maybe I try to help a woman in distress. I could get jumped. I can get jumped by the woman and the dude that was attacking her. So like, you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to, you know what I mean, show nicety to people.
You gotta get out of that mindset though. You just gotta dive in, take a chance. You know, I do it all the time. I get moved on quite often. But you know what? At least I tried. At least I tried. You know?
Yeah, but putting myself at risk, putting me at risk to possibly be arrested or beat the fuck up or even killed, I'd rather just walk away from the situation. They got it.
An old lady's not gonna get you killed. Come on now.
You never the fuck know. You never the fuck know.
I think it's pride. I think we humans are very prideful because even talking about helping someone, I think we need to change the perspective, you know. It's like a right, you know, what I have or how I am living, you know, like wholesome with dignity. I think that belongs to everyone, you know, and if everyone would have that mindset, we wouldn't be having these problems, but we have a lot of pride.
You know what I do in love, right? And when people meet me in person, they really see that in my eyes. And when I smile, I really smile. You know, if I'm sad, I wear it on my face. I mean, you always know, you can tell my emotions. So, yeah, hope that makes sense.
Or maybe learn to look at everyone else as you look at yourself, you know? As in, I don't even know how to say it, but you know what I mean? As in, you know, everyone deserves the same. Everyone deserves dignity. You know, even if you see like a poor person, don't look at him as a poor person. He's a creature of God, you know? He was made. He has the same things you have. So this looking down at people or thinking you're better than anyone else, this is what leads us to these things that we're having right now, you know. Or even someone who's abusing their power, or even someone who's ignorant, or even someone who's looking down at you, you know. You just have to understand that he's not whole, you know. He's not love. He's not spreading what he's supposed to do. So just look at him like someone who's ill, you know, and maybe you can be the solution towards that.
You know, I never let the world.
No, I was just going to say the way I was raised to treat everybody good, you know, treat everybody well, because you could be easily irritated and it goes on away, you know?
Because you are everyone, right? Maybe once upon a time you were that poor person. Maybe once upon a time you were that prideful person. You know, maybe once upon a time you used to think you're better than everyone else. At the end of the day, you know, no one is better, more or less than the other one.
You know, I've been on prison camps.
All I'm saying is I'm apprehensive on helping. Just apprehensive.
I'm not even wealthy, but I pull money out of my pocketbook. I've done it for many years. And I don't think I look back, and I don't think twice about it. I don't hesitate when somebody needs my help. And it may not be much, but you know, there's some people I've never met before. You know, people I've just talked to. I thought I met you guys. Everything with the Lord watched me and said, help them, help.
And I have too, but you know what I mean.
I know there's people out there hustling too. I've been hustling.
No,
That's what I'm not trying to do. I'm not trying to get hustled. I'd rather, like, I giving the dope fiend $10 and say, hey, I just need to hit one time. There you go. You know what I mean? At least you were honest on your intent with that money. You know what I mean? But at the same time, motherfuckers are not honest with their intent with the money. They'll tell you, oh, I need gas, but really, they really went to go get high.
Yeah. But that's what people are suicidal. I helped them out, and I didn't even know they were suicidal. And they came back and told me some months later, you know, I was about to take my life, and somebody like you came along with it was pretty hard and changed my mind. You know, just by speaking on my life experience, it changed their mindset. You know, see, but that's a lesson. I'm here to God in the sewer. People don't need to turn me like I'm crazy.
You just gotta really get hard about you. And I let the world take my heart.
Yeah, and I don't blame you. Because I can. Well, just like I said, you know, it's not just cold out here, it's freezing. Yeah, this one's cold.
Boy, the jacket just won't do it, I'm telling you.
Thank you. Yeah. You know, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff out here that's not right. And all we do is sit around and bitch about it, you know, from our phones and our electronics and technology. But what truly are we doing to change things? That's what I keep asking, you know?
I mean, I remember when I was younger, we had a lot of the community, the whole community would kick in. You know what I mean? So, like, if you needed something, the community would look after it. And we had churches also that had pantries too. So there was, you know what I mean? There was resources around us, but it seems like the resources are drying up.
Yeah. And I don't know if that's by design or if it's really true the fact that they are doing that.
It's either that or half the people don't know about the resources.
Yeah, Trump cut a lot of stuff back and off. Like, you cut back on a lot of things. Like, a lot of people don't get as many, with his food stamps, housing went down, like, you know, hood. They went down, like, a lot of stuff has been really limited to certain food.
And taken from everybody. You know, I hate that. I just hate that. I mean, how are you going to go and tell a single mother who's already known great housing and loved her whole life that she's fixing to get cut off and everything? I mean, what a shock. You know? Damn. That bothers me.
That's the unfortunate truth, though, that a lot of people are going to be facing, you know what I mean, cold winters.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, a lot of people don't have family to fall back on. They don't have anybody. They're like me, you know, if I were to do it, I had a house, if I were to get put out right now, I'd be screwed. I don't have nobody I can count on, except for my husband.
Yeah, that will cause a lot of other things too, like crime is gonna rise, death, murder, a lot of things like, yeah.
Right? So that's what I say, you know, people, you know, want to laugh in my face when I tell them, you know, are you truly prepared? If you live in your city, we have to here in EMF, lights go out, what are you going to do to take care of your family? Because within 7 days, civilized people turn into wild animals, feeding their hungry children.
Shit, in some cases, even quicker. You go ahead and cut them lights off and cut off all those resources. I gave it 3 hours. The people be tearing each other apart.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I always look out for culture.
Wasn't that a Twilight Zone episode
What?
where they turned off the lights and shit, and people started like going just tearing each other apart? It was terrible.
I don't remember that one. I watched Twilight Zone and Outer Limits. Yeah. I watched all those shows. I don't remember that one. Maybe it was on purpose. I don't know. Yeah.
Sound like the Purge.
Now that show, you know, that movie made me cry. In my spirit, I thought that was so fucking wicked. I literally cried.
I mean, it was some wicked shit though. They was gay boys together.
That very
I
first
can actually see. I'm sorry. I can actually see. Like a Hunger Game type scenarios because they already do it in a soft way, right? They filter out the athletic and make them entertaining for sports and boxing and basketball, things of that nature. The smart people, they filter out and place them in places like scientists and teachers and things of that nature. So they already do it in a type of soft way.
Yep, they absolutely do, because that's where boxing and mixed martial arts come from. Basically, gladiators, they just kept it man on man and no more fight beasts and big ass dogs and shit.
Don't get me wrong, I do believe in competition and stuff, but they use it as kind of like the same way the Romans use it, right? It was you're not entertaining to keep the people from actually seeing what we're doing. And as long as we keep it in a state of it being entertained and they keep them docile enough to what we can do what we want to do.
The old squad of hand trick.
back in 2012, a group of us were all talking, and we were all discussing how we would be surprised what if they started doing, off with their death by guillotine, the first of believers, and they had that shit televised like pay-per-view. I mean, look, all the white folks gathered around to watch a picnic now, didn't they? Why wouldn't they watch the happening? Yeah. And evil.
Personally, I blame a lot of the leaders.
Yeah, well, the leaders are the ones who started, and the people, that they forced to go that way, so they act one way, and it becomes normal, Nothing normal about this deal today. Nothing.
That, and you can, I remember when I was a kid, I used to love watching, the Grammys and the Emmys, and, those award shows. I can't even watch it now, because I see the ritual right in my face. You gonna do the ritual, and I see you doing everything you need for the ritual right now. Nah, dude, click. I'm good. You got it.
Yeah. And then while they're doing the ritual, they're basically making the face. It's just wicked. So wicked. So many people don't see it, and when you point it out to them, they're a conspiracy theorist.
Nah, you just blind as hell. This is what that is. I'm sorry.
World ain't no joke. There's a wrong power, folks. those kind of wokes, way different.
Excuse me.
The true woke. Not that woke they be pushing now.
Yeah. I don't know. What's surprising, I mean, there have been that many people on here today. Just wondering what everybody's doing.
Probably just chilling. You know how it is. Sunday usually slow.
Yeah. I had to get out and go to the store because I don't like the idea of being kicked out of the property when I've been living there 20 years paying on it. Excuse me. Now I got to drive the store.
You guys sound so awake. What time is it? Oh, do you alright?
It's 5:30 in the afternoon.
6:24.
That's early.
For my birthday, my wife bought me this book. It's called Shakedown, Exposing the Real Jesse Jackson. I can't wait to read this motherfucker.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. It was yesterday, but thank you. But we all know how messy Jesse really is, though. Jesse has manipulated the public and painted a false portrait for himself for the moment. He burst onto the national scene in 1968. Then he lied about cradling the dying Martin Luther King Jr. in his arms. Then his dishonesty has been led up since. Over the years, Jackson has graduated from street hustling to prematurely adopting the religious title Reverend to using his privileges as special presidential envoy. Today he leads his racism with witch hunt through corporate America, bilking frightened CEOs of money. Through it all, Jesse has used the same basic techniques of intimidation, coercion, and protection, refined by his association with Chicago's most brutal street gang. Damn. Messy Jesse.
just said it, I was there. I ain't know.
Yeah, I'm still with you. But I'm waiting for it to take a while. Was it so loud?
Shit. Really, I'm just smoking and reading my book about Messy Jesse Jackson. Messy Jesse Jackson. He said that 5 times, son.
Doing everything else but sending that motherfucker. I'm trying to get in on our gosh. I need that bitch before I go.
To bring vengeance upon the evil, and to lead the righteous to salvation.
Lost. Always built in the life of the lady, watching that bullshit.
God's words.
Everything weird, you observing this, bro. You know, some bullshit. Hey, Jayla. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he will, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve at your will, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and love as he will. Man where and with whom he will. Man has a right to kill those who will thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Trader Putarago, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he
as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your filling with love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law. And the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall save me. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, master Theory, Freda Putter, Albo, Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your filling with of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law. And the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say. In 6 months you're not gonna know yourself. There is no God but man. The rights of man, master theory and Freda Putter, Albo, Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. Bima. What up, Bima? What up, Steve?
What's going on? What are you doing?
I'm doing yoga. You want to do yoga on YouTube Live?
Isn't that like a contradiction? Like, what is it called? An
No.
oxymoron?
No, I do yoga actually when I listen to people on Clubhouse. There would be no way that I could possibly listen to it without my head exploding.
That's an interesting way to stay calm as listening to people now.
There you go. Link is above. You can watch me doing yoga.
I have a different technique for the same effect. I use alcohol.
Christ principles. Have you read the Thomas Jefferson Bible?
No, I have a book by Thomas Jefferson, but it's just with his writings, which is very interesting.
Yeah, not political. It's Christ. It's just basically like.
It takes out all the miracles or something.
No, just all of Christ's words written in red in the Bible is just kind of like extracted. Just compiled. Bible story. John, have you read Tolstoy?
No.
Okay.
Which Tolstoy?
Leo?
No. In which book?
The kingdom of God is within you?
No. Are you? I was going to say. I assume you're religious.
I was born, raised Catholic. I gave everything up. I kind of went atheist for a little bit, and then philosophy will do that to you. And then I started right, and then agnostic, and now I'm in my late 30s. I'm going to be 40 this year. And life experience brought me full circle. And I understand it differently. But I understand it now as a truth. It's interesting. I can't explain it. But I'm trying to make sense of the things that I found to be most important. And I'm trying to find something because, like the churches, I've never been able to find peace in any of them.
That's because they're all power-based. Every church I've ever studied or experienced has always been, it's like a total pull, and it's not about the God at the top, it's about how high you can get up that crazy pole for yourself rather than as part of the religion. That's why I find the churches and organized religion in general.
I'm not sure if that's it. I mean, I definitely see how.
Oh, sorry, I'll be back.
Yeah, that's okay. Some churches, I think, there are others though that pride themselves on just understand. It's the type of mentality that maybe it's because we're not perfect and we've come together as imperfect people and we're trying. Maybe that might be it, which I'm sensing, and maybe my frustration in the sins of humanity. Maybe it's hypocrisy. Maybe I'm just maybe I'm not even. I don't know. That's interesting. I'm just exploring my own mind right now.
You know what's interesting is a very interesting question is, because I engage in so much political communication, is to ask someone, what is the equation for profit? Do you know? It's just revenue minus cost of goods sold equals your net profit. So a lot of people.
Okay, when you said profit, I'm thinking PROPGT.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting how they're kind
was
of.
Was that a play on words? Was that
No.
intentional, or are you talking about PROFIT?
Yeah, PROFIT, meaning that economic philosophy is really how do you run a pizza shop and how much money do you make that year, meaning that governance should have the same fundamental principles of running a business. And so it's just interesting to ask people in politics, what's your economic philosophy? Because if you ask them, what is inflation? What's inflation reduction? What's affordability? They can't actually say, well, Congress and the Federal Reserve are inflating the money supply every year at 2.3 trillion or more. So that's not a real business. That's just borrowing for a pre-existing business. Anyways, we have a huge mortgage in this country. It's 140 trillion that costs us 1.2 trillion a year in interest, and we're still spending 7 trillion. So you have to look at this whole, country of America as one giant mathematical equation, which is really nothing more than, actuarial science and accounting. But it's really just a field of study because it's like a civilizational empire. So I'm just saying that no matter how many political conversations you have, eventually you have to ask somebody, how do you run a business and how do you equate a profit? And if they can't answer those questions, you're not dealing with somebody of rational common sense. They're just highly argumentative and hyper political. It's my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I think so. This is interesting because now we're going to get into, what is it? It's not called financial theory, and I'm not talking about MMT, but I'm talking about like the philosophy of money. Do you think that people have higher morals if they're willing to put off a full payment for a service that they've provided for profit? Like, do you think that the loaning, right? Because if you start from like the core, we started to exchange. It was first we traded, and it was product for product, right? Or service for whatever service. So there was some sort of value exchange that was just equal, and we were okay with that trade. But then we decided that my one sheep isn't going to be a fair exchange for a dozen eggs. So we created a credit-based system. And do you think that if at the moment I only have a sheep and you have, eggs, and I want a dozen eggs or I need eggs, and I say, well, you know what, I'm gonna, sell and process my sheep in, 3 weeks when it reaches a age, and I can pay you the difference of what I owe you for your service of eggs. Do you think that that is a more moral system or a less moral system? And then, don't you think that that's generally a net? Do you think that credit is a bad thing? Because I don't think that credit is a bad thing if it doesn't get out of hand, right? The borrowing, I think, started from a good place, but then it got out of hand. So where is that precarious edge of a good system of trust and borrowing? The products become bigger, the loans become larger. Where does it become immoral? Where does it become bad?
Well, it's moral hazard. Like, for example, that bank that went under, I think, like 2 years ago. It was called Silicon Valley Bank. I think the assets were like 100 billion. The Federal Reserve stepped in and even superseded the FDIC limitations, to make people whole. They like made the whole thing whole. They took the whole thing out. So the Federal Reserve is the backdrop, or in America is the foreground, meaning that it's too big to fail because it's civilizational, and there's 4 major central banks, 5 major central banks, 6, 7, and then they all work at the World Bank. So it is a global community of banks and banking empires, banking families, and it's one giant system of debt, of credit, of taxation, of borrowing, of spending, of budgets. And the status quo is the status quo.
How is money created in the U.S.?
It's created through debt. Every paper dollar is technically a debt instrument. It says it right on it. This is an instrument of debt, payable, to all public and private debts. And then there are some U.S. currency that says this is only payable for public debt, or some of it says it's only for private debt, like throughout the history of the Federal Reserve and public banking. So you could spend a lot of time just studying banking, like the history of banking. You could spend a lot of time just studying the history of the Federal Reserve because it's so huge. They have offices all around the world. The U.S. Treasury window, the Federal Reserve window. Like, you're not in banking, but there are people that I have friends that work for the Federal Reserve. That I went to high school with. They got out of private wealth management and in the insurance industry and went to go work as an economist and an analyst with the Federal Reserve. It's a career. It's considered an academic career, but it's just a communication scam. So it is a method of extracting wealth from the people continually and constantly. Technically, that 4% rate they want to hit, that inflation rate, is technically the additional tax every year on your net worth. So whatever your adjusted gross income is, just take another 4% off because it's being taxed. Divide that by 365, and that's how much you're paying every day just to exist with the Federal Reserve in your life. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
So, do you support a gold-backed system, or do you support fiat? Are you MMT? What is your money philosophy? How would we fix? Because obviously, if we stop borrowing with the current system that we have, it'll totally collapse the moment we stop borrowing. So we're in a catch-22 where it's impossible for us to stop borrowing. So what is your philosophy to that approach? What do you think is the better avenue, and could we fix it from here? What would it take?
Well, I'm in agreement with Peter Schiff that we should take a poison pill and have multiple years of austerity and reclamation and repair, and a transformation into a non-privatized Federal Reserve, which is separate from governance with no oversight. So we would essentially dissolve the Federal Reserve and open up a new Treasury window, and it would be managed by the United States Treasury, which is oversighted by we the people and our elected representatives. And we would dissolve the Federal Reserve Act of 1913.
So you think that government getting control, you think that there's going to be a better outcome if the government controls the money?
Yeah, more transparency. They have secret closed-door meetings.
Isn't that what the government does now? Secret closed-door meetings?
No, it's all on the record. It's all recorded.
Sure they do.
No, it's not. It's all recorded. The registrar, the ledger, the HR acts, it's all on record. Those are spending bills. But at the Federal Reserve, Chairman Powell corrected a journalist and said, we don't give Congress fiscal advice, and we don't want monetary advice. So don't call or even tell us what your monetary advice policy is. They operate in the shadows, and they should be dissolved. They have a special charter. It's the 1913 Federal Reserve Act. So until we can essentially bust the Federal Reserve, and this is what Trump is doing because he's bringing in Powell on criminal charges so he can replace him. Because if we were to lower the rate to 1%, it would spike the system so much. It would be a huge economic boom. So the question to you is, would you rather have more now, or would you rather be patient and over 20 years have what they give you? It's up to you to choose, if you could choose, but you can't choose. You buy out the reserve, meaning that all the Federal Reserve employees and all of their liabilities become U.S. liabilities and U.S. federal employees on a GSA system. You would consolidate, collapse, integrate, and merge, and acquire the Federal Reserve through the U.S. federal government. The Federal Reserve's autonomy and chairmanship, which is its own private banking confederation or Congress, would be dissolved. You have to look at the 1913 Act, and then you have to go to the Federal Reserve website, look at the history portion, look at their charter, look at their mandates, look at their objectives, and you have to say, okay, well, we will be assuming all of that through the United States Treasury, and henceforth, this is like, you can go to Grok and say, hey, draft an act to defund the Federal Reserve and merge and acquire it into the Treasury, and it'll write it up for you. Like this, we're not talking about something which other people at very high levels have not discussed. And,
I'm just right, but I'm just still confused why you think that putting that power in the hands of government is going to fix anything when all it's going to do is to create another schism, but this time it's going to have to do with our monetary system, and it's going to be so unstable because whoever gets into power, whoever has the biggest gain to make their vote, to push whatever preference at the time. And I mean, like, this is just gonna be at the whim, a constant back and forth. And I mean, I don't see how that could be.
Because the schism was in 1913. We live in a completely unnatural economic system. We have wars nonstop because we're able to inflate the money supply to fund the wars. We have currency bubbles, we have stock market bubbles, real estate bubbles. We have all kinds of problems that arise because of this unnatural schism, which is the Federal Reserve. It is a global octopus.
Unnatural schism. No. Listen, I agree that they're. But the schism that I'm talking about is the philosophy of a group of people, right, coming together that are completely at odds. You have half the country. Like, look at the top 10 issues of Republicans and then the top 10 issues of Democrats. Do you realize that they're at complete and exact odds? And everything, with everything. You look at the economy, Republicans want to deregulate, tax cuts, tighter, lower the spending, right? What do the Democrats want to do? They want to do more safety nets, more social programs, wage growth, unions, all of this type of stuff. Look at what's going on right now with immigration. It's a complete opposite. Republicans want, this is immigration is a crisis. We need to enforce this. Build the wall, get everybody out. Democrats are, just sort of lackadaisical about it. Do the proper channels. Government spending completely separate, different opposites. Cut spending with one, other one wants it. You think that you're going to find a consensus that's going to create a stable, that just doesn't, I agree with get rid of the Federal Reserve, but I don't see how putting that power out of the government's going to, it's just crazy. It's worse than what we have now.
I know, but it's really, you got to understand, the Federal Reserve,
You understand that it's
hold on.
Point
of order, moderator. The Federal Reserve is actually just a secondary IRS system which taxes we the people. So let's try to reframe, collect ourselves, and just know that across from every IRS is a Federal Reserve. They mirror each other because they are both just taxing authorities. One comes from the banking industry, one comes from the governance. So I rest my case. This is Congressman.
I agree with Federal Reserve and the Fed, but there's more things that I just, don't you see that our country, we're in a complete break. We're at the point, there has to be some sort of pull together. I love this country so much and I hate criticizing it all the time. But we have people on complete opposite sides of the spectrum that have now grown to hate each other so much that even when there's a circumstance that should be bridging the two, they can't even be intellectually honest enough to admit it because it's a threat. Because if they admit that one side or the other side is right in any one particular case, they run the risk of that then new politician running on that then whatever issue gaining traction for the next election and then having it affect all of the other issues because they're all interconnected. I mean, this is, I don't see, I don't know. I mean, don't you think, like, for this immigration thing, this situation with this woman, I think that ICE has been, I mean, when was ICE created? It had to have been, I know it was around in 2007, 2008 during Obama. So I know it's been around for a while. So you have something like ICE, okay? People thinking that this is just a Trump thing, right? Which it isn't. ICE has been around forever. Well, not forever, at least the past 20 years. And you have Gestapo running through the streets asking people based on their race whether they're, I mean, violations of due process, complete suspension of habeas corpus. These people are being held. They can't petition. They can't, I mean, people who have fought for the country, for the United States being shipped out to countries, I mean, crazy stuff. And we can't, as a people, come together on that. I haven't seen one honest conservative. Normally it's the liberals who I find to be overly dishonest because they're just so emotional they can't articulate what they're feeling and their frustration. They just feel that there's a wrong, they get too emotive. But now it's like the conservatives too. And they're just like, these pink-haired, long armpit-haired, pink nose ring loving hippies, Karens are getting involved where they shouldn't be. Like, what conservative do you know says that? I mean, a true conservative, like, I'm talking like, we're talking civil disobedience is, what did Thomas Jefferson, speaking of which, did he not teach us anything? I mean, I don't know. I don't, there has to be a bridge, and it's going to take some severe crisis that's going to have to pull everybody together and reestablish our next moves because we can't.
Okay, Beema, you want to do a little meditation here with me? Let me teach you something. It's called the 10-step breath. Do you know how it works?
The 10-step breath, is it like box breathing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like box breathing.
So this is the way I do it. I do 10 hyper breaths, or you call them fire breaths. And then I hold it for 10 seconds.
That's one off.
And then I let it go. Then I relax for 10 seconds. And then I say, stop thinking and your problems. And I'm telling you, it works. When you say it, or somebody says it to you, I can turn off my thinking. I am in control of my thinking, not the other way around. So this is the value of meditation.
It's almost like a tuner version of Wim Hof session. I like it. Doesn't quite do the job I understand, but it's good and fast. What is it called? Immediate satisfaction? No. I was thinking gratitude. Sorry. What is it called when you wait a long satisfaction. Delayed gratification. That's it. It's the opposite of that. You should look up women health. Are you familiar with women health? You could get high off of his method. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, I've seen the documentary on him.
But you have to fill your lungs. It takes a little bit longer. You want to be laying down or sitting down because sometimes you pass out. But you have to fill your lungs. After you fill your lungs, as much as you can, take even deeper breaths and push out the lungs from the back. Most of the time, you just breathe it in from just the front. Then take an additional breath in and make sure you expand it from the back. And then once your lungs are completely filled, then you do a bunch of those small like you did. You got 25 of them, and then when you're completely oxygenated, then you hold your breath for 2 minutes. Just hold it. You start with a minute. Do you think you could hold your breath for 2 minutes? John?
No, probably not.
You want to try a minute with me? Let's do 60 seconds. You think you could do it for 60 seconds?
Oh, I'm doing yoga. Are you watching my YouTube live?
No.
Yeah, I'm kind of like in the middle of a pose here, so I'm about to do another pose.
I'm gonna go look. Do you have spandex on?
Yeah, I'm in underpants with shit stains.
Oh my god.
That's what people accuse me of. They go, yeah, I saw you on YouTube live. Marshall Rankin's like, you got shit stains on your underpants. Do you have Instagram, by the way? You got to check out my new Instagram videos on John Kitover. They are so funny. I use Sora to do all these campaign videos. I think they're hilarious. But I'm a little biased.
Yeah. Give me a link. Or how do I find you? What's your handle?
It's my name, John Kitover.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
No, they're not. Where are they running? Like, what are they running?
They're on YouTube Live right now.
Are they running different rooms on Clubhouse?
No, they're all on separate YouTube channels.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So it's all just one thing, one same material, a bunch of different accounts.
Yeah, I've got like, I don't know, 50 plus YouTube accounts.
Oh my gosh. Dude, if I walked into your house and I would be so concerned. I'd be like, this guy's great.
People,
I'd be so scared.
girls that come over here, they say they like this room the most.
Yeah, it looks like a peaceful room, but all the phones kind of are like, what is this guy doing? You know, it definitely signals possible obsessive something, and then it's like, how healthy is this? You know what I mean? Elon's here.
Well, I always just go back to stop thinking end your problems like this is a yoga room. And most people don't have a yoga room in their life. I'm very fortunate to have this room, you know.
Yeah, I'm working right now to my bedroom. I'm doing like one of those beds that kind of fold up into, there's a name for them.
Murphy?
It's like I don't want to say it's a Murphy because it's not like a couch Murphy. It's like the full bed folds up into what looks like an armoire, you know. And it's comfortable, it's full mattress, you know, it's not like crap, it's not a bed mattress or anything like that. But it's just full. It goes from, you know, and it just folds up throughout the day. And I'm doubling my space into the bedroom from like just a door entrance to four doors side by side, and doing those sliding, it's kind of similar to like a pocket door, but they're not going into the wall, they just slide. You know what I mean? But to open it up, my point is to open it up to be able to have a place to exercise and meditate. What I need, you know. I think people waste so much space with like permanence when you could just be fluid and I don't know, stuff. How much stuff do you have?
Oh, I got a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you got a lot of stuff. What would you do if like your whole house, I'm not gonna say anything weird because I don't like what happens if aliens take your house and you just wake up and the house is gone, right? Well, you know what? I'm not gonna do aliens. I'm gonna say that there was some crazy misunderstanding and there was a demolition team and you went away on vacation and you came back and everything, your house was just demolished. What would you do?
I'd probably start dancing.
Would you be sad that all your stuff is gone?
I could live without it.
That's good. What is the most sentimental thing that you have? If you could pick anything, and if you say a phone,
Probably like my grandfather's Mont Blanc pen.
That's sweet. That's sweet. Hey, you know, I have a friend that gave me this World War II Japanese flag. You know how the Japanese would write on their write on flags, the ones that they have in their uniforms. They have family write on them, they fold them up and keep them in their uniform. And if something happens, then they get sent back to the family or wherever else. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay. Well, so my friend Matt, his grandfather was in the war. He had taken out a Japanese man, and he had taken his flag from his uniform. It's something that they did, and it got handed down to Matt. And then my friend, I used to be really big into history and military and things like that. So he had given it to me. I tried to contact the museum one more time. They said they had enough. They weren't interested. But I still have that, and I'm no longer interested in that type of thing. It had bloodstains on it from the man. But do you want it? I could send it to you.
No, I got enough stuff.
That's why we have so much stuff.
Just put it on Facebook Marketplace. Try to sell it.
Sell something like that.
You gotta let it go.
I'd rather give it to somebody who I think would care about it. You want to hear a crazy story?
Sure.
It's a true story.
Go for it.
Do you know the movie American Psycho?
Yeah.
Do you know I want to say that she's the director? Yeah, Mary Harlan, the director of American Psycho. Well, years ago, I was looking for an Appalachian dulcimer. No, it was a hammer dulcimer. Sorry. It was looking for a hammer dulcimer. And they're really expensive. And it was, I think it was off of Craigslist at the time. And this guy was selling it for like $800, and that was a really good price for the quality of what he had. And I was so excited, and I was just like, hey, would you come down a little bit? And he's just like, well, I wanted to go to somebody, what are you doing with it? And I explained, like what I wanted to do with it and stuff. And he's like, you're not gonna resell it. And I got to, And so he's like, well, I'll give you a break. He's like, let's meet up. So I was so excited that he was gonna give me a break. That I brought. If you're listening to this, you'll remember me. I don't remember your name though. Sorry, buddy.
Why would he be listening to this?
I don't know. Maybe he could. Is it being streamed on like 20 YouTube channels?
Okay, just continue on your dulcimer lucid story or whatever the hell it's saying.
Wait a second. It's like 6-7 degrees of separation. Like somebody who's listening to this is likely going to have some sort of connection to this guy and could potentially send this to him. Okay. So anyway, I brought him a piece of my pottery, because I make pottery, a mug. And I was excited and I was grateful that he was going to give me a break. And he then told me, which I will not tell the full story for the sake of privacy, and for the sake of respect, he told me a story about it. And then he gifted me the entire thing. He didn't charge me anything. Yeah. And that was the husband of American Psycho director Barry Haran.
What was it? A piece of clothing? What was the item?
Hammer Dulsar is an instrument.
A hammer dulsar?
Dulsar.
Oh. I have to look up what this thing is. Okay, yeah, I got the same thing.
Hammer Dulsar.
Yeah, I do, but I have a Santor, which is where are these made? Yeah, it's called a Santor. It's a related instrument. Santur or Santor. You want to hear me play it? I'm very.
You're joking?
I'm
You're
very.
joking? Yeah, no.
No, I'm very.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
Okay.
BS me.
No, I'm not bullshitting you. But I'm gonna go on mute, go back upstairs to my music room, and I will bring a different Clown House account in, but just invite me up with the other account, with your account. I'm gonna come. I'll be right back. Just give me 3 minutes.
Okay, this is I'm walking to my music room here in my house. Hello, Mr. Santor. Okay, I'm gonna name this song is called My Favorite Begonia. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Give me just seconds. I'm just taking Grandma to the bathroom. Oh, wow, you weren't.
is the Sato.
That was amazing. We loved it. Grandma, did you like it? Grandma wants more.
She wants more.
She wants more.
Okay, the song is called Grandma, My Favorite Begonia.
Oh, it's so good. We love it. We loved it. Did you love it, Grandma? Yeah, we loved it. It's crazy how you could just play it and whatever you're playing, you could just keep listening to it. It's so addicting to my brain anyway. I don't know. I could listen to that for hours.
Like, it's like circular. And then you start like doing patterns. Did you see my Instagram? Yeah, see my news.
No, I'm gonna take a look as soon as I when I'm out of bed.
Gotta put Gma to bed.
You're ready to go to bed. Let me see this thing. And this one. Just been around.
Okay, I'm gonna play a little music here. This is AI music, Suno. Okay, we're gonna read a book, and then I'm gonna leave. Nora, thank you for being here. Sarah, Bima, thank you for being here. Number 1 through 30, Bima. I'm gonna read to you from the sayings of the Buddha.
We shall say number 27 for 27 Constitutional Amendment.
Actually, I think 26 is as high as it goes.
Really?
Yeah, 26 is the noble one. There is no 27. You went above it. You are the Buddha, Bima. You must have a great booty.
Then let's change it to 7. I switch my number to 7.
You want 7?
7.
7-11. Number our eyes. There is no burning for him who has completed the journey, who is free of sorrows and all else, and who has broken off all chains. The mindful put forth great effort. They do not remain content in the household life, but leave their homes behind, just as swans leave a muddy lake. Arahants do not hoard. They take a right view of eating, focused on deliverance and void. They leave no trace, like the path of birds in the sky. He who is free from obsessions, eating simply, clear-headed, focused on liberation, like a migrating bird, leaves no trace of a track in the sky. Even the gods delight in the presence of one who has freed himself from pride and mental obsessions. Who has his senses under his control. Like horses trained by an expert trainer, done with the round of rebirths. He is as accepting as the earth, as firm as a doorpost, placid as a pond free of mud, and dutiful. Whoever has reached a state of freedom through perfect wisdom, peaceful and unshakable, is nonviolent in its mind. His speech is action. Whoever is in touch with the infinite, free of attachment, desireless, is the highest among men. Delightful is the place where the saints dwell, be it village or forest, cavern or open field. Delightful are forests, where more worldly men find no joy, being free of the pull of desire. Saints who seek no worldly pleasures find delight in such places. Sayings of the Buddha, read by candidate John, writing candidate for the 16th district. What'd you think, Bima? Did you like my NLP hypnosis of the sayings of the Buddha?
Yeah, I did like it. I like some of the messages in there too. Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you for the reading. I followed you on Instagram, so I'm gonna go check that out. At Kitover.
Yeah, you can. I would love it for you to create me some videos. So what you do is you create a Suno account, and then you write in there, John Kitover is on a donkey holding a ballot, and like you can use me as your avatar, which is really a lot of fun. I'm open to it, as long as it's not, insulting. You can mock me. I'm open to mockery. Do you know what mockery is, Dima?
I think so. I think it's a joking mimicry. Mimic, and would that be like you mock? Is that right or no? Like when I think of mocking somebody, I think of like pattern, like doing whatever they're doing, like mimicking them, like the way that they talk, the things that they would say. Is that wrong?
Here, listen to this clip from this really great movie. Have you seen the movie Rob Roy?
No, Rob Roy?
Yeah, it's an incredible film. Listen to this movie clip. This is one of the greatest movies. It's just a great movie, but listen to this clip.
So, McGregor, I knew your father enabled that wise. Who taken on his mantle? That's the best I can name, my lord. So, how many men Master? Master of none, my lord, but some 200 souls that close by Grey Master and are in my care. What can I do? It is no great matter compared to your lordship's work. To know one's place, McGregor, the offering things to pay best. What chance? A fifth, Lord. A fifth, you say? What is this man kidding that you offer such high returns? Am I not a messenger of porter? Are unsecure loans? McGregor has 300 acres of Craig Ross to promote. A man of property intent on growing richer. Well, we have more in common than I would have suspected, McGregor. £1,000 for 3 months, you said. These acres of yours as security. And my wolf. Yes. Tell me, is there something in what Cadet says that you might have driven off my cattle in return for stories of Tinker's Court and summarily executed? I have on my day thieves' cattle, watch it, but none were under my watch. Is that what passes for all oath, McGregor? What passes for none with me is likely enough the same as with your lordship. When my word is given, it is good. Well, you have to be great admitted on such cheaply bought nobility. Killarn will draw papers, but I expect the terms to be met. My thanks to your lordship.
That's not the quote I want. But he's screaming at his nephew, are you mocking me? You're mocking me. And people on this app will not be mocked. There are certain people with their green bean perches and their houses and their topics and their patterns that they will not be mocked. And I come here, Beamer, you know me well enough now that I do come here to mock people because I just read to you the sayings of the Buddha. And to me, it's very smart. It's so intelligent. And people in this app, I guess I could be more like a Buddha or a nicer person and go into some of these perch rooms of mockery, of what I consider people worthy of mockery.
can say, hey, can I get 60 seconds of your time to reach that? So Bima, take it easy. I know I'm an asshole, but I like information and I don't like wasting my time. And I don't know, intelligence is intelligence. If you're reading me some type of wisdom or you tell me a secret or a gossip, those are of value. To me, the wisdom is more valuable than the gossip. So I'm telling you, Bima, everybody is playing the role of a politician, a spy, and a philosopher all at the same time. What do you think about that statement?
Yeah, I like it. Politicians, spy, philosophers. Yeah, sounds good to me.
My sister said to me once, she's like, every philosopher wants to be a politician, every politician wants to be a philosopher. I was like, wow, that's pretty smart. Fucking, where did you hear that? Couldn't believe she said that. I was like, she must have heard it somewhere.
I definitely want to be a philosopher. I definitely did not ever want to be a politician, but I did want to be a politician once. So maybe every politician wants to be. Maybe it goes one way.
I was surprised when you said that you started studying philosophy and then you became an atheist. I had the exact opposite occurrence because I read Marcus Aurelius and it's very spiritual. It's all about God. And then I was like, wow, these atheists or people who talk about philosophy, if you go to ancient Roman Greek, it's all about God. I was like, so what are they talking about when they say philosophy is like not God? It's atheistic? I'm like, no, it's so spiritual. And so that's why the Roman government outlawed it. Because it's super spiritual. It's not the atheism that maybe you came out of from like Nietzsche, something like that. How did you find atheism in your philosophy?
Yeah, sure. Great. So I'll try to be quick. I'll do the 2-minute quick story. So I became friends with my philosophy professor in college, and we would, because we would walk, I found out after the end of the class, we would walk the same path, which is almost like a 10-minute path. He would walk to his car. I would walk to my car, he would walk home. And I would always have to park like in that, going down that area. So we would have extra time to discuss. Well, this is the craziest thing. He was a very interesting. Do you know what he did the very first day of class? The very first day of class, it was packed. 30 students at least. Okay, and every desk was taken. It was a big room. Okay. He passed out a piece of paper. He says, I want you to answer these questions. There's 3 questions on them. I don't remember what they were. He says, I want you to answer. And we're all like freaking out, like, oh my gosh, were we supposed to study? Did we have so he goes, I want you to answer these 2 questions. And then I want you to put the piece of paper on the desk and just leave. And I'll see you next class. So we answer the questions and we leave. The next class, he passes out the pieces of paper, and before he does, he says, I've rated you on a pass or fail. If your paper says pass, you can remain seated. If it says fail, I have a drop form that I put at the door on the desk. I want you to take the drop form and I want you to leave. He said, there's no discussion. And so right then we lost half the class. Okay, so half the class, boom. And we didn't even know what the criteria was, a pass or fail. Like we're trying to, it was just the particular question. He was looking for things really deep, And so then he continued to do this. To the very end of the class, there was only 3 of us left. The very last week of class, 3 people were left. Me, a guy who has passed away now, and another kid. Well, anyway, we had a lot of time. And because he had this method of really dedicating his time, like you, he really valued his time. And he wanted to put his time and his work because he understood how scarce philosophy had become in the school. He was fighting, to maintain the only philosophy course in the entire college, right? And so he wanted to basically give the people who really were truly genuinely interested in philosophy all of his time and efforts. And that's what he did. But this is like the craziest thing. So towards the end, and it was just through his questions, through the free will, the determinism. We went through that. We did everything, and he was very interactive. He was very he was a great professor. He was so great that by the end of the class, I gave up religion. I was just like, there was so much uncertainty, so much that I don't know, so much that when we came down to the questions, and he would ask you. So he wasn't indoctrinating you. He was making you come to the conclusions yourself through questions. Okay, and so the last day it ended. One of the kids that was the other kid that was in my class, he ended up getting in a car accident and he died. And it was really sad. So I saw the professor at his funeral, and we were talking, and I was just like, yeah. And I was like, I wonder. I know that he like me, and we were Catholics, and we had gone atheist, and because you're an atheist, and he says, he said, I'm not an atheist. He's like, I'm a Jew. He's like, what are you talking about? And I was just like, wait, what? And he's just like, yeah. He's like, what made you think that I'm an atheist? And I'm just like, well, like, hold on, wait a second. We all thought you were atheist. And it was, in fact, he was really just leading us to come to our own conclusions. Isn't that fascinating? So yeah, he was a Jew the whole time. But, there you go. That's the end of my story. Oh, and just because this is an extra little bit of detail, I felt so bad for these parents. Do you know that they had lost 3 of their kids? They had lost one to a speeding accident, the brother, 2 years before, the daughter to cancer, and then the one kid that I had, had the class with. It was just a rainy day, and he was going around a corner, and a truck was coming the opposite way. But the pain in those parents' eyes, it was almost like a numbness. Like you ever see like shells of people, and there wasn't something like deep inside, but it was almost like they were just. But yeah, it was incredible. So I don't know, but that's a story. So philosophy, yeah, interesting.
Have you ever heard of having to Cleanthus?
No.
So you have to remember that life is relativity, meaning that like if you can use your imagination to put yourself in ancient Greece and you can read the poem now, in a way you're matching that person's brain pattern, and it's just like a fun way to experience. Like I think all these people who debate all these religious texts all day, they're not experiencing them by reading them out loud performatively. I don't know if you know this about me, but I was an actor in the 7th grade. I played Franklin Delano Roosevelt in Annie on Broadway. In the 7th grade, I played the president. I sat in a wheelchair. I'm just kidding, it wasn't Broadway, but it was our high school musical, or a junior high musical. Anyways, let me read to you the hymn Cleanthus. I was on our local newspaper cover for the month with Annie. I played FDR. So I'm trained in reading scripts and singing songs and improv, because there was actually a lot of improv in the musical because things went awry. Things fell, people forgot their lines, people forgot their place, people, like the audience wanted to see how the kids reacted. Anyways, this is called the hymn of Cleanthus. This is philosophy, Bima. So take the deepest breath of the day. This may be philosophy you've never heard before. But the thing is, it's not literal. But there's like messages in it that can help improve your life. That's the point of studying this stuff. Personal development, not debate. Take it with you. Because people come into the gymnasium and they leave with what they brought in. But I'm giving you what I brought in. So this is called the hymn of Cleanthus. This is from a book. This is the Harvard Press. This is an old book because this is like 120 years old. Cheap, but this poem is thousands of years old. That to me is what's super cool. So it's called the Hymn of Cleanthus, clean things, clean thus. It's kind of interesting. Chiefest glory of deathless gods, almighty forever, sovereign of nature, that rulest by law. What name shall we give thee? Blessed be thou, for on thee should call all things immortal, for that we are thine offspring
Nay, all that in myriad motions lives for its day, only the earth bears one impress, thy likeness upon it. Wherefore my song is of thee, I hymn thy power forever. Lo, the vast orb of the worlds round the earth, evermore as it rolleth, feels thee its ruler and guide, that owns thy lordship rejoicing. I, for thy conquering hands, am a servant of living fire. Sharp is the bolt, where it falls, nature shrinks, at the shock and doth shudder. Thus thou directest the word, universal, that pulses through all things, mingling its life with lights that are great and lights that are lesser. And as beseemeth its birth, high king through ages unending, not as done that is done without thee, in the earth or the waters, or in the heights of heaven, save the deed of the fool and the sinner. Thou canst make rough things smooth, and thy voice, low, jarring, disorder, moveth to music, and love is born, where hatred abounded. Thus hast thou fitted alike things good and things evil together, that over all might reign one reason, supreme and eternal. Thou, thereunto the hearts of the wicked be hardened and heedless. Woe unto them, for while ever their hands are grasping at good things, blind are their eyes, yea, stopped are their ears to God's law universal, calling through wise obedience to live the life that is noble. This they mark not, but heedless of right, turn each to his own way. Here, a heart fired with ambition, in strife and straining unhallowed, there, thrusting honor aside, fast set upon getting and gaining. Others again given over to lusts and dissolute softness, working never God's law, but that which warreth upon it. Nay, but, O giver of all things good, whose home is the dark cloud, thou that wieldest heaven's bolt, save men from their ignorance grievous, scatter its night from their souls, and grant them to come to that wisdom wherewithal, sistered with justice, thou rulest and governest all things, that we, honored by thee, may requite thee with worship and honor, evermore praising thy works, as is meet for men that shall perish, seeing that none, being mortal or God, hath privilege nobler then without stint, without stay, to extol thy law universal. So there's like a theme in these words that I see, by all these books. They're all manipulating the law and the will. And, but it's a meditation, Bima. That's the whole point, that's the point that people aren't getting. It's what I just did was basically hypnosis. But it's a large language model, a universal large language model. So it's very smart. People aren't communicating this way. They're not transmitting this information on this app. This app is a entertainment. It's a profane, vulgar hypnosis. I just gave to you a very intelligent hypnosis. Would you agree? Did you enjoy it? That was called The Hymn to Cleanthes. I think it's the hymn to clean your mind. What do you think?
I appreciate it. I'd like to read it. I was trying to find it to read along with you, but I couldn't find that translation.
Yeah, I got this book. It's Plato, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius, the Harvard classics. And that is a short little poem in between Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. This to me is like a very valuable philosophy book. And it's so smart, Bima. I don't think women will ever read this stuff. Therefore, I don't put a lot of trust in women unless they're in my book club. It may sound ridiculous, but there are women that claim, I heard this literally by Cora, Cora on this app, which is a breast surgery.
I do know Cora. Why are you exposing her details like that?
Because I was asking her, are you going to get angry today? She's like, can you just take it easy on me? I'm sitting here relaxing. I was like, oh yeah, sure, my bad. Okay. So anyways, she claimed that nobody needs to read Confucius, nobody needs to read Lao Tzu, nobody needs to read anything because eventually your brain will figure it out. And I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard because it's there for our ingestion, just like a salad is at 7 p.m. if you want to have dinner. It's up to you to try to seek out, read these things, maybe read them regularly and see, because the theory is reality is constructed with your thoughts. So if you can use these sacred texts in your communication, it's a little bit like, manifestation of matrix. It's really just large language matrix, but I'm just saying the power of words, the power of your brain, the power of these sacred text documents is looking for. And if you heal yourself, you heal the world. So that's my theory.
I like the theory. I am curious though because I found a similar experience that women don't like not only to not read philosophy, but most aren't deeply involved in politics, economics, history, these types of things. And my question is, do you think that this could have been because there was, the typical, this is the feminist answer, which is there was this great epistemic injustice where the places that spoke and talked and discussed was all tied to things that didn't include women, right? So you have these conversations, these debates, these discussions at universities and back in the cowboy days, the salons, politics, and they excluded women. Do you think that if men led us women to value philosophy more, that then there would be a shift in that? Or do you think that women inherently just don't like philosophy and politics and history?
Most women argue now, so philosophy will take them out. Therefore, they don't want to engage in it because they would rather, fulfill their routine or their pattern. Philosophy is de-patterning, and that's why the Roman government outlawed it, because it was It's the same thing today. Anybody who essentially says we've already achieved, total abundance and fulfillment, they will rapidly be told, no, get back to work. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we have a philosophy problem as much as we have like an economic problem, because economics really is philosophy. And that's why I was asking, what's your economic philosophy? Because if you're a libertarian, Mises Institute, or you understand big government, big problems, small government, small problems, it's just a question of power sharing, distribution, because we already have infinite abundance, because we have infinite dollars, technically. It's just a question of will, and then fraud and fairness. And so it's like you want to apply the solution to what will give us the best yield. Like if you look at a large spreadsheet with, thousands and thousands of categories, and you're trying to like adjust to try to optimize, it always becomes a normal distribution curve. And then there's like certain outliers and opportunities for optimization, but the bell-shaped curve is the status quo. But philosophy is like the X factor that allows you to manipulate the bell-shaped curve. So you could call it a black swan event. If there are black swan events, there are black swan people.
You see, and then hold on a second, because you said, women are in the now, and you also mentioned manipulation. These are two very interesting things, because I think the complete opposite. Women are never in the now. Didn't you see that study where they took men? I think you might have even been on and told me this. They took men and they took women and they put them in rooms and they asked them what they thought about for, the time. And the women were replaying all these conversations from the past. And men, they weren't thinking about anything. They were thinking about like something fun or a car or some new thing or something like that. And so I don't think women are in the now at all. I think that's the problem with relationships, because women are so deep and they get into their thoughts and they cycle. I think it's a complete opposite. And also the manipulation. Have you heard that because of the evolutionary strength, the physical strength and the capacity that men have and evolved to be, right, to have faster, stronger, larger, whatever. And then you have women who had to combat it through psychological manipulation. And to manipulate, not manipulation in a bad way, but to help manipulate the man into either, I don't know, probably always doing something with security in the home, because this is what us women always fight for. We just want you guys to support us, to secure us. We want to feel safe. Some women, they want more. They want to be pampered, and I don't think that type of thing. I'm not talking about that type of woman. I'm talking about a woman that loves communication, loves you as a man, and respects you, and wants to be able to sort of on a round style, I hate to a woman president. It's one of my favorite essays. I'm sorry, but to admire the masculine. We like that. Us feminine women love a masculine man to feel safe and secure. And then we do all the back work, we raise the kids and have to do all the deep stuff while you guys are doing the immediate stuff. We're the ones constant thinking, replaying, and trying to figure out the dynamics, blah, blah, blah. I think ultimately women would love philosophy if our leading men would guide us more to have it as an interest. That's my opinion. What just happened?
I'd like to read a little more Marcus Aurelius to try to demonstrate to you further. Are you still an atheist, Dima?
No, I'm not an atheist.
So you do believe in the word God. What does it mean to you?
Source, power, source.
Source and power is what the word GOD means too.
Yeah, I would say source then would be the equivalent to love. So source and love, and those are interchangeable for me.
Okay, so I'm probably not going to read Marcus Aurelius right now. Like, on a kind of a time crunch, I have a hard out.
See your being because it is all of what is around us. Even if we can't see it, it sees us. So I don't know, something like that.
You know, the Chinese have a philosophy of retreat under battle. So, meaning that, like, the question is, what is energy conservation? Because if you are energy, how do you conserve yourself for tactical deployment? So, it's like Jesus is a carpenter, meaning that you get a solid block of wood and you carve an object out of that in the same way that you are like a pot or a cup. You are what you put in it. So it's a question of self-molding, really, which is just personal development or trying to, and you know, certain esoteric books, they call it the genius effect. People are trying to achieve genius with their brain in some field. So how would you consider your brain achieving? You know, what are you trying to achieve in your field? I heard Jerry Seinfeld say, whatever you're doing, try to do it better. That's your job, is to try to do what you're doing better. And I'm like, yeah, that's like a very simplistic way of like framing it for you. So what are you trying to do better?
My ultimate goal is to master a form of communication that enhances people's life. So whenever I talk to somebody, whatever I can offer them, through anything I can offer them, maybe it not be a specific suggestion, recommendation, but just a way to communicate that improves and leaves us more whole and more feeling loved. I don't want to see people in pain, and not if we can help it, right? Not if we're the cause of it, and there could be an alternative. Obviously, I know that some things have to happen because entropy, right? And I think that there's a beauty in that, and we can learn to accept that. But I don't think that we have to a lot of reifications, but I don't think that it's a loving thing. And I like to love, so I'm a lover. I thought for the longest time that I wanted to know so much. And then I started to learn more, and you know the phrase, the more that I was learning, the more that I was like, I really don't know anything. And that's why I came to develop the philosophy that I have towards interactions between human beings. And I wanted to create like a universality, I guess, to apply to anybody. Because I understand I'm an American, I was born in here. That was such a small percent. I'm not in control of any of this. Nobody is. So how can I extend what I've been gifted to the world? And that's just communication. You already said it. So I want to be able to communicate masterful communication. And that's really difficult because you have to meet different people at different levels. Psychologically, you have to be able to tell like where they are and what they need to hear in order to break through barriers to give them different perspectives, to hold multiple perspectives of multiple things, just so they can soften their heart out.
I like people to say I got a heart out of 10. 10 out of 11, 10 out.
Do you know, there was this one, it was a news article, I want to say it was in the Financial Times. I could be wrong. Now, this was 20 years ago. It was one of my favorite articles that I've ever read, and I wish I could find it again. I've tried to look. If anybody is listening to this, please, if you know what this is, this article that I'm talking about, let me know. Find a way to let Bima know. Okay, or John Kitover, and John Kitover will get me the message. But this is basically what happened. There was a professional violinist. Remember, he was a cellist. He played in an orchestra, and he was just brilliant at what he did. And he had said that he was playing like this song, and it was a song that he's played hundreds and hundreds of times, and it was something that everybody's heard, right? And people would ask him, like, don't you get bored, like, playing the same thing over and over and over? And he said, no. He's like, because in my mind, every time and every attempt that I play, it's almost a game in my head that I play to master the playing of that piece. Like, there is so much, even if it sounds like the best that you've ever heard somebody play, in his mind, there's still more to be done and more that he can improve. And I thought that was so beautiful. Like, he's at peace and content with doing something that is just, would be so, like, I don't know if the word would be monotonous or boring to everybody else, doing something over and over and over. And that's what I want to do with communication. Because you think, like, oh, you learn to communicate, and then there's like, no, there's just so much. There's so many different ways to talk to somebody, so many different things that you need to know about what people are thinking in order to create a communication that there can actually be an exchange. Like a true exchange. A true communication. A transaction of communication. Yeah? Instead of just like this. Like me, I'm just talking. I doubt that you're receiving anything. You're probably doing something else. And so I'm just like talking. Yeah.
So what you're saying is already true. However, there are treacherous people about. There are traitors, there are betrayers, there are backstabbers, there are liars, there are charlatans, there are thieves, there are murderers. So that always throws a pickle in the bone. But lucky for you, I've already been to the deli and I got a great pickle.
I hope it's half sour. That's the only thing I'll eat.
So you know Zach Ruda on this app?
No.
Him and I have a theory that you can, like, within 10 minutes, you can get like 100 song titles just by listening to what people say in Clubhouse. So when he talks, sometimes I'll just be like, okay, I'm going to create a song based on what he just said. And I came up with a song called I Just Went to the Deli and I Got a Great Pickle.
Can we hear it?
Possibly. But this is another good song. It's called I Invoke. I Invoke, Bima. Okay, this is Hypnosis ASMR with Bima, your ASMR hostess for the night. Oh my spirit, a whisper of flame, a soft restraint by the scars we create. I call you. Soon, but not right now. What is your number? Pick a number 1 through 200. Hello? Bima, do you have a number 1 through 200? I'm going to read you a poem very quickly. What up, Mixad? Mixad just came in for a second. Okay, people, let me know when you're ready for your poem 1 through 200. This song is called The Secret Communion.
I will be sickly through shadows that chill. Stop them back to sleep. You who have no love in your heart, you can go back to sleep. That's the name of this one. Another banger. But Jack Kitover Music Incorporated. Bima, thanks for the hypnosis and ASMR. Let's start this Sunday night. This is your 10 o'clock, 10, 10, hard out. You made it. You are a survivor. You did it. You can go back to sleep. Oh, you're here, Bima.
You're here. All right, well, I'm going to read a poem to you. I'm going to just go to the 10th page, 10 out of 11, 10 out of 9. Could give you
I'm
straight
one of
answer.
my begonias.
sleep, you. Go back to sleep, big mom. Get back in bed. Get back to sleep. You got no love in your heart. This is DJ Bane. Let the games begin. One of you lucky clubhouse users is betraying. Go back to sleep, kid. You got no love in your heart. Bima, can you prove that you have love in your heart? This is Bima's ASMR book. Everybody, I just want you to know, this is an ASMR experience. Bima is your host for the rest of the night. Bima, you can come in and out, heart in, heart out, totally up to you. But if you want to host this room, I mean, it's yours to do with it what you will. It will run until probably 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And I hope you have fun with this experience, Bima. It's your opportunity here to do your own hypnosis, your own ASMR, your own NLP. Read whatever you want, but I would encourage you to read a book in this room. It will run till 4 a.m. today.
Oh, that's exciting. Don't excite me because I will.
What was that?
I will read a book in this room.
Okay, fantastic. Invite people to it as well, but don't change the title. Title's perfect. It's your hypnosis. It's the ASMR Bima experience. Make it, this is a commercial opportunity here. People make money with ASMR. It's very hard because it's so competitive. It has to be something special. And I think what you pick matters. Just in the same way with who you choose to associate with matters. Pick the best people. The Buddha says pick the best. And I love the best Buddha. You can go back to sleep, but before I leave, can you give me your numbers so I can read you a poem from my heart to your heart?
Sure, my number is, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember those old numbers that you would give to somebody back in the day and then it was like a recording and it'd be like, this isn't really my number.
1 through 99, what's your number?
Let's do, Begoniaceae. How many?
You go up to actually 196.
Alright,
I'm just gonna read you one page. Hurry up, give me a number, Bill. It's your poem. This is gonna rock your world. 97?
No, 77.
77? Alright, good pick. Okay, here it is. Ooh, what the F? This is what I wanted to read you, which is strange. Okay, so take the deepest breath of the day. This is a journey, Bima. Are you open to going on a journey? Okay, can you record this somehow, Bima? The poem, you're really going to like this because I think you deserve it.
I'm not going to have access to it. Wait, are you recording it?
Yeah, I'm recording this.
Alright, well, can you send me a recording? I really am wondering how to go on this. I don't have access to record. I don't even know how to do it.
Well, can you figure it out? Do you think you would be able to figure that out in like 10 minutes?
Yeah, I could in 10 minutes, yeah.
Okay, if you could record it, because it's a gift. This
This is like $1 million poem. You know, I'm telling you, it's called On Waikiki Beach. You ever been to Waikiki Beach?
No.
Yeah, this is the poem. You don't even need to go there once you hear this poem, but the poem is the gift. It's a very rare poem. Very rare. It's from the master. Do you know who the master is?
Yourself.
The master? Yeah, you can say that. Basically, because you can absorb, but the poem is an absolute treasure. It's called on Waikiki Beach. Can you record it somehow? Can you stop the watering and somehow get a recording device? Recorder.
Yeah, I just told my poor,
Stream.
my beautiful Dindui. The begonia Dindui is one of my favorite begonias. The begonia Dindui. And I just told it, oh my gosh, look at that leaf. If you could, I wish you could see what I see right now through my eyes. It's beautiful. Okay.
Can you somehow figure out a way?
Yeah.
Sometimes I want you to listen to it, and I want you to play it back to me.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. Give me.
Okay, you got this. Because what the whole goal here being is for you to play back what I'm giving you. And then the comprehension and the understanding is the real cream, the real cherry on top of this pie cake. This is a delicious, scrumptious, incredible 5-star Michelin poem of extreme delight. I've texted this room to multiple people, Bima, so they know that it's happening, and I hope they show up. But they might not show up. But time is limited because I have a heart out. And as we've discussed, the difference between a soft in and a heart out. Time is limited. So you have been put on the clock at 3 minutes, and somehow you'll be able to record the poem so you can play it back to us right after we read it to you. Again, it's from the master. You're not going to want to miss this masterful poem from Master. We've identified it. 77 is the number on Waikiki Beach. This is the vacation you'll never get to take, even if you had $60,000 to drop on a vacation, which would be a very nice vacation. Most people in their lives will never spend $60,000 on a vacation, but this is $1 million vacation. That we can guarantee you, because it's from the master.
Okay, we're ready to go?
You can record now?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay, far out. Okay, Bima, this is my gift to you. My begonia. This is page 77. It's a 2.5-page poem. It's called On Waikiki Beach. So just take the deepest breath of the day. Focus on your heart center. Imagine yourself on a beautiful beach in the tropical Pacific, surrounded by flowers, birds, and the ocean. It's called On Waikiki Beach. Upheaved from chaos, through the dark sea hurled, through the cleft hut of the amazed sea, spring mid deep thunderous throats of majesty, titanic, in the waking of the world, spring one vast mass of spume and molten fire, lava, tremendous waves of earth, spring higher than the sea's crest volcano torn to be, written encyclopean category. Hawaii, here she stands, queen of all laughter's lands, that dance for dawn, by trance and leisured noon, dreaming through day towards night, craving the perfumed light of the stars' lustrous, and the gem-born moon. Dewy with clustered diamond, the long land swoons to sleep. The sea sleeps and yet wakes beyond. Here in the crescent beach and bay, the sea, curving and carving in warm shapes of dream, answers the love song of the lilied stream, and moves to pride music, stern and free. The lion-shaped headland guards the shore, the ocean, the bull-throated, evermore roars. The last wheel of heaven turns above, its rhythm of pain, its jeweled heart of love. Sun waved, the eagle wing of the air of feathered spring, royally sweeps, and on the musical marge watches a lonely man, oh silvern shape and span of moonlight, reaching over the gray, large breast of the surf-bound strand, life of the earth, God's child, man's bride, the light of the sweet land. Are emeralds ever a spark of this clear green, or sapphires hints of this diviner blue, or rubies shadows of this rosy hue, or light itself elsewhere so clear and clean? For all the sparkling dews of heaven fall far crystalline, fixed, forgotten as a star forgets its nebulous virginity, of setting all the sky and earth and sea, shining with solar fire, a single-eyed desire of scent and sound and sight and sense perfuses, still in ambient light, of the essential night, and all the heart of me is fate and muses, as if forever doomed to dream, or passing peace, Lethean adown the grey Lethean stream, so deep the sense of beauty, and so keen the calm abiding holiness of God, reigns, and so fallen from the heights above, measurable, influence unseen of music and of spiritual fire, that the soul sleeps, forgotten of desire, only remembering its godlike birth, reflected in the deity of earth, becometh even as God. The pensive period of night and day beats like a waving fan. No more, no more. The years, befit of their joys and fears, pass like pale faces, leave the life of man untroubled of their destinies. Leave him forgotten of life and time, immortal, calm, and wise. Only the ceaseless surf on coral towers, changeless change of the unchanging ocean, lamps the bright night. With unsubstantial motion, winnowing the starlight, plumed with feathery flowers of foam and phosphor glory, the strange glow of the day's ember fallen to indigo, bit of its own depth and some subtle whys. A pavement for the footsteps from the skies of angels walking thus, not all unseen of us, nor all unknown for unintelligible. When with souls lifted up in the cadmium cup, as incense lifted in the thurible, we know that God is even as we, light from the sky and life on earth and love beneath the sea. Okay, now I'm just gonna play you a little wake-up song from the Deep Hypnosis of Waikiki Beach. This is another begonia.
That was about 8 minutes.
Was it? Wow. Okay, I want you to play it back to us, but to just like refresh us, take a deep breath, have a little drink, and I'm gonna play you a little flute song. Never had one lesson. Okay, this is one more little musical instrument before my heart out. Here we go. Oh my gosh. I injured my finger playing this drum like 2 weeks ago. It feels like I splintered my finger because I was banging on it so hard. And if I hit a certain part of my finger, on the nook of the joint, it's like extremely painful, but it's gotten better. I honestly thought I had like a serious problem. And then I played this drum one day and I realized that playing this drum was going to hurt my finger. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god, I thought I had a sliver. I thought I had a piece of metal or wood in my finger, but it was that fucking drum banging on this thing.
You should do a hand pan? You need to do the hand pan.
Yeah, I got a hand pan. I have a what's that thing called?
I'd love to get a hand pan. What key did you get it in?
The hand pan I had was actually at the top of an oil barrel.
Oh, you got it from the original. Like, who did you get that from?
Some music store on eBay.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah, the other one I had is called space drum or pan drum. But the space drum is like an octagon, and then the pan drum is like a concave versus a convex. You want to hear it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For the sake of not having dead airtime, I'm going to put on some music in this office. Now to the next recording studio we go. Across the dining room, across the living room / massive king master bedroom, into the music room. We enter the holy sanctuary where I keep my pan drum and my space drum. Here we go. I very rarely come in here, but now we
shows.
Experience the Panther. Here we go. This is the space drum.
I don't like this as much as the dulcimer-like instrument.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
it's I don't think you're hitting it too hard. You're not letting the note resonate. You're hitting it too hard. You have to like snap hit it. You're just like banging it like a 3-year-old. You're getting it.
This is the top of an oil drum. It's a compressed oil drum top.
I love it.
Similar top. But I have the
Best part of that
it's a nice piece.
was when it stopped.
You got a violin here.
Do you do like? Could you do vibrato or?
I've never even actually it doesn't work because the top won't hold the peg. There's two tones on the violin.
It's too taut. You have to tune it. You have to tune out your strings. What are you doing?
I can't. The peg slips when you try to tighten it.
Yeah. Right. So there's solutions to that. You need to get new strings.
Do you know what a chord is?
No. CORG?
KORG. It's an EDM synthesizer. I have it in my hand right now, but the battery.
Really?
Yeah, it's like a handheld EDM synthesizer. It's got like hundreds of like different beats and sounds, and then you can record tracks and like play with it on this like little play pad. It's pretty fun. So I'm pretty good at this instrument actually. special little meditation. I'm like covered in tarot cards on the walls. So,
Tarot cards, I wouldn't have guessed that.
this is an exclusive clubhouse selfie with my giant mantra in my tarot meditation room. Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, my course de Begonia is dead. I'm pretty sure. I did a bad thing. I let it dry out too much. And it
You
pieced.
begonia dry out. Gotta keep that begonia moist.
Well, the Victorian begonias, they're tough because sometimes you only water them like every 3 to 4 weeks. It depends.
Interesting.
You have to keep the humidity high. Well, anyway, this one terrarium begonia, I tried really hard, and I'm sad. It bent, and I knew that I was in trouble. It's dead now. It's gone. But a positive thing, my begonia amphiox, okay, my begonia amphioxus. A thin green. Imagine a blade. This looks like a blade. Little sharp, like those sharp throwing knives. And it's kind of like in the shape of a knife. The tip of a knife, but on both sides. And the backdrop is green. The frame of it around the edges is red, and there's red spots. It's the most fascinating begonia amphioxus. And this thing didn't do too well months ago. Now it's down to about 3 leaves on this thing. And it came back to life and it exploded. It exploded with life. I'm so proud of it. Because I thought it was a goner for real. But it's back. It's back. Begonia amphioxus. My very first begonia is this begonia here, and this is a Harmony's red velvet. Let me tell you something about this begonia. This is a Rex begonia. But what's fascinating about this begonia is not only it an absolutely gorgeous leaf, it looks fake. It looks like it's AI. It doesn't look like it should be real. The most fascinating thing about it is that the very shimmering part inside of the leaf, if you run your finger very gently over it, feels like actual velvet. There's a velvet-like material, and it's a leaf. Isn't that interesting? This guy Derisive, he just came in here. He hates hearing me talk. He left too. He gets frustrated and got snatched when he hears me talking. He leaves, and then he messages his people. Tell me when she stops on. Can't stand listening to her talk. I don't want to hear about the codes. I don't want to hear about how we have no law. Sorry, don't. Moralist creatures. Darkness. Goodness. Oh my god, it's gorgeous. I wish you could see what my eyes see. You know, photos do it no justice. There's no way that I could capture the beauty of this leaf. You have to see it in person. It's a must.
Anyway, so everybody come to Beamer's home. They're all so pretty. That's Tinkerbell. Is that a Harmony's? I don't remember if Tinkerbell's a Harmony's begonia. But Tinkerbell is, what a gorgeous begonia. So the Tinkerbell, imagine, now this is, you are gonna learn today about the begoniaceae. Yay. This particular begonia is a very light green, a light, beautiful green with light white spots, polka dots. Now the most fascinating part is the leaf is, they're like angel wings. Imagine angel wings. A left and a right angel wing. And that's what the leaves are shaped. They're either born a left or a right angel wing. And they're light, beautiful green, white spots. And then imagine that the wing starts to fold inward, right? It curls around the edges. And the slight curl is a beautiful, I want to say it's a salmon color. I want to say it's salmon, but it's a pink. Is it pink? Would you say pink? But it's like a pink. It's the lightest. It's salmon. It's definitely salmon. And that's the underside of the leaf, isn't it? It has to be a cousin of the maculata. The maculata is a beautiful dark green leaf with white spots, and then the back is a deep burgundy. It's gorgeous. Beautiful. So what can we learn today? What do you think of, I have a friend who is a professor of philosophy, and he wrote his own book. And I'm sure he wouldn't mind me reading the first chapter. It's very, very short, actually. First chapter. And we want to learn about philosophy, the basics. Do you not feel so good when you have an itch in the middle of your back that no matter what angle you try, whether you go up from the top or from the side or from you can't quite reach it, and then you just get it, and it's just fabulous. It just feels great. So, because he gave me this power, I'm gonna take advantage of it. I don't know where he is. I don't know where your host is, folks. It's gone. It's gone down by the seashore. So while I water my begonias, because what I have to do is I have to do a bottom facing, I guess. You water the begonias from the bottom of their pots, these particular ones, because if you water them from the top, you run the risk of drenching the soil or the substrate to a point where the begonia suffocates. And it just dies. I had begonia die literally within 3 hours. One time when I cold water it, it was about something. There's nothing I could do to stop it. It's just gone. I just want to watch it die. Oh, what a sad thing. So I let it sit and I let it take what order it wants to take. And then when it tells me it's enough, I switch it out and water some other ones. Okay. So let's see. Practicing to read. God, crystal ball. I don't think that's what he says. I don't know what it is that he actually says in that song. What is Santeria? Is it interesting to show we just say and repeat? Okay. Here it is. Very quick. Chapter 1. This is an actual professor of philosophy. Chapter 1, Initial Steps. Discussion within moral philosophy tends to be very abstract. For this reason, it can seem difficult to follow. In this text, we shall begin with the definitions of certain terms, the understanding of which will greatly facilitate a grasp of the abstract concepts in the following discussion. So, question numero uno. What is the difference between morals and ethics, do you know? Anybody? Do you know? The terms morals and ethics are often used interchangeably, as if they meant the same thing. This conflation exists even in professional literature. However, here we're going to treat these terms as significantly distinct. The term ethics derives from the Greek ethos, which means habit. And we shall use the term ethics in exactly this sense. Hence, when we speak of a person's ethics, we speak of our character. Note that discussions of character usually involve one or more specific persons in the sense that we are talking about that person's character. We're talking about how she typically or habitually behaves. And this behavior might play an important role in why we do or do not feel attracted to towards
Bima,
a certain person.
Bima, point of order, moderator. Can you play back the poem I just read to you? I'd like Beaver to hear this incredible, majestic poem that I read to you. Can you give the gift back to me now? The gift that I just gave to
This
you,
is horrible.
my darling Bima Begonia.
Okay. We're gonna just end right at this last paragraph, okay? The term morals mean, in the broadest sense, criteria in terms of which we evaluate as right or wrong, good or bad, certain actions or decisions most of the time, but not always. The actions or decisions will be evaluated will involve harm or benefit to other or to yourselves. Note that when we speak about morality, we're not speaking of particular individuals who we would name, at least not individual people, however, we are indeed talking about individual actions or decisions, as well as their antecedents and or their consequences. Okay, and before we get into what is theory, we're gonna listen to John Kitover's. What is it? What was it?
I won't say my Beaver. I like you, Beaver. You know, I don't bring up drama from previous rooms. I just like this person. You know, I see pretty cool chill dude. Or
I can't bring him up.
it's okay. Can you play the gift I gave?
Yeah, here we go.
Play the gift that I gave.
Yeah, we're preparing.
Welcome to Hypnosis this is a book reading room. I've got a hard out. Opposite of hard out is a soft in. So I hope that you just have a soft in and you have a hard out, because knowing, when you basically it comes down to scheduling. You're in love with it, dude. Oh boy. Okay, so Beaver, do you have love in your heart? This man has love in his heart. That's incredible. Bima is about to play for you a poem that I just gave to her from my heart. It's called In Waikiki Beach.
Here we go.
Tropical Pacific, surrounded by flowers, birds on the ocean. It's called Waikiki Beach. Here, current chaos. The dark sea world. The glass part of the amazed sea. Spring, mid-deep, thunderous throat.
Doesn't sound very good. It's super loud and hard to listen to. So Beaver, I will leave you with your love, your Bima. This is hypnosis. ASMR. Bima. In music, musician, AI wisdom house. If you haven't joined the house, cash in your little pinky, your little dinky winky. Augustine this year of Hippo. It's amazing. Beaver's fallen in love with Bima. Bima, how do you feel about that?
Beaver has acute aggression, and so he likes cute things.
Bima, I will also point your direction to the link in the Jumbotron. Click that link, you can hear yourself talking. You're being broadcast live to my yoga studio. Everything you say is recorded live in my yoga studio. How do you feel about that?
I feel powerful. What can I do? What should I read?
It's a recording studio for the night. Get a hard out. Obviously, just have a soft in. Welcome, Augustine.
How you doing?
Great. How are you doing, Augustine?
Not too great because the Bears lost, but I'm good.
Chicago, Augustine?
Yeah, yeah.
That's too bad. I hear a bunch of criminal Democrats, socialist Marxist terrorists run that city, and it's bankrupt. What a horrible, awful, terrible city.
I agree. I like the liberals.
This is your hypnosis ASMR experience to help you relieve the pain of suffering, the loss of defeat. That ram meat wasn't as tasty as the bear meat. What are you gonna do? It's a barbecue. Augustine, how do you feel about mockery? Are you open to being mocked?
Yeah, I'm fine. Like, not too many things bother me.
Okay, so welcome to the inside joke, where we will be mocking people who come to this room. They will not be aware that we will be mocking them, but mockery will occur, I assure you so. Many people know me psychology, but I had a couple books on some things, and I figured two and
closer scrutiny will be seen as restrictions of your happiness. To put the question another way, under what circumstances and with what will you be happy? Nothing makes you happy. Nothing is all that can ever make you happy, and all that ever will make you happy. Things can only provide you with a state you call happy, which at best is a temporary distraction or absence of sadness. Cause and effect is a tool of the mind. On a large scale, it's an attempt by the mind to make things predictable, but at the same time, it oppresses the mind endlessly by the conditions which exist outside of it. You think something causes something else, then you're not the cause. You are, to some degree, the effect which makes you a victim. Like other elements of the mind, cause and effect on the surface seem to make sense and be useful. After all, if there were bugs on your potato plants and within days the leaves died, God forbid, it may be useful to figure out how to keep the bugs away before planting the next crop and find out if the potatoes live. If you're the only potato producer and there's no other food, then this is a matter of life and death. The mind will seldom admit it, but for the mind, everything is always a matter of life and death. So you get a pesticide and you kill the bugs on the potatoes. You get potatoes, but your pesticide runs off and kills all the fish in your lake. You've now traded potatoes for fish. This is not a trade you meant to make, but as a result, you control those bugs, the potatoes and the fish. What appears to be cause and effect from one perspective may not seem so from another perspective, and may seem entirely different from a third. Anything that is dependent on one perspective is not real and is food for the importance of the mind. Anything that is dependent on one perspective is not real and is food for the importance of the mind. Anything that is dependent on one perspective is not real and is food for the importance of the mind. Hold still, you little critter. You dig your heels into the fresh dirt in an attempt to make the cow slow down. Finally, she does. You wind the rope around her legs, flip her over. In this position, as she bawls, you brand her. Horrible, you horrible human being. Now the cow belongs to who? To you. When you purchase the property, you get a deed, a piece of paper, letting you and other people know that this little piece of dirt is really yours, bought and paid for. Cause and effects, either way you personalize and legitimize your illusions. They are the way you convert what really isn't into what appears to be so. They are the way you convert what really isn't into what really appears to be so. They are a tool to turn your limited perspective into general perspective so that you're justified in holding it. They are your brand, your stamp of reality. Happy because as a species, people are going down for the second time, drowning in their limitation of perspectives. If you're listening to this, you probably are a sufferer of limited perspective. Getting a bigger perspective will not save them, nor will a smaller one. People need to learn to adopt, nurture, and feel and feed various perspectives at the same time. The very root of humor, of humor, the very root of humor is holding two absolutely opposite perspectives at the same. That's interesting. The root of humor is holding two absolutely opposite perspectives at the same time. When you do this, you see yourself. Most people adopt a perspective and hold on to it. It looks like this. Imagine you're standing there, and in front of you, you see a box. As long as you argue for and attempt to prove or validate your perspective, you lock yourself into a certain position regarding that which you're trying to prove. You prevent yourself from adopting other perspectives, but the payoff is worth the price. Your mind gets consistency and the illusion of control. Remain standing in the same place, and things will look the same to you. Cause and effect is what lets you know where you stand based on something outside yourself. If you can adopt, hold, and nurture both your present perspective and the opposite of your present perspective, something magical happens. What do you think that is? If you can hold and nurture your present perspective, think of a political issue. If you can hold it and make an argument for your position, your perspective, can you equally hold the opposite of that present perspective? Interesting. When you do, it looks something like, you walk around. So now you see two sides of the box. Two sides of the box. You're on one side of the box, you're on the other side of the box. Since nothing is real and everything is an illusion, then we can simply complete the magic of this picture by removing something unreal from it. Now, imagine yourself looking at the box on one side. Imagine you're holding the perspective of yourself looking at the box from the other side, and now remove the box, and you have two people, yourself, looking at yourself. When you adopt opposite perspectives and hold them at the same time, you see yourself. A moment of revelation and enlightenment.
Let me ask you a question. If you look at the word enlightenment, what does that mean to you?
Enlightenment. I would think enlightenment. And enlightenment. And enlighten, to lighten, to lessen, to enlighten, to lighten the load, a limited perspective.
So, enlightenment, and the magic word there, to light, meaning to let go of or to illuminate with light. So, the secret of life, I believe, is that it's a conspiracy to essentially generate an anger response. And light, the first three letters is letting go. I call it the principle of letting go. So if you want to illuminate yourself with light, if you want to enlighten yourself, meaning angels fly, because they take themselves so lightly, and the Lord of Hosts, or Blessed Holy Ancient One, is so much more foolish or comical that, he's the host of angels. So that's the secret, is comedy. Comedy is the catharsis. Can you imagine, biologically speaking, what is the laughter response? Isn't that actually kind of a phenomenon? Like, what makes people laugh? If you could have a list of what are the top 10 things that make people laugh, it would be an interesting list. I'm just saying.
That is very interesting. Or right.
this is the prompt I just gave Greg. What are the top 10 things or categories or funny stuff that makes people laugh? How does laughing work physically and psychologically? Sabina, do you have any songs memorized?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, sing us your favorite song that you have memorized.
Okay. It goes like this. Oh. 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 Hold on. Hold on, I'm working out. There's a bright golden haze on a meadow. There's a bright golden haze on a meadow. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye. It's near up to the sky. Oh. I guess I don't remember.
Thanks for the question.
Too much distraction. You hear it's 12 o'clock at night. 12 o'clock at night, and there's everybody.
PTR, because I'm looking at it, my eyes are. What is your PTR saying? What does it mean?
The P10 is a contradiction. No, not a contradiction. I take that back. It's hypocrisy. It represents disingenuous, or what is it? Intellectual dishonesty. You have people that are so blinded by political parties and political identity that they can't be objective in looking to truly what
One of our moderators, we have a news. We figure Mark, the congressional candidate, Bima here has been hosting a room. Thank you for being here, Mark. Please, Bima, let's give Mark a little space to say, well, how's your night going?
Hey, everything's great. I just got invited to go to Mar-a-Lago minutes ago, and I went in my other bedroom to tell my son Max, and he showed me your recent, I guess, creations with the AI. I love it. I think it's great. How do you do that?
It's the app called Sora, and you just put in a prompt like Mark Rice at a voting booth, and everyone starts congratulating him as the American flag and balloons pop and victories. So you put that prompt in, it'll just create whatever it creates.
Did you upload a picture of yourself in there? You must have, right?
It does its own facial recognition. You have to you have to give up your identity. It's pretty intense.
That's cool though. I like it. Is it getting traction with it, or people singing and talking about it?
Everything to me is like it's all spam bots. Like all the followers, most of the followers on Instagram came from one real creator, because you can see the analytics, and see which content you put out, which they're getting followers and views. and so, anyways, to me, it's just like a creative endeavor. But I'll tell you, it could be invaluable for your campaign if you're willing to take an artistic leap of faith, and I really encourage you to do it because
I think that's right. I've got like almost 5 full-time employees that work on my campaign, decided to bite the bullet, raise salaries, and went through like 100 resumes to find 2 or 3 good people. And so I got, and they're young, like you're younger than you, like they're in their 20s, and they're pretty tech savvy. So I'm going to see if I can check one of them on that. I like that idea. And by the way, you're coming away to debate on Tuesday? You know about that, right?
Max said he was going to pick me up, but if not, I'll be there.
Oh, nice. I'm going to mess her up, man. We have 200 people in Large City so far. So we'll have
when I heard you do your debate with that X account, you did this like X space, and you were so patient with this very difficult Karen.
I know who you're talking about, yeah. So
I would say that I think if you follow that same formula, you're a winner. But I don't know, to me that was your win. So like, I would say, if you listen to that feedback, it'll like help this debate. Because how aggressive are you going to?
Well, that's the question. Like, if I'm going to be aggressive, I have to do it in a passive aggressive way. Because she's a woman, and there's lots of older people and whatnot. So I can crit that like crazy because there's a lot of material there. She's an anti-Semite. She's like, she lives in Florida. She was living in Florida. She just all kinds of crap. She's basically a Democrat. So I'm going to accuse her of all that stuff and bring it up in like a really nice way. That's kind of like my thought. What do you think? You think that's the way to do it?
I heard Kennedy say, tell people what you mean without being mean.
Right.
You win. I lost my first election in college. I ran for junior class president, and I was kind of mean. The nice Christian guy with the blonde hair, who I was smarter. If I was as nice as him, I would have won. But I wasn't as nice.
That's exactly my bullshit. Like, keep it together. We can't take notes with this. We can't have our cell phone and computers. I'm gonna practice that tomorrow and Tuesday to figure out. I'm gonna do it. But we got Amy Jacobson as the MC, and then we got a couple of questioners. They're not taking questions from the audience. I wish they were, but they're not. But the half of it is us going back and forth asking each other questions. So it's really like a true debate, as opposed to these forum things, which are boring as hell. People just I've done a couple of those, so I like this. So I got to think about what I'm going to ask her. How I can twist it into making her really uncomfortable. By the way, you didn't have to be okay, but she was in the debate with that Anna Kasparian, the girl from the Real Church. Did you see that? Like, you know what I'm talking about?
She's smart. I got a great 3 words for you to remember during the debate. One is explain to me affordability and how it works. Number 2, explain to me inflation reduction and how it works.
Yeah.
Inflation reduction. If she can't even explain to you inflation reduction or affordability, she doesn't even understand economic philosophy. She doesn't even know how to run a business. So that's it.
All right. See, I asked her questions about her. Like, for example, I was at a forum where she was at. She has 10 kids. She adopted 3, and she put 1 up for adoption. It's kind of crazy. But anyway, she hired foreign au pairs to take care of her kids. Republicans don't like that, And then the second thing she did is she supposedly ran a business, but really it was her husband's business, which I'll say I started my businesses. I'm the founder. You married yours, But in any event, instead of hiring American workers on America First, you hired Indians from India to work for the company. Can you please explain that? Like, I think Republicans don't like that. Offshoring jobs and hiring foreign workers to share there.
Of course Republicans like that. They like it when it's their business, right?
Well, right. That's her story. But I think the audience would be pissed if I was at a forum with her and they were she had done me good answers. So, I'm the opposite. I've never done any of that I know of anyway. I've always tried benefits. So, it was trying to do things I could make her feel really uncomfortable about. Anyway, so her daughter, this girl Davis, is pretty famous influencer, is a total anti-Semite, sings songs about Hitler and Jews and this and that. Anyway, she was in a debate just this last week, and there was a lot of people there, and I think it went kind of viral because she was in the debate, and then this Anna was kind of smoking her, and she just went dark. She just didn't say anything for like a minute. She just sat there in silence. It was like really awkward. It was like cringeworthy. So Max thinks that, that's the mob of this girl to go on today. So maybe I can get the same response. That'd be kind of cool if I could do that. You guys aren't familiar with that? It's kind of on the internet. What's going around kind of virally. Because it was just weird. There's a debate. I wouldn't answer. She just sat there. They're asking her questions and she didn't say anything. It's weird. What else is there? It's not just that. Okay. It's a big one again. Park Ridge.
Yeah, I guess I'm sure where it was, but Max said he was there, and then I guess Severino left because they didn't send the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh no, that's a different. That was the Democrats. That was the.
What that guy? Have you ever met that guy, Danny Biss?
I actually have. He's a loser. Yeah, there's like there's 17 of them now running. It's pretty. I remember that. Well, I was with Max and I don't know, it was actually a Jewish synagogue kind of thing. Anyway, and a lot of those nice people were there, Democrats. I was there, Rocio was there. And Rocio, I did a filming, I don't know if you saw it, where Rocio was giving Kat like gifts to take to jail with her. Did you see that? It was so funny. It's funny. It was hilarious. Like, here's what you can use in prison. Anyway, I think she's coming to mind of it on Tuesday, and she might do a similar thing to that Jeff Davis. We'll see what she does. Or to the girl who runs my opponent's campaign is the ninth Central Committee woman, Joan Masson. Somebody really into her too. He's such a loser because they've got 2 felons, a child molester, and a CCP guy who can't speak English. And here she is, instead of trying to work in the night, she's trying to defeat me in the 8 for money. I think that's a kind of good point. She's like a major rhino, so I'll talk about that a little bit after the debate. She will not like that.
I would try to restore AI because the algorithm likes the videos, and one day I'm going to spend some money trying to run ads.
Are you in sort of stuff? Like boost
the posts, try to do it on YouTube, and just like small bunch of experiments and because I want to like just basically spread the psyop and see on March 17th how many write-ins I can get. If I can get just 500 people to write my name in, that would be a success. I think it's the goal.
That's cool. You might be able to do that. Think of all the people that signed.
Yeah, it's all an experiment in communication. I'm not going to spend much more money on this, but these videos are pretty amazing. And I have so many cell phones, and you can only do so many videos per account. You can pay to do more videos, but I think by the end of the week, I could have 500 more videos up, and they do get views. So to me, it's like
it's worth it because how the sword puts it out is so crazy and so funny. And it's a little bit like I'm turning myself into a cartoon, which is kind of cool.
Right. You never know. You can get viral. You can be like famous. But that's you gotta make it funny, I guess. To have but by the way, with me, when I have my videos, not so much AI, but anyway, I'm trying. It won't let me boost it like that meta because I'm a candidate, something about politics that won't. Maybe there's a rule against it or something. You can't promote it. I get denied every time. I try to like 10 times.
So I'm asking Brock right now, create 10 funny prompts for Canada Giant Kitover to defeat Darren the Hood for usage on Sora. And you know who owns Sora, right?
No idea.
It's Microsoft and that crazy F word, Sam Altman.
Oh, you're kidding. But how do you spell it?
Sora. Sora.
Oh, Sora. Okay. Wow. No, I just thought I was with you, but I didn't know where it came from.
What's cool is if you create, say, 10, the most you can knit together on the YouTube short is 25 clips, which is pretty cool because then you have like a 3-minute video. This is like an advertiser's dream come true. I mean, to be able to come up with this creative outside, to independently do, you just can't do it. It's so expensive to do. It's unbelievable.
You would think it would be really disruptive. It's amazing. I just saw the one where they do like the football coach at a stadium with people chanting underneath this stuff.
I arrested Darren LaHood in one of the videos. I threw him off a pail of corn.
I haven't seen that. That's funny. That is funny.
Some prompts think about some prompts you would create for your campaign.
I was with Nick Shirley last weekend, and I was in Florida with him, and he interviewed me before, and so we're sort of friends. He gave me his cell phone and everything, and I think I had a deal with him to come to Chicago, and not sure what to do. I got figured out, but I figured he's so viral, right? Isn't he like crazy popular online now?
He's huge in armored car through the ghetto, and then he can do surveying.
Wait, so here's the problem. I also talked to James O'Keefe. They were both at this little thing I was at, like a private thing in a little hotel in Palm Beach. And anyway, the problem is, you should know about this, right? It's something about dual consent or something about Illinois. Like you can't film the way James O'Keefe for gangs. They do their things. You can't do that in Illinois. So,
you can do it unless somebody wants to do it. That's the whole thing. If you have money to lose and you're going to conversationally film, you open yourself up to a lawsuit. But as far as like what the law says, again, you're running a risk if you're going to,
but not in those other things. If those states don't have that rule, you can do it apparently. If you're like in a public space.
Mark, if you've been defamed, if you've been besmirched, you've been lying. That's the whole thing. There's no lawsuits for reporting you and putting what happened to.
That's what they were explaining to me that in Illinois there's some law against that. This is a big deal in Illinois.
TPUSA has filed lawsuits against people that are claiming your occurred is involved in conspiracy. And
but that's defamation. That's different, right? I mean, that you can get sued across the board anywhere if they want to.
The whole point of defamation is you can show damages, and so if you just, anyways, because if you're bringing this up,
they won't do it. They won't want to go in Illinois. They don't want do you know James O'Keefe actually showed me, but it's actually part of like his little presentation. He's had like It's ridiculous, like 20 lawsuits, and the amount of money he has never lost, really. But he's
being sued by
like $6 million.
He's being sued by a former CIA officer. He's being sued by a former CIA officer.
Yeah, list on all the different lawsuits. There's like a spreadsheet. So each one, how many
It puts it on the wall, right? Yeah, he frames it.
Well, I don't know about that, but he had a PowerPoint that he was showing how expensive it is because it's, it's ruined the guy's life. Like, really, it's like bankrupt. And even though he's successful, he's spent so much money on lawyers.
I'm sure that F word, N word that he filmed talking about Pfizer's evolutionary ambitions, with the COVID-19 app. I mean, that guy, I'm sure still works for more. I guarantee that guy still probably works for a big pharma. Like, but no, there is some time, right? Like, if you ever talk to James Keith, ask him, like, who are the pieces of shit you've reported, and which pieces of shit have gone to jail? Which pieces of shit?
No, that's a good point. Yeah, right. They get away with it. He actually was showing the group I was with, Max ran against Schukowsky. Schukowsky's husband is Robert Kramer, who did go to jail, but not for anything O'Keefe did. O'Keefe exposed him, remember, for like, he had been in the White House like 600 days in the Obama White House. He practically lived there and he exposed and stuff. And he lost his job. He had to quit or he got fired the next day after the expose came out. And he was talking about that they were hiring illegal aliens to go vote, and they were hiring like mentally challenged people to go disrupt Trump rallies, like the dirty tricks for Obama.
I was in Chicago.
Big things.
I was in Chicago when Trump came to give a speech at University of Chicago, downtown.
Yeah.
Not University of Chicago, University of Illinois, Chicago.
I remember that. But they canceled it, right, because of that.
They had no security in place. It was just a total joke. It was unprecedented. But that was pretty they feel like paid agitators. They were paid agitators. They're outside.
He exposed that on video. And it was Robert Kramer, some other guy. They were raising money for him. They're like back. And that was what they used the money for. To hire agitators.
Well, it's a
and they
Ross Perot talking about how the United States is going to lose its manufacturing base in this debate with Clinton. And Clinton is sitting there giggling. And then, sure enough, Perot loses. And Clinton does exactly what Perot was describing.
Yeah, I voted for Perot. I think it's genius. He was right. Giant sucking sound, remember that? Giant sucking sound, that's all the giant.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of like basically Ron Paul. I mean, it's the same person.
Yeah, right.
But I was talking to somebody about the Federal Reserve today and the IRS, and I used to work at the IRS. Interesting how the Federal Reserve is right across the street, downtown Chicago, because it's a mirror, because they're both technically taxing agencies. The Federal Reserve with its inflation and everything else, monetary policy, it's just another IRS under a different type of monetary, policy. So shut them both down. Liberate. Mark, this is the craziest thing I ever saw at the IRS. They have what's called taxpayer assistance thing. In downtown Chicago, in the federal building, there is a line of 3,000
it's like a ritual, you know, because maybe they do get the redress that they need if they show up and wait in line for 8 hours.
Yeah. Hey, have you thought about like you, me, Max, some of us, we're in a perfect spot to go like uncover the corruption that's in Cook County the same way Shirley did in Minneapolis. It's gotta be there, right?
Just go to Frank Whipple's Instagram. Just screen record her Instagram. That's all the evidence of corruption you need. That the mafia don Frank Winkle is in power all these years. How?
No, but how do you see it on her Instagram?
It's her life. She's not a fiscal conservative. She's a taxologist.
No, right, but I mean follow the actual facts, the actual.
I get it. I mean, yeah, there's ways to look into it's all over the place. A lot of it is concealed and hidden because they just open and close. Like there's a lot of hardcore fraud out there.
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you.
I figure they donate to Frank. The fraudsters or the mafia, they're getting the money and they're contributing a good chunk of it to all these politicians that provide cover. Well, it'd still be easy for us to just follow them. You see the money going from the government to them. And then we go and we see that there's nothing there, there's no business. You know, like all these DEI minority-owned fronts that are fake. For example, that's a good one, or the nursing home, there's all kinds of fraud. And all this fake practice in Minnesota with the schools and the transportation. We know that that's going on. I just don't know how to find it.
Okay, so this is what I'm doing. Asking Rock. I have a link to the 2026 proposed budget amendments and also the archives, the county budget archives. So I'm going to ask Rock to look for any potential fraud based on recent news headlines.
Yeah. By the way, how about the migrant hotel? It's not something like that. All that, what was it, $3 million for the migrants? I mean, you've seen that, right? Those digging the old hotel. It's like, I bet they overpaid by like 10x.
I'm just going to say related to recent scam headlines or related to migrant invasion.
I mean, I've heard about people like in Highland Park and Orlando that, it was a big windfall for them. They own like shitty hotels or big warehouses, they stuck with all the migrants and or they didn't even, or how about the COVID? Remember remember having a like hospital set up and they never even used them? Guarantee there was tons of money paid out to owners of the real estate, people providing all the
You know what must have been a big one that has probably slipped under the radars? Do you remember seeing all the COVID-19 vaccine retail storefronts that opened up throughout the city?
Yeah.
That had to have been tied to Medicare, Medicaid disbursement or some type of government program.
Yeah, sure.
PPP loans as well, because all of these county employees are being arrested for fraudulent PPP loans.
I was going to say, I know people, there's a girl running for Congress, I mentioned her, the door around. She's running right now, and I just kills me already. The PPP fraud. It was actually ridiculous. When I looking back, like, guilty, he's part of it. And she'll be at the debate tomorrow, have an 11 debate tomorrow. Plus, there's also a governor's debate and a gun place in about that. It's not that far from me. Like, there's a fight Elgin and something. It's a gap gun. Do you know what it is?
I don't know where it's at.
I think it's it's like in my district. It's like where that Stannis village is. I think around there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So I was gonna go to the 11th and go to the Revolution just to check it out.
So who are you going to endorse for governor?
It's a good question. Who should we? I don't know. I think if Bailey wins the primary, we're all screwed. And I can't stand there and Marvel enemies. But they're also he's so unpopular that he was at the top of the ticket. That would just kill everybody down ballot. So, and he's leading by a lot, I'm sure, right now. Do you know the whole thing is Max talked to you about the whole Cecilia thing? You know about that? The party bus?
Yeah.
I know Cecilia really well. That's crazy. Did you hear what happened last week when they were at the 300 Eagles up this club with my district? They kicked her out. Did you hear about that?
No. Oh, I saw the video of her, screaming.
Yeah. Isn't that funny? They kicked her out, and I think they kicked out Kenny's third. And the others, anyways, but then I was at a different event down the street, and Cecilia in Dundee, and Cecilia went from being kicked out of there and came to my event where I was speaking. Like Ted Dabrowski, it was a bunch of and they tried to kick her out of there too. I mean, she's 25 years old. She's not good to act with them. She was doing it wrong.
Well, what are you doing yours tonight? Because I'm actually gonna go. It sucks the Bears lost. I really wish the Bears won.
Shining to the world.
Yeah, I went out last night to the Emerald Island here in Edison Park, and it was a lot of fun. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out. Sunday night, it's snowing outside. I'm like, I don't want to go outside and shovel and brush my car off. That's a drive to the bar.
It's really cold. Really cold. But
So how was West Palm?
Holiday, everything's closed, so it's like Saturday.
How was West Palm Beach? You were there for like a week.
Yeah. For 2 weeks. No, a different thing. I was there 2 or 3 days. And I just got invited to go back to Mar-a-Lago on February 5th, I think it is. Something like that. Spend a bunch of time there. I'm not sure it's going to pay off. But I'm meeting all the right people. He needs support in Illinois, so I got to get it from out of state. I got a little money, getting some good people that might come work for us. That sort of thing. But I'm like, I am persona non grata. Anybody has anything to do with the party here. But the good news is they're also freaking losers. They're like people from out of state, they want nothing to do with them. So they're like,
Toyota, I mean, I don't know. The books are more valuable than any conversation I think anybody can have. So
I agree. Friday night I went just around the corner from me is the Bot House on Dearborn. The big gold person. I had Max came too. We had dinner with the rabbi and a little group. It was so nice.
you've been for a while.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I was in his house. Yeah, I know. I was in his house once, and he's like this big dinner table here. It's formed dozens and dozens and dozens of marriages.
I tell you,
I was like, Rabbi, that's not what house of marriage is. I was like, it's that size of that shofar right there. And he's like, what do you boys do? He's like, what do you boys do the rest of the day? I was like, well, we're gonna go out and try to beat the Shekhinah. It's like the Shekhinah, you're gonna try to beat the Shekhinah. And then I think he's like, Easter is, and somebody was like, what's the Shekhinah? But that guy's a great guy. He's a
legit, you know.
Yeah, his son was there. He just moved back from New York. I'm going to try to hire him to work in my campaign. He's looking for a job. He was selling real estate in New York and just moved back a couple months ago. He's married.
His daughter's still in the same show, right?
I don't. Is that right? I don't know. He was talking about that. He was the only.
He has so many kids. It's hard to know who's a daughter, who's a wife, who's a what.
Matt and me have a lot of mutual friends. He's like a third of the board.
Whenever I walk by the Chabad house on the Gold Coast, I try to touch the handle on the front gate because you can see it's like polished from so many people touching. It's like
Yeah. You know what? I was walking my dog. I live like 2 blocks away. So I was walking my dog, you know, the one that shits on Fitzgerald's house. And I'm walking him, and I look through the window, I walk right by, and there were people in there, and I even so happened it was Friday night. So I'm like, well, I got my dog, it's Chabad, right? So I went in with my dog, and they were so nice. My dog behaved, and I ended up staying for dinner, and I called Max, and he came. It was really nice.
I love it down there. There's a nice little hotel, you know, up the streets. Like I've staycation down there.
Are you talking about the Ambassador or something else?
Maybe it's the Ambassador. Yeah, it's the Ambassador.
Yeah, that's a famous old hotel. I'm like 1 block from the Ambassador or something.
Which McGuire's is the spot. That's where all the hot bodies from the Gold Coast congregate.
Yeah, you know, my son Miles next door, but he goes there all the time. I think he needs stroke.
Yeah, I love that. I've had great experiences.
And by the way, I walk my dog right there. That's my little walk, and they give him treats and stuff.
You can bring your dog. You can bring your dog.
Oh, I never tried it.
I got dog walls. Yeah, I got dog walls.
That's funny. There was a movie called Hot Last Night. You heard of that?
No.
It's a famous movie with like really famous actors. Like Tim Belushi was in it, and I forget which so pretty girl. But anyway, it's more my era, and they filmed it in Butcher Rock. It was all about Chicago.
Oh, really?
It's kind of white skin movie, and it was all from Chicago. They played that, you know, tennis softball, and they're hanging out in Rush Street. It's kind of cool. It's a popular movie.
Yeah, I mean, the Niagara Triangle is my favorite. Definitely my favorite summertime spot.
Yeah.
And do you go to Tavern at all since it reopened?
Yeah, sure. That's my little walk. I go to Dearborn, I walk by down Dearborn to the Niagara Triangle, and then I walk back. We do a brunch. I stay up for late just to move the land and shit.
Do you know
I live on Lakeford Drive. I'm on Lakeford Drive, so I could go out the back way.
Do you know the host at Tavern in Benny?
No, I've just been there a few times.
If you ever go there, ask for the Albany and Benny.
Okay.
He's like a real host. He's like a 5-star host. It's very interesting.
Yeah. No, I guess that's the triangle, right? Tavern.
Yeah, they moved across the street. Yeah, they moved across the street into the hotel. I think it's the Thompson Hotel.
Right. That's my energy customer. That's triangle. Yeah. But I went there a while ago. Was it that one? I don't know, October or something. And they were like professionals. You know, like obvious professionals.
Do you go to the Union League at all?
No.
It's so funny. No.
Just a guy on there.
Yeah, it's members only club. Do you know a guy named Chuck Wallace from Mesero Financial?
I think so. No, I know some Mesero people, but not yet.
He recruited me out of high school to go to the Citadel, and he left Mesero Financial recently, sir. So, management firm that's doing pretty good. And but I was on an architectural river cruise coworkers with him and classmates and other alumni.
Uh-huh.
And he starts telling me he's reading a book by Rabbi Laser Brody called The Garden of Eden. And I couldn't stop.
I've read the book.
Yeah, I was like,
And I've met Laser when he's come to Chicago a few times.
Yeah, I met him in Los Angeles. That's cool. His speech was very interesting. He's a soldier basically.
Yeah, you might like that. I think it's great. It's, like they sing and they kind of do drugs.
Drugs? No, not in a great place of Brody.
Well, what do they do? They do something. Or they get drunk, I guess.
I don't know. I've never partied with them, but they
It's like
Carl Bach. I don't think he's a Carl Bach Minion person. I think he's a very orthodox guy because he's part of that the breast lovers.
No, right. The breast lovers though, like I'd say they're like Chabad, but younger and more hippie-ish. It's like it's a very hippie kind of.
Well, their leader is Shalom Arush. You know who Shalom Arush is in Jerusalem?
I know the name.
That's the guy that Laser Brody answers to. If he runs this big nonprofit for the breast lovers.
Right.
That's Rabbi Shalom Arush.
Build the street, trying to get people to join us, and always dance.
Yeah, they're Nachmanites, basically.
Yeah.
Not the Nachman. They're the Nachman people.
That's like their rep, right?
That's the Rebbe, yeah.
No, I know a lot about it. I think I did read that. I read a couple of them. But I don't know, they like cemeteries and really you just can't miss something. Like really loud music. And it looks like they're having a good time, But I'm way too old for that. So,
Yeah, there's this saying that, followers of the Rebbe say Rabbanu Shalom 1,000 times, even though they can't recite 1,000 pages of Torah. It's just master of the universe. Well, I'm looking forward to your debate.
How many ideas for my country?
I don't understand. How is it not moderated? Why isn't it moderated?
No, it is. There's one, I guess, host, and that's Amy Jacobson, from Dan and Amy. And then there's two questioners or moderating. But the debate rules are like the first 20 or 30 minutes is them asking questions, and then the last half of it is me and her. Like you ask a question for 30 seconds, and then the other person has 1 minute to answer it, and then it rotates. So that's like a true debate going back and forth. And I can ask whatever I want, really. They say I can't talk about our family. We can't support each other's family. Otherwise, we can talk about whatever we want.
Okay, I'll give you some good suggestions.
Yeah, please. How can I destroy it without being so mean that it makes it mean more than that? That's kind of what I'm going for. I want to say, I think she's I just talked today by one of her old campaign managers left her and now wants to work for me. A lot of she's a real hard person for people to work with, apparently. So a lot of people that used to like her now, so they don't like her anymore. But anyway, they say she's really out of touch American lady who doesn't live here and lies about a lot of different things. She's living in Florida and she's just running basically as a vanity campaign. She has a book she's trying to sell and a coaching business. So it's really not about trying to do anything for the people, it's about just her ego. So how can I make that picture in a debate, a strong forefront?
What's her name again?
Jennifer So her daughter's all over. She's quite good. Influence, the legit influencer. Max thinks she makes like a big argument. Like she made real money. What's that?
U.S. journalist says she has overwhelming support.
Wait, what do you mean?
It's just the way that his website, USDL, U.S. journalist website.
Well, it's funny you say that because I was with the president of U.S. journalists just last weekend. But she and I both signed their pledge. Is this like the endorsement or the thing where she said she signed it?
Let me ask her after a prompt here real quick.
They don't endorse things.
Tell me 10 controversial or bad opinions and takes from Jennifer Davis's.
I don't think she has enough content out there for the fun stuff. Do they? I don't see that much out there.
So tell me 10 controversial or bad opinions and takes from Jennifer Davis's X account, Instagram account, Facebook, or YouTube account.
Yeah, but better think Jennifer Davis running for Congress because it's a real common name.
For Congress in Illinois 8th District.
Yeah.
First is Congress.
Do they have anything? I bet I'll say
They're actually pretty good because then I can keep pushing it after this first.
Right.
Yeah. Let me see Congress.
So I think there's a lot of information about it. Because I've got looked.
Does she have an X account? So she does.
Maybe not. I don't know. I know on Facebook they're like extension part of me.
Let's see if she's on X. Jennifer Davis.
She acted on it. That's really good.
Yeah, she just got 293 followers.
That's not too right?
She's following 33 people. She posted 14 hours ago. This is her.
Okay, dude, and if that's you, I would encourage you to come out and join our campaign and
Oh shit, X just hit me with a confirm you're a human being. I have to pass a challenge. Authenticate.
Well, yeah. Oh, I'm following it. I don't look at X enough. I know I should. I see the same thing. Yeah, I see that. That's funny.
if we win one, we start to change the trajectory of the state. So please join me. My name is Jennifer Davis.
I've seen that. No, it's a Tesla. I know that's a
Tesla, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, these are the responses. Oh, wow, it also gave us information about fraud.
The people troll around there?
Do people troll her?
Yeah, I'm looking. And they do. Max told me they do. Wow, one day ago. Oh, she's so full of shit. The thing that she was at, she said the army showed up for her. That was the St. Charles GOP. It wasn't for her. In fact, she had a day of action. Was it this Saturday or last Saturday? It was her her campaign manager, so nobody else should know that.
Okay, this is what Greg told me. Based on research from Jennifer Davis's ex, Davis for Illinois Aid website and other social media, here are 10 statements that could be viewed as controversial. Number one, illegal immigration costs Illinois taxpayers billions. Two, criticizes Chicago leaders for demonizing cops and coddling criminals. Three, calls for deporting criminal aliens and prioritizing skilled legal immigrants. Four, accuses CTU of 1,900 days of stonewalling audits. Five, blames Mayor Johnson for shrugging off teen violence as kids being kids. Six, says CBS squanders millions on junkets while students fail. Seven, criticizes Democrats for 40-day government shutdown. That was in November 15th. Eight, proposes digital dome to protect kids from tech harms. Nine, claims high taxes cause population decline. That was recent, January 2026. Number 10, supports expanding fossil fuels for energy independence. Sources verified by Wikipedia on JenniferDavis.com.
You know, that's like her campaign. That's not controversial. That's her PR.
Yeah, but that's not her, right? She's like the opposite of it. So.
No, I think that's her.
Well, if she thinks that building a digital dome is the way to manage society as opposed to like personal responsibility and intelligence, she's just a nanny state. She's nothing more than like an Elizabeth Warren type.
Yeah.
But that's based off of Grok. Do you want me to ask Grok about you? What are your 10 most controversial statements?
I love it. But I'm just looking through this first. It's funny, she said she has an endorsement from a guy who said he endorsed me as well. She's really working hard to get through with it.
Putting families and freedom first. Yes. Grok. I'm not going to ask that person to say, what are Mark Rice's top 10 priorities for America and the voters District 8?
Every sound is the whole that should work in this before. She has a campaign to get us started there to work on it. She'll go on.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to do the sword stuff. Like, it turns you into a cartoon. But I mean, I just put in I said throw a politician off a mountain of corn, and it made a guy look just like Wood. I didn't even have to say it. He's like the quintessential politician, apparently. They use races in a way which is so crazy. They use like black, white races in all the videos to like make it so show up like sexually, woke. But it's an amazing. It is an amazing AI output. It's a lot of fun to play with. I mean, I have to accept that I'm worthy of being mocked, and I don't. I think self-deprecation can be, in my position at least, not even being on the ballot. When you're on the ballot, maybe it's not like your position, but to me, I mean, at this point, I'm just trying to get people to say, I want a Republican ballot on the touch screen. They literally have to spell my name exactly correctly, even just to get a register, for the
Well, how they did it, as long as they just have the intent, like they could just say a first name.
I would be willing to bet that it's got to be the exact spelling.
Well, Max is telling me that this Maxwell guy, that he's we're writing in and against, he's talking about it, that is first name. Or no, that is his first name. And Maxwell something that he was trying to
Presidente, la solución a la iglesia.
he thinks that Max is now, that Max might get it, that they have to stay on school.
Always. Well, it'd be interesting if somebody wrote me a letter, somebody texted me, gave me more money, and they were like, I appreciate you even running against LaHood. Like, it was like long overdue that somebody ran against them. I'm happy to run against them. And I was like, wow, that happened.
That's nice.
Somebody sent me a letter, somebody sent me other candidates a letter, they sent LaHood a letter, and it's actually, if you look at Black in this room, that's his pizza. It's a letter somebody wrote LaHood and CC'd me on it. It's kind of funny. It said, say hi to dad, say hi to dad. They mock him in the letter. It's very probably too hard to read, but they mock him gently. It's not like, I was kind of worried that like maybe it was like poison or something, like the letter had shit on it. I don't know. Or really opened it. It seemed pretty clean stuff, but I immediately threw it out. Okay, this is what it says about you. Based on Mark Rice's campaign website, PDA struggle. Sometimes questioning here are his top 10 stated priorities for America. Voters. Number 1, strengthen the middle class by cutting taxes and spending. Number 2, reduce government waste, corruption, and impose term limits. Number 3, protect constitutional liberties from overreach. 4, secure borders and enforce immigration laws. 5, combat crime, drugs, and human trafficking. 6, address inflation and high costs for families. 7, promote economic growth and job creation in Illinois. 8, achieve energy independence and fair trade. 9, support allies in peace through military strength. 10, increase government accountability and transparency.
I've been saying in my speeches, I'm like, I'm not going to talk about other people bullshit. Saying DEI, the economy, taxes, let's skip all that stuff. Let's talk about how bad it sucks.
Well, I would say that this app is actually a complaint app that I myself and many other people for years have just come here to essentially collect our complaints, and record them. And I mean, I read books on this app, play music, but I have noticed that, people use it as a complaint portal. And so I like to ask people, if you were the leader, what would your top 3 priorities be for the people? That tells me really who they are. So I don't know, I asked, what are her could be viewed as controversial, and I asked for you, what are your 10 stated priorities? So
let's just go into our website and reading out the bullshit.
Well, if she wants to make a digital dome, she's got a Chrome dome for her brain. If she thinks she's going to legislate Meta, Google, and $10 trillion worth of market cap, she's just spinning your wheels, ladies and gentlemen. This woman is an Elizabeth Warren regulator. She wants to kill the business. She doesn't know how to run a business.
Yeah, I'm looking for that on her X. I don't see that yet. All the way to October.
Max kind of saved me because
he told me that LaHood was a gun grabber, and then he showed me the WGL TV news article saying that he wanted to raise the minimum age of purchase. And so when they interviewed me in Peoria, they said, "You claim Darren LaHood is a gun grabber and is a traitor to the Second Amendment. What's your basis for that?" And I gave them the link to the WGL, and I didn't even realize that it was from the same people interviewing me that they had published this. So they're like, "Oh, that's us." I was like, "Holy shit, that is you guys. You were the ones that called him the gun grabber." And Max gave me that little tidbit. I never would have thought it was a sensitive issue. But to Republicans, the Second Amendment is so sacred. Yeah. But Max gave me that little tidbit. I never would have said anything about it myself.
Yeah. That's good.
I never would have found it because Max just happened to see it in the news.
Yeah, I can't believe he is being from Peoria and all that.
He's got to be worried himself, in my opinion, because the liberal whack jobs on the left view him, as this pro-Trump MAGA extremist.
Yeah. Is there like Democratic candidate?
Yeah, Paul Nolley. I debated him, and I wore my medic glasses. I recorded him screaming at everybody. He's another liberal whack job, but he's a union, manager, steward, and he's into the trades. He's got a family. He's not, the devil, but he positions himself with all these crazy liberal whack jobs. I don't know. His campaign has no followers. He's gonna get crushed. LaHood's gonna spend millions on his campaign, maybe.
Well, but he would be probably too threatened by him, right? Maybe it's like an R plus 20.
Yeah, LaHood. I mean, he's gonna sweep it for sure.
Yeah.
He's gonna sweep it up and go. You'll see him at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, you've met him. Like he's a family. He's got 3 kids and a wife. Like I'm not trying to. I'm trying to fight for America, and America's just families. So it's like I don't have anything against the guy personally. God bless him and his family. I'm fighting for him. Fighting for his family. I mean, that's all we're doing.
His best friend lived in Washington. Like he would hang his wife hang out with.
Who?
Raja.
Well, maybe because they're
they're both from Peoria. Raja's from Peoria.
Well, they're both totally aligned corporately. I mean,
Actually,
they're
right.
They're 100% aligned. Their votes are totally correlated, and they view themselves as intellectual opposites, but fiscally identical. I mean, that's the nature of the beast. But I'm not against the spending per se, but when you see that the fraud is so epidemic, is such an epidemic, and that the Somalis are caught just with, was it 1 month? Only 1 month they got caught with 700 million, or was it like over 2 years at the airport in luggage? They're taking the money out of this country, flying it to Dubai, flying it to Somalia. It's like we're getting ripped off at scale, and I mean, it doesn't even seem like. See, the problem is Medicare, Medicaid is a $50 billion fraud rate annually, 60 billion, maybe 100 billion. And when you're talking about 50 to 100 billion annually, and it's just going to keep going because there's no real safety guards like they will pay out. It's terrifying. It's terrifying to know we're bleeding 50 million a year in fraud rings. Yeah, it's like crushing at all stakes. Like be merciless, relentless, totally, total transparency and demand it. And we want arrests, major arrests. I mean, in scale, because the numbers are that bad. And like they have to send special forces after somebody in fucking Bangladesh because they've ripped us off by $3 billion. Well, to do it. Like this is out of control because it's that much money.
Right. But I'm looking on X. Jen Davis, the X account, I guess she must have comments turned off. And see if there were comments, where would you see that?
You have to click the individual post itself and then scroll down.
I do that, and then there's like a picture at the bottom. There's like a heart, whatever, but there's no.
She's got no comments on her first post.
Maybe there are some that show up.
One day, Governor Arnold showed up for her.
Yeah,
She's got no comments.
Total lie. The GOP statement that I back to her. She's pretending like that was her volunteers.
Well, so the way that I clipped the 9th district debate, I would be better off actually not attending your debate, but if I could film it from my studio, I could clip it and not make her feel uncomfortable or anybody else feel uncomfortable. But if I can just like record her and her most outlandish statements and like maybe get a crash out, you want her speaking in public so we can capture her true essence. Because most people will expose themselves as being, hypocrites and obnoxious.
Right.
But recording her in person, like, even if I'm seated correctly, if I'm just like continually recording and something upsets somebody, and they say, "Hey, put your phone away," like that. I mean, but if you have a full video of it, then you can go back and clip it regardless. But to clip it quickly is nice because then you can just like, do the work and forget about it. But to spend a lot of time on it is a lot of time. But yeah, recording her will be invaluable. And if you want to push her buttons so you can try to get a clip out of her, you just need something to trigger her. It could be.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. It's just how you'd want to do it, to what extent on the spectrum of disorder do you want to cause within her brain with regards to like saying to her, like, it's been
Back to whatever. I'd love to see her melt out on a bride and shit herself. Right?
Well, you don't want to belittle you don't necessarily want to mock, I suppose, but like, anyways, it is what it is. I mean, you're going to go with the flow of it, but regardless of how it goes, you're going to be able to clip her. Like, she's probably highly clippable in this debate, in my opinion, based on the vibe.
And I'm absolutely, when I'm asking a question, instead of responding to things, I want to say whatever I can to get her out of her comfort zone, have to talk about things that she doesn't know about. So I'm prepared to defend yourself. Seem as awkward as possible. So that's what I'm working.
There's more candidates, right, than just her.
There are, but they're a little bit wacky. Like they're both, well, one is Dollar, and the other one's kind of older and just kind of not. Doesn't seem like he's worth it really. And I was told that one of them, that not the fellow, but the other one, that he is only running because she's paying him to run, so that there can be another guy on the ballot to help take votes away from him.
Well, I would say there's probably a lot of like daycare fraud and Medicare and Medicaid fraud happening in Elgin and Ashdown.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to, you could hire a private investigator to go around and like pull a Nick Shirley and just like start recording everything.
I'd love to. Wouldn't you? I'd like to, even if I wasn't running for Congress, I'd like to do that. That'd be great.
Well, what are you gonna do it all around the fucking whole whole state, it's everywhere. I'm just saying in your district at least.
Right, exactly, obviously, yeah.
Right.
Well, my district. Guess you'd have to figure, it's pretty complicated to figure out what federal money is being funneled through the state of Illinois for what, and which ones of those might have the highest chance that it's total fraud, and then go invest, go drive like Nick Clearly did to all these places shit for real. So, but there's an onion side and a couple street. That's my bedside.
Okay, good night. Good chatting with you. God bless. I'm gonna go to bed
You
too.
too.
Okay,
Okay, take care.
You're so proud of that 4K. How you feel? Sick. Followers. I want this to really eat food. Followers of the brothers say that saying we're going to show love is extremely difficult. I have to do the Misha Baroff for a little lady. I haven't heard from her in a week. Is in the hospital. Oh, you look like a congressman. I really like the red tie. That's a power move. You kind of dress like Trump. You just look a little better in the suit. Who's the girl? With Trump in the AI music section. I'm not sure if that was real or fake, but I saw it on Instagram. Trump takes a lot of photos with hot chicks. I'm like, keep finding. Holy shit, Skelly. Hot chicks are always asking to take a photo. It's funny. I'm gonna go to Taco Bell. I kind of want like that cheese. That's not really cheese. It's 2 in the morning. What does IHOP have for soups? Clam chowder is so gross. Yeah. I'm building up a Taco Bell sauce collection. I'm gonna make it into an art project. They would always give me so many of them, and I wouldn't even use them. You know how nowadays they don't really give the sauce if you don't ask, or they ask you and I say no. I love their like sauce that costs money. I like the avocado like sauce. I like the spicy ranch. Like I like their like sauces like that.
take good care of yourself tonight, because the way you take care of yourself tonight is the way you're gonna feel tomorrow.
Yeah. What do you think from Taco Bell? You know the guy that talks about health? He says that the worst part of Taco Bell is the tortilla, because there's aluminum in the tortilla.
Aluminum tortillas. I saw a video today of somebody took molten lava and poured it on top of a McDonald's like double whopper, Big Mac, whatever the fuck. It didn't even burn through it. It's just like it couldn't even penetrate the bun. It couldn't penetrate the meat. It's just like molten lava falls off of it. So it's like human stomach acid. It's so powerful.
We can only hope.
I lost my credit card twice in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm so broke.
God. Danny, you really got to, you have no choice but to focus your mind on your, optimization. Everyone is challenged from the same rules. So there's ways to challenge your mind. Spirituality and reading these sacred texts is one way to focus your mind for optimization. So never poo-poo reading sacred texts. If you have the time, it's basically, a way to connect with the source power, because you're technically energy. Like your whole existence is energy, for just a brief short amount of time. But what I'm trying to say is energy conservation, how you use your energy is very important. So that's what life is, really. What do you think? Activate.
Yeah, no, I know. We're all just little energy. They say when you die, your light goes out. But maybe just moves faster than the speed of light, and we don't catch the light actually moving. But they do say that we have a light and it goes out. That could be the biofield. Maybe we don't take our biofield with us. But I want an afterlife,
Yeah, I think everybody gets one, at least one. Because if there's like a birth of round of rebirths or something, you could opt out of the rebirth if you had the, say so, or the option. Weird. Why is it telling me it's a visa?
that has to do with the karma.
Karma is like your action. I mean, what you're doing right now is important because you're talking to me, because I'm important. You're important. But because I know you're sick, and I know I just got over the flu, and it was really brutal. So I feel your pain, and I try to take the best care of myself, but I shouldn't have gone out. I know you said you met your friend who got me sick, and you should have gone out. It's like a warning. You're gonna heal, but it's like a warning. It's like in the future, it's like, maybe I'll just let's just get out of comments now.
Yeah. And I'm kind of happy because I'm losing all the weight I put on being reckless. So there's good to it.
Well, I mean, losing weight by going to the gym and eating healthy is like the best way to lose weight. replace this with tacos.
You're right. What do you get there? Crunch wraps, chalupas, Mexican pizzas?
I can't, like, for some reason, choose the credit card that I want. Should I try bingo?
I always have trouble paying for Taco Bell, so I haven't used the app in months. And I used to get rewards and all the good stuff, but now I don't anymore.
Okay, this is what we got. We got the steak cheesy dipping burritos, the steak cheesy dipping burritos, and the creamy jalapeno sauce. Oh! Do you hear that fucking bell? Shit! That's my first bell. Shit. I got 48 points. Only 206 more points leading to my next fucking bell, bitch. So we got the volcano quesarito. We added guac, jalapeno peppers, tomatoes. We got the cheesy bean and rice burrito. We added black beans and onions. Thank you for your Taco Bell order. Get it at the drive-thru and track it.
You always have the gold radishes, the marmalade. Is that what they are?
Fuck, where's my? Okay, so we also got the classic stacker, and we added jalapeno peppers, onion, and tomato. We got the avocado, burnt salsa packet. We got the mild sauce packet, high sauce packet, the fire sauce packet, and the Diablo sauce packet. And then finally, we got the steak cheesy dipping burritos with the steak cheesy dipping burrito sauce and the creamy jalapeno sauce. Oh, hey! Is it kosher? Can I, if I was in Israel right now, can I order Taco Bell before the show? I don't remember seeing no Taco Bell in Israel.
That's why I can't be kosher. I can't give up the Taco Bell.
So the worst part is I gotta go outside now and shovel and brush off my car. But the good news is after that's complete, I'm on my way to the new Taco Bell in town, baby. It's a brand new Taco Bell. I was there the other day. It sucked. But I'm hoping my second experience will be more delightful. So I've been posting to Sora, this AI video app, and I've been posting it onto Instagram. They're super fun if you want to check it out. If you have Instagram on your phone, just go to John Kitover, follow me, and then retweet one of my, repost one of my Sora videos, and then create a Sora account, of course. Do the facial recognition on Sora and then let anybody create for you. Then I'll put you on one of my campaign videos. Daniel Harris here. Maybe he could read us about my 266 signatures as a writing candidate for Congress. Daniel, great news. I'm going to Taco Bell to pick up an exquisite dinner. Only $20-something. Super excited. Danny left us, too bad. I'm going to Taco Bell, Daniel. I know you said you were kind of big in the hip, wide at the shoulder, narrow at the hip. You ain't got no big, don't get no big no lip to Daniel Narrow. It's been a long day, Daniel. It's just grief-stricken. All these political people were saying, we gotta crush the Republicans. And then they lose, and everybody's joy goes out. But last week, or 2 weeks ago, was wild. There's been Green Bay. That was like pretty amazing comeback. Well, Daniel, I gotta get ready to go to Taco Bell. That means I gotta put on my pants, put on a jacket, put on my hat, guess what I got? I got a magic trick. I got the auto start. So guess what I'm gonna do right now? I'm gonna auto start and get the warmth of the car going. So that way, when I'm waiting at the drive-thru to pick up my Taco Bell from Young Brand Food, Young Brand Foods Incorporated, I won't have to sit there chatting with it while it warms. I have the heat of technology warming my bosom, the heat of leather seats on my tuchus, the heat of a leather seat on my groin, the heat of a leather seat on my legs, and then I'm find my car keys there. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you with a little music from the 16th district. There's a write-in candidate. I want to thank you for coming here. Go to John Kitover on Instagram to see all of our latest student videos. You're gonna love the AI Kitover. I turned myself into a cartoon, and I'd like to give you now a song dedicated to Bima, my favorite begonia here at Clown House. We got feedback. Feedback. I'm telling you. It can't work. I have to keep the volume down. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come over here and we're gonna go back in.
On the 9th year, so it can happen towards the 10th year? Oh, genetics in general, right? So somebody being really good at sport, people being really good at specific sport, right, isn't going to spell out the entirety of the genetic information, right? We're going to have to talk about the specifics. People talk about fast twitch muscles. I think some of y'all were mentioning that earlier and all that, right? Yeah, we can talk, right? Yeah, thank you. And that's fine if we talk about specifics here and there. There are probably some specifics that are particular to white people as well. There are probably some specifics that are particular to Asians, right? Some specifics that are particular to South American Latinos, Central American Latinos, so on and so forth. Certainly the case for people like in Ethiopia, certainly the case for people in Bolivia, for sure, for the heights and all that, right? So there's plenty of stuff all around. You have to get some averages, though. There's got to be some sort of collective conversation instead of picking and choosing. And lastly, to respond to what you just said, Don, I never said y'all don't know about genetics, so don't take that personally. That wasn't what I said. What I was saying was that there is an argument to be made, but it's above the conversation we're having right now, not above your intelligence. That's not what I said, right? I want to make sure that's not taken the wrong way. You might be able to have that conversation, but I'm saying that wasn't what y'all was talking about. Y'all weird going into fucking Mansa Musa and shit, random ass historical figures and shit like that to talk about genetics, which is not the level that we should be talking about if we're going to talk about actual genetic variants. That's the difference.
I'm gonna be real quick, bro. I don't think mine was. But what's killing me is y'all keep letting me drag this goalpost somewhere else. We talking about genetics. If we was talking genetics, it's before war, to track guns, to track science, to track computers and all that smart stuff y'all talking. Because one thing white people did was they did use their brain to do a lot of the things they did, but that because they were genetically inferior. You know why they looked at people like Christopher Columbus, when he first seen white people, he said they look physically strong, but they look like they can make great slaves. You feel me? So they did think we were dumb. They did play us like that, but that has nothing to do with physicality. If you were just to put 10 black men back in the days with no training, against 10 white men in a room with no training, who you think gonna come out of it? I ain't talking about just fighting. I'm talking about sport, anything.
Yeah, I'll go toe to toe with you. Yeah, we'll go toe to toe with you. No, white people can go toe to toe with you too.
That's why I said not fighting. I didn't want to start that conversation.
Oh, you didn't want to fight? You talking about fighting, aren't you? You talking about fighting, aren't you?
No. I said not. Okay.
Go ahead, who else? The last person that was talking, please.
There's point, Cash. Yeah, I was just saying, bro, you know, black people are genetically strong. I mean, you know, that's why white people still are organs. You know what I'm saying? That's why all that be getting sold in the black market. You hear about Latinos and black women getting stolen back in the day because they were selling organs. One of those presidents was Thomas Jefferson. I don't know, one of those presidents had his slaves tucked in his mouth.
You're talking about George Washington.
George Washington, he had his slaves tucked in his mouth. You know what I'm saying? They always looked at us like we were superior. Their skin can't even correctly absorb UV rays. You know what I'm saying? That's why people, fair colored people, when they live in the Middle East, they get skin cancer. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't gonna lie, sit here and talk about the war.
You need vitamin D supplements if you have clouds.
Hold on, Cash. I could have swore I knew everybody as I said one by one. You hopped your ass right back off of what's going on.
No, he's trying to be racist. I'll be racist back.
I'm not being racist.
Hold on. What you're not gonna do is you're gonna let him finish speaking. When he gets finished, you can talk. If you don't like it, you can take your ass down to the goo. It's either or.
I speak when I want to speak. Send me to the goo. I speak when I want to speak. Send me out.
Now,
I'm not trying to be racist.
hold on just a second. Hold on. Again, we've been saying this for about the past hour. If you're gonna come on stage, you can talk.
talk one at a time, let everybody say what they need to say. Going back and forth just because you don't like what he's saying does not give you the reason to hop off the mic. And you talking about the hold on, and research purposes only is one at a time for production purposes. You can say what you want to say. Everybody has a right to their opinion. Nobody's not getting mad at what you want to say in your opinion. But what you're not going to do is go back and forth and keep on hopping off the mic because the second you try to get smart because I'm trying to actually keep the production in the room. You can keep all that. Go ahead, Cash.
I'm gonna get on time when we talk. And another thing, people keep talking about how they conquered Africa and they was put built their ass. To be completely honest, Europeans tried to dominate Africa for hundreds of years, but they never could do it because of the physicality difference. They didn't start dominating Africa till the to the early 1800s when they started developing more weaponry. So they used their mind and science and all that to get a leg up. But as far as physicalities, genetics, black people have always been superior. I feel like when I walk past other people, I have to be more nice than I usually am just to make people not feel I'm a threat because that's how people look at black people. And I hate y'all playing like that's not how life is. We get persecuted and treated the way we do because people fear us. They fear what they don't understand, and they know we are physically superior. But they label superior violent. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't trying to be racist, but y'all don't set some facts up here. Because you white boys have to understand anything. Y'all know what it is in real life. This is the internet, and this is what y'all do on the internet. Y'all big yourself up, down other people racist. Black people aren't racist. We don't sit around and call people hunkies for no reason. Y'all do that. Like you have to hear talking about he landed with 20 niggas. But we can talk about 20 hookers that got smacked. Look at Jake Lang. He just went to Minnesota preaching that race.
Now, Mark, if you want to speak, you can go ahead and say what you have to say.
Thank you for letting me speak. I am a racist white man, but I do have some positive things to say about black people. When it comes to like spiritual choir music, I would prefer black people music. And we did yoink Maduro. Come on, you gotta give us credit for Maduro. We yoinked Maduro out of Venezuela.
Are you Hispanic?
Can I just say this, like right here?
Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking, is he Hispanic? I kind of hear an accent a little bit. I don't know.
Well, according to his profile, he ain't a nigga, so. Bueno.
I guess it doesn't matter. I was just curious. But go ahead.
No, I just want bueno. He said he's you got some of these, what do you call them, mestizos, right? They're mestizos or whatever. You know, they listen, I used to work at a motor factory where we strip engines down and sell the engine blocks back to like Ford and Chevy and places like that. And going to lunch, we had a lot of Mexicans working there. And this high yellow, real light-skinned Mexican, right, at lunch, we would eat, and he says this to me. He says, Don, he says, I ain't no Mexican. I'm a Spaniard. I ride horses. I'm like, okay. What you want me to say, right? I'm just like, okay, you a Spaniard, you ride horses. That's your story. You can tell however you want to. The NIH.
No, I'm sure right. Go ahead.
The NIH is saying that, and listen, it's not all sub-Saharan Africans, but there are populations in sub-Saharan Africa, okay, that dominate, like their ability to jump fast. Jump high, run fast. They're very agile. Their twitch motions are like superior, if you will. Okay, and all these different things. Now, and again, it doesn't represent all of sub-Saharan Africa, of West and Central Africa. Now, obviously, some of that came over here with us because you see the sports that require a lot of that, like basketball and football. We tend to dominate those sports. So that's the only point that I was making. I was just saying, listen, if you look at one thing, you can say like our genes, we have superior genes in that regard. That is that we were blessed with the genes. I'm not saying superior from a standpoint of like we're better than people. I mean that those genes that give us a superior edge within that sport, we were blessed blessed with those genes, if you want to say it like that. That's the only point I'm making. Like maybe superior ain't the best word to say it because that word is just so loaded, superior, man. But if you want to say we were blessed with those genes that allow us to jump faster, jump higher. You see Vince Carter, man, this dude here is like, oh my God, run faster, twitch. You see football, 65 to 70% of those players are black. And those awkward contortions they have to do, those are not like normal movements that people would make in real life, but yet those players adapt. Now I get it, the tight ends and the white boys, I just don't hit you with that, okay? All right, so that's all I was saying. I don't want to take up too much.
One question I had towards Mark, which was wild thing for you to say. You said you're a racist white man. Well, why are you racist? I'm curious. Is my mic acting up?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I was off mic. Why do I say I'm racist? Because I think all races click up. I think black people are very racist against white people. I think white people are racist against blacks in every other type of different direction. And if it comes to who's superior, I don't think there's one race that's superior because you have to ask on what dimension. I think black people are superior on several dimensions over white people, including physically. Like black men are more masculine than white men on average. Not all of them, obviously, but like on average. Music better, dancing better. White people better at maybe building civilizations, building temples, cathedrals, businesses. And so we all have to compensate for our weaknesses and we have to appreciate each other for our other strengths. That's why I'm racist.
Interesting. Okay. So I guess I'm kind of wondering, like, what degree of a racist are you? Like, do you watch Nick Fuentes and?
Yeah, I'm a Groyper. I watch Nick Fuentes.
Groyper. Okay. I kind of was getting Groyper vibes. I wasn't for sure. Okay.
Are you not racist then?
No, I'm not a racist. I believe all humans are biologically the same. We're 99.9% the same. We all descend from the exact same common male and female ancestor. So
hold on, let it finish, Cass. Let it finish.
Yeah. So I'm definitely not a racist. And it is a fact. We are 99.9% the same. I can give you the genetic study paper on that. And also, we all descend from the same male and female African ancestor in Africa, Y chromosomal Adam and mitochondrial Eve. We all descend from haplogroup A and mitochondrial L0. So we're all distant cousins. So this whole idea of like, oh, I hate this race or I hate that race, it's like, bro, we're all just people. Or, just the idea of like being a racist. It's like there's really no such thing as race. We're all the one human race.
No,
we're just different.
Talking about black people are good at this, black people are good at that.
Not me. I've been pushing back. I've been basically neutral, saying like black people may have some fast twitch muscles. I was the one that said that earlier when it comes to athleticism. But white people have a good durability when it comes to deadlifting because they have a bigger chest span from being in the cold northern Europe, and also Neanderthals have a pretty big chest span, whereas Africans have pretty good leg muscles for the fast twitch fibers. But still, none of that proves racist because an African person can work out enough to deadlift, and a white person can work out enough to be a good sprinter. Like, the idea of races makes no sense because we're all biologically the same. Like, how's there a race over here if we're all 99%?
Women have fat asses. I don't know.
Well, but Latino women have big,
Yeah, because they make them black.
It's not just because of that.
Come on,
like the indigenous.
It's okay.
The indigenous.
Please, just one at a time. Like, it's honest because I asked nicely and it still happens. You can't hear what nobody's saying if everybody's talking. If I'm not mistaken, the Green Sahara was speaking, so let him speak. When y'all want to speak, go afterwards. Like, come on, y'all.
Yeah, the indigenous, I'm talking about like indigenous pretty big hips and butts and stuff. A lot of that has to do with walking, especially walking up mountains and hills. There are women in East Asia as well that can have really big hips and stuff. You even find white girls with it because of the way you work out. If you work out a particular kind of way, you can get big hips and butts. And if you eat a certain kind of way. But again, none of this stuff proves races. We're all the same. Like, the concept of a race makes no sense.
Black people are beautiful because they're different than white people.
Why do you do that? Hold on. Why do you do that? I'm asking Mike. Well, why do you do that?
Me?
Answer my question. Yeah, you. Why do you do that? You can't.
Why do I respond?
You can't patiently wait your turn to respond. Do you have the
I'm just trying to talk.
My name is Jay. My name is Jay. That's number one. Two, you can talk one at a time. Like, I have to keep asking the same thing over and over again. Like, I don't know what's going on.
Do you have a rule where when you're done talking, you say, I'm done talking?
No, we don't. But usually when they get finished talking, somebody starts talking with you and give them like that.
I'm talking. Yeah, I start talking because I'm the next one.
I'm not going to ask you nicely again. I'm trying to listen.
I'm trying to be nice. I actually am.
No, you're not, because you just said in the chat, I have to come. I'm trying to.
What do you want to do?
You know, I'll go ahead and let him go. If he wants to go, so there.
But the only reason I'm saying this right here is because when he was asked to say something specific, it was very spaced. Whenever he had to say, it was very gapped in whatever he had to say.
I was nervous.
No, don't get nervous now. Because at the end of the day, when they were speaking, now you got everything to say. When someone asks you to say something, everything was spaced in between. I'm not understanding. Go ahead and talk now. Since you're nervous, go ahead and talk now.
Calm down, okay?
No, I don't have to calm down. I don't like y'all, so go ahead.
You don't like y'all? Who's y'all?
Y'all, you people, your kind.
You people, white people. See, that's what I'm saying. That race is okay, man. Just because I'm racist doesn't mean I don't love black people. Maybe I love black people more than you do. Do you love black people?
You know, the whole thing about when you said when you said that black people, when you said that black people make music and white people, we build cathedrals and temples, well, you might need to go to Africa and look at all the magnificent temples there that black people built, expertly carved, using stone, okay, that are still standing, okay, that are based on the highest level of mathematics. And this was this was when white people were in caves still. Like you people were still in caves, and we were building these magnificent temples. So this idea that black folks don't build temples, that's just incorrect. Okay, that's
what's wrong with cats? What's wrong with cave?
That's not, well, you said, well, you guys build music, you guys do music and stuff, and we build temples. I'm like, no, we build temples as well. Okay, we build giant temples. Okay, we build pyramids. Okay, all right. Now another thing. And I'll try to be quick, is that, say, when I look at those native women, now I'm just be honest, them butts be flat. Them Asian women, they have them flat butts, my man. Okay, when you see them ones that mix with black, that's when you start seeing them shapes start to come in, okay? Look here, my baby mama's Puerto Rican, okay? All right, let me tell you something. She got that black in her, man. Okay, she's that black Puerto Rican, not them light skin. She's that black Puerto Rican, and they got that black in it. Okay, that's when them hips start to pop and that shape start to come in. When I see them native ones, yeah, I'm not listening. Somebody like that. I'm not saying nobody like that.
Let me speak on that right quick. In all honesty, if you see Asian women or white women that have flat butts, they're not concerned about that. That's not their beauty. And they're okay with that. That's not how they feel. You have a lot of white women that if they have a big butt, they don't want to have a fat butt. They're okay with being svelte and petite. They're okay with that. So it's like, and it's honest because in black culture, black women like being curvy and shapely. They love that. And that's okay. And it's okay when you have white women who don't mind not having that. It doesn't make it any kind of different. I mean, if white men like that, they love it. Black men like shapely women, that's fine. But it's like, that kind of thing, that kind of shit kind of gets me. And also, when I say I don't like y'all, I don't have an issue with all white people, because there are some nice white people. But there are some that really can get to the point where it's like, oh, okay, I see what it is. A lot of white people tolerate black folks. We do the same in return. But there are some, I know some dope white folks, but just in
clear something up real quick. Let me clear something up real quick. I wasn't saying that to say that they was. I wasn't saying that to say that they was concerned about it, Jay. I was saying that to say because the brother was like, well, they got that too. They got that too. Like everybody has everything. It's just that no, everybody doesn't have everything. Some people have certain things. And I'm not saying as if well, if you don't have this, then that means you're lesser than. I'm just simply making a point that some people have one thing, some people have another thing, and just with that thing, to be fair, I'm seeing a lot of these white women coming up with these BBLs now, man. Okay, more than Kim Kardashian. So I get it that some of them may not care. I agree with you that some of them they don't care. They like the way they look, and I'm not hating on that. Okay, if you look at it, if you like it, I love it. But some of these white chicks, they going out of their way to go get a BBL, family. You gotta come on now.
I mean, I can pull up images of like curvy Asian women and stuff. It's like, and it's natural, but I'm not gonna do that. But I can do it, But like I said, that stuff really doesn't matter. It doesn't determine race. So,
Hey, real quick, I wanted to touch on, man, that subject y'all was talking about earlier, though, when y'all kept talking about the Africans. And one thing that I hate is when people look at a black person and just say African. You know what I'm saying? Because I hate how they play it like everybody started off in Africa, right? So to call anybody an African, everybody's an African. You know what I'm saying? Back to what you said, the Green Sahara, everybody come from that mitochondrial E. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you can't just tell me I'm African. My great grandmother came from St. Louis. My family were Mississippians since the 1500s, a Choctaw Indian. You know what I'm saying? So I hate when people just try to throw that on us like y'all African. Like, quit imagining that every black person you see culture come from Africa. Black people left Africa too. We actually left Africa first. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I hear you, but I would love to see your DNA when it comes to some Choctaw Indian.
I'm not saying I'm not African. I'm saying that culturally they act like every group of black people. When it goes back in time, their culture was set up in Africa. My people actually left Africa. The people, like my family goes back far to Mississippi, St. Louis to the Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? Now, I ain't mean Dan, and I didn't mean to say blacks left Africa first. I already know what you was about to say. What I'm saying is, black people did leave Africa and create other cultures the same way other people, Arabs and stuff, the people that left the area did. It just wasn't black people stayed in Africa when the whole world civilized around them.
Wait, so are you talking about out of Africa? Here's the thing, there are black people that do know that excessive gene pool. There are some that don't. I'm one of them.
No, I know for sure. My grandmother was a Choctaw Indian from Mississippi. Her family derived in St. Louis. Mitochondria is DNA. Somebody brought this out and they said it was zero. Like when people make the point about Africans and you want to say distant relatives, cousins. Listen. I ain't trying to be friends with nobody who be friends with me, okay? But I do accept the science. But pretty much with the mitochondria, L0, L2, L3. L3, basically every other group of people outside of Africa, that's where their lineage comes from on the mitochondria side. It comes off of L3. That shit exploded outside of Africa. It gave you a whole variety of different phylums outside of Africa on the mitochondria side. Go look it up. They have the whole treatment, and it all from that one, L3. So just that alone gave you everything else you see outside Africa coming from the mitochondria side. So, when people say, well, it all goes back to Africa and people came out of Africa, sure. Did they go places? Did genetic mutations happen? Okay, did things like that happen where skin pigments, you know what I'm saying, with the OCA2, the SLC45A2, all that stuff. Sure, that happened. Blue eyes, kick it, whatever. Okay, that all happened. See the different hair textures come into play, lighter skin come into play, eye color come into play, all that stuff. Nose shape, environment. But it all started with people walking out of Africa, dark skinned people with tightly coiled hair, walking their ass about Africa. Okay, that's where it came from.
Okay, it started with that. So we just have to like not act like that wasn't where it was. Okay, and where it's
Billy, did you have something that you want to say?
That boy Billy was mean as hell on his profile.
Dang. Random shot.
Nobody else have nothing to contribute to the conversation?
Bro, I'm playing my game, talking to y'all.
Let me find out y'all done got quiet. I can't believe it. Y'all been chit-chatting for about the past hour and a half. Now everybody went quiet.
All right, well, so let me add in some more. Go ahead,
Go ahead, Mark.
No, I have a question. What do you guys think white people are superior at? Somebody said reading books earlier. I thought that was a good one.
Yeah, I was joking though, but to be completely honest, it seems like white people are better at interpreting like what they read to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I done did plenty of projects and put little stuff projects together and did business with plenty of white people, and it seems like they understand it. No matter how much I study, it seems like they slightly understand it better than me. My partner Jeff, he has to explain a lot of stuff to me sometimes when we're working on projects.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now you go ahead, brother. I can wait.
No, I was just gonna say I don't think any ethnic group is really like superior than any other. So it's like to ask me what do I think white people are superior at? It's like I don't really think any ethnic group is more superior than any other when it comes to a particular thing. I feel like anybody can learn, anybody can adapt,
Hey, well, look though, this the last thing I'm about to say, and I'm just listening here on the subs here, and I understand you want to say everybody the same, right? That's just being nice because we aren't, and that's genetic. That's serious evidence. It's serious evidence in that. Like, for instance, I know a doctor that said when black people get high blood pressure, as soon as they walk in, he check their kidneys. They get kidney failure. When Asian people get high blood pressure, they get headaches. When white people get high blood pressure, they don't get nothing. They can have high blood pressure. We are human, but we aren't the same. America wants to sell it like we're the same because they're only going to really work for white people. And I'm not bashing nobody. I got to look at plenty of white people. My wife is mixed. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't got nothing like that. I'm just saying facts. America is set up for white people. Everything that's supposed to be the same for us is not the same for us. Melanated people are island people who need water and fruits. White people don't need everything that we need. We're not the same.
We all have kidneys, we all have lungs, we all have hearts, we all have blood, we all have organs, like I just did, we all have that. What you're talking about is certain genetic mutations, genetic dispositions. That doesn't mean that we're not the same. That just means that we have mutations. It's like, okay, here, check this out, right? So you have a Ferrari over here, okay, where it may take a certain type of gas. And then you have a Toyota over here, it may take a certain type of gas. Now, if you put the gas that the Toyota takes in the Ferrari, it may run a little funny, and vice versa. And you might get a sound from it that's just like, damn, that ain't how my Ferrari should be sounding. And vice versa with the Toyota, that person will say the same thing. But guess what? Both of them are still cars, brother. They still cars at the end of the day. It's just that the way they were built, okay, by the owner, okay, that the people created them, they have certain things. Now, take that without the human intervention. Take that scenario without human intervention. White folks migrate to black folks migrated out of Africa, migrated up to colder regions, and interbred with what you call Neanderthals, right? Boom. They stayed up in these regions. They developed an allele that allows them to drink milk into adulthood. Okay, Africans, a lot of black people and Asian people, we can't drink milk into adulthood. We can't do it. We didn't develop that allele. They're still human like us.
We can't drink milk and do what?
We can't drink milk into adulthood. Once we become adults, we don't possess.
Talking about lactose intolerance. That's all.
Lactose intolerance.
I don't have that. I'm not lactose intolerant.
Okay, yeah, you may be an outlier,
Yes,
but the vast
for Salon, I'll let you finish and I'll go into the.
the vast majority of black people and Asian people do not produce the lactase sugar splitting enzyme that splits the double bond sugar. We don't possess that enzyme that splits that. Europeans and some Arabian people, okay, people in Arabia, they and there may be another one I'm not remembering right now, but these are just two good examples. They possess that particular deal, allows them to drink milk well into adulthood because their bodies can process the sugars in there. That doesn't make them less human or different. It just says that they have different genes, that is alleles, okay, all right, okay, at a molecular level that allows them to do that. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Yeah, to kind of explain what Don was saying earlier about lactose, a lot of sub-Saharan Africans, like West Africans specifically, are lactose intolerant, particularly groups like the Yoruba, Igbos, and the Isang, because historically these groups are farmers, they're agriculturalist populations, they weren't pastoralist populations. But there are West Africans that are not lactose intolerant and can handle groups like the Fulani and Sahelian groups who are historically pastoralists who came out of the Great Sahara with pastoralism. And also you have East African groups like the Cushitic peoples who can also tolerate drinking milk because they also descend from pastoralist populations. So if you're not lactose intolerant, Jay, then you might have Sahelian ancestry, you might have some Fulani ancestry, or maybe have like a substantial amount of European ancestry. I don't know. But yeah.
Great piece of nuance, and I appreciate that. That was really good nuance.
Yeah, we're all pretty much the same, just minor differences here and there. Yeah, we're all pretty much the same.
If we're all the same, then how are black people better? Because all I hear from black people is how much better we are from white people. And actually, I kind of agree. Like, you should take your own side. You should believe that you're beautiful. You should respect your own self. But then to say that it's not real, you're like negating your own people sometimes. I don't know. I feel like there's a disagreement amongst blacks. Are we black or are we all the same as whites? Are black people the same as whites? I don't know.
Bro, I just look at humans. I keep it simple. Humans. If aliens were to come down from space tomorrow, it's going to be humans versus aliens. So it's like, not saying that I believe in aliens, but I'm just saying like it's us versus everything else in the universe. That's how I see it.
I'm with the black people. Me and the black people against aliens. But like, for real, black people, you see yourself as kind of like culturally distinct, right?
I mean, yeah, culture makes sense.
We've been in America for so long, and we're in a unique situation that we've been on in America, and we had to like rally around our, based on our history. A lot of us do feel we're unique. Remember, when some black people say they're better. It's subjective. It's like you have to qualify that. Like, okay, what do you mean? How are you quantifying that? Okay, like what is your measuring stick, if you will? How scientific is it? What is your methodology? Right? This is what we're asking. But it's just listen. Check this out. I don't mind if anybody saying, well, I think my race is the shit, and I think my race is better. What I'm saying is this here. Let's not do it in bad taste. Let's not do it to where we're looking down on other people, because everybody's going to figure out their race. And you shouldn't be made to feel like, bad for bigging up your race. Because guess what? Ain't nobody else going to do it. Okay? As much stuff as black people can catch in America, black Americans are expected to be perfect in everything we do. If we blink the wrong way, oh, see, look at you. And one black person do it, everybody else get charged with it. Well, look how these blacks are acting, but it's two black people. And they say, look how these blacks, right? So black people saying we're better than other people. I mean, listen, again, it's subjective, Mark. Okay, everybody does it. White folk have been doing that in America for Lord knows how long.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I actually understand where Mark is coming from. I got what he's saying. I do. I see where he's coming from. Go ahead, Sahar.
Yeah. To kind of piggyback off of what Don is saying, the reason why I don't like the idea of like superior people believing inferior races or people hyping up, their own races, because we've seen historically where that could lead to. We've seen with the Nazis, and you're a Goiber, you're a Nick Fuentes fan, Mark, so you should know. We've seen when it comes to the Nazis and the Germans, when they thought that they were better than other people, next thing you know, they're trying to exterminate all the lesser races. Because when you have the concept of a race, typically there's a lesser race or a sub race, and it's like folks want to wipe them out. I don't like the idea of ethno nationalities or ethno superiority ideas. We even see with, I'm going to say this really quick because I don't want to get in trouble, but we even see what's going on with Israel when it comes to the idea of superior peoples and stuff like that, but I'm not going to go any further than that. But the thing is like when a person or a group thinks that they're superior, another ethnic group is always going to be at the tail end of the bullet, of the gun. I just hate that, especially since biologically it's not even true. Like we really are all the same. It's like we're all the human race. So it's like, how about we just stop the whole like this ethnicity or this race is better than the other and just be humans?
Well, my reason for saying I agree with what Mark is saying is because when it comes to someone thinking that they're superior, there is also depending on who it is, the negative interpretation that comes from that. Because if you got specific people think they're superior and they hate people, that's their hateful interpretation. But certain people have to the point where they think they are superior to someone else because that's just how they are, but they don't hate nobody else. They just think they're superior. So it's two different interpretations of that whole situation that comes from that. So you can still think that you are, but you don't have to hate them once you want to actually wipe out a specific race or another specific subsection of people because of that.
I have a hard time wrapping my head around that. I'm not gonna lie, because I feel like when people say they're superior, they do another ethnicity or races. I don't know. I have a hard time wrapping my head.
I say that when you speak of the Nazis, they thought, and that's what they hated. It's kind of sort of like, okay, but this right here. I have no issue with nobody having specific racial pride. If you have black pride, you have Latino pride, you have Caribbean pride, you have white pride, that's fine. But when you have a specific pride to the point where you hate someone, then that's a different interpretation of, I guess, your superiority versus somebody who has pride in who they are as a race of people, as a person.
The same
white pride is canceled.
Wait a minute. Saying like I'm superior to saying like me as an African American, saying something like I'm going to a white dude like Mark and saying, "Hey Mark, I'm an African American. My people are superior to your people in basketball." That's one thing. But coming to him saying, "Hey Mark, I'm an African American. My people are superior to your cave beast walking on all fours, breathing next to doo-doo people." Those are two different things, okay? You know what I'm saying? I think that's what we're trying to say here. It's like it's one thing to feel like, hey, we dominate in the area, we're superior in the area or in a certain space in life, and then there's another thing and feeling that way while at the same time putting a whole nother group of people down with made up ideas about them that just don't hold weight.
You're right. People do take it too far. I agree with that.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like the interpretation of the thing. Someone feels that way, it's their negative interpretation is to the point where your superiority feels like you want to demean the other race or group of people because that's how you feel. That's a hate. But if you have a superiority, in my mind, it's like when I hear specific white people talking about I have white pride, I love being white. There's nothing wrong with that because it's how they're saying it, it's how they feel. But when you have a specific statement that says I love being white, I have white pride, I don't like this, I don't like these kind of people because this right here, and I wish they can do it. And that's a hate. And that's the thing. It's the difference between the hate of the whoever versus your different interpretation of it.
But can we say we all have a little bit of hate for the other side? Like, tell me a black person that doesn't have a little bit of hate for white people.
I know, because I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I know. Because hate is one of the strongest emotions that you can control that emotion. Every other emotion that we all have in our bodies, we can control it. But hate is something that we that go. You can have a very strong dislike for somebody. Like I have a strong dislike for something that's specific. I'm not going to sit here and rack my body and do all the other kind of stuff and sit there and say I hate white people. I'm not about to do all that. So I mean, but you can have a lot of other people that have that same specific feeling. I don't hate anyone. I'm not going to give all the energy.
Yeah.
TJ got to say.
And I also will say the same thing. Like, I don't hate white people. Like, I have, as an African American, I have white family members. My sister's mixed. She married a white man, and my niece and nephew are pretty much, like, biologically speaking, they're mostly white, and they even look phenotypically white. I'm not going to hate my niece and nephew because they're white. Like, no. Like, and even when it comes to, like, my white friends and stuff that I have, like, I don't hate them because they have a different autosomal composition than me. Because they have a different haplogroup than me. That's ridiculous. Because, like, what? No. So yeah, no.
No, but when I say as a black person, I definitely hate white supremacy. Okay, I don't have no problem saying that. Okay, I'm well in control of my emotions, but I make no hangups about that. I don't hide it. I hate white supremacy. Okay, and I think it's a cancer on the planet Earth. It need to be wiped out.
What about black supremacy?
I don't see black supremacy with the power.
Do you like it or not?
I don't see black supremacy with any power, so it's irrelevant.
I say, do you like it or not? I didn't say it's powerful. Do you like it or not?
Well, I don't see any people running around saying black supremacy. What I see is people running around saying white supremacy. Where are all these people running around saying black supremacy?
Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, I don't have no issue with black supremacy, but there's a difference between black supremacy and white supremacy. Black supremacy is they're not going to go and snatch somebody at their homes and hang up by a tree. They're not going to go somewhere and do all that kind of stuff. White supremacy does that. White supremacy is going to the point where they're going specifically out their way to do things definitely to other people because you don't like them.
Yeah, like we brought up the Nazi idea.
We're not going around simply because we feel like we can do it. We're going to do it to other people. We're not doing that.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Because V brought up a good point, actually. A lot of people don't like white people to have any sort of pride because of what? World War II, the Nazis, they killed the Jews, 6 million of them, plus a lot of other people. So white people from now on, since 1950s, can never feel any sense of pride whatsoever, regardless of the fact that the entire Western culture is based on white people. The language we're all speaking is based on white people. We cannot have any pride in that. Why? Because if you get too much pride, what happens? We slaughter the Jews. I don't think that's fair to white people. It's like we have a handicap in golf. Like, I don't know, I don't play golf, so forget that one. But like, we can't have any pride.
That's a good example. That's a good example when you say golf because white people, they dominate golf. That's a good.
I mean, all right, so this is why I don't like the idea of racial pride for any group. In order to be fair, I don't think anybody, like, I don't think any of us should focus on racial pride, whether you're white, black, Japanese, Jewish, whatever. Now, I do believe you can have nationalistic pride. I do believe in that. Like, you can be a proud American, you can be a proud German, you can be a proud Frenchman, you can be a proud, like, a British person, whatever. I do believe in national pride, but I don't believe in racial pride and stuff like that. If we keep it at the national level, I think that's better.
Yeah, black people always talking about, I don't know where I came from. I don't know if I'm from whatever country, but it's the same for white people. Actually, like, I know some of my ancestors are from Germany, some are from, but I don't have any identity with those either. So like American, yeah, I'm American. Does that mean I'm in bed with the Somalis down in Minnesota? Don't get me started with that.
I mean, yeah, just have American pride. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, I have American pride. I also understand that I'm a black American as well. But it's like, I feel like having nationalistic pride is better. That's better too.
I say people who are proud.
I like black people who are proud because black people have a lot to be proud of, and white people also do. But we are not allowed in this culture. We get canceled. If I came out at my job, like if you guys knew my email, my work email at work, and I said I love white people, I'm proud to be white, you guys could probably get me fired. If you said you're black, you're proud to be black, and I knew your email, I probably could not get you fired. If you disagree, let me.
Well, here's the thing. Something you said earlier. You said when we talk about, we're proud of Western history, but then the whole Jewish thing comes up. Well, here's the thing. It's not a question of can whites celebrate their Western history. I don't think anybody's stopping you from doing that. You've been doing that since you've conquered the planet. You've got plenty documentaries on it. You've got museums. You've got statues everywhere in every city, in every country. The list goes on and on of things you do to celebrate their Western history. The problem what people are having in the modern era is that their story within that Western history is being either obfuscated or omitted outright, or it's being lessened. Okay, it's being tempered. Okay, where you're like, well, slavery was more of a, it was a business arrangement. It's just a way of saying it. It's like no problem with telling the American story as an example, but you have to be willing to tell the story the way it actually happened, not the way you guys want to remember it. And that's the problem that we're having with, as an example. It's not a question of telling the American story again. It's a question of how are you telling that story? Because what we get a lot of times in the modern era is the way you guys remember it or want to remember it versus how it actually happened. And then when the blowback comes, it's like, oh, well, we can't be proud of being white. No, nobody said that. What we want you to do is tell the truth. Okay? The painful truth, but nonetheless the truth.
That's a good argument. Why don't you tell me how I can be proud of being white? And then I'll say that.
I mean, I could probably answer that. Like, I have an issue when it comes to white pride. I think it's, here's the issue. You shouldn't call it white pride. Just call it what your ethnic group is. Like, if you have German pride and you want to practice Oktoberfest, you want to, do your different traditions, I don't think anybody has an issue with that. Because in Europe, various still practice their own traditions. Belgians still wear their traditional clothing during different festivals and stuff, and y'all still have Euro festivals during Christmas time and stuff. Y'all actually do practice your European traditions in various European countries, but you don't call it white. You just call it by the actual ethnic group that you belong to. When it comes to
Murfreesboro, Tennessee, man. I'm not from Germany or Ireland. None of that, man. I'm from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. What do we call that? I'm proud to be Murfreesboro and Tennessean. No, and black people can be proud, and white people can be proud, and we can be proud together. Actually, it's okay.
I mean, I guess, all right, so you have a good perspective. I mean, just proud of being American then. I feel like it's that simple.
You black and proud? Look, black people raise their fist in the air. What do they say? I'm black and I'm proud. I respect that. That gives me a good feeling in my heart. If that gives you a good feeling in your heart, put one in the chat. I'm black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud. I'm black and I'm proud. Okay? What can a white man say? Can we say that? No. I'm German, Murfreesboro, and then I'm proud. I'm a specific region of Germany. No. I'm white and I'm proud. Okay? And my kids, they're whatever they are and proud. Okay?
Well, you have to understand the legacies. Here's the thing. Because you're white. Wait a minute, you're a white American. So you have to understand your legacy in this country, the legacy of whites in this country. You see, you guys are just looking at it from the standpoint right now today. Well, I'm white and I'm proud. Okay, white power, black power, white power. Here's the thing. White power was lynching. White power was burning down businesses and homes and things like that. Okay, black power was
Yeah, man.
Wait, just let me have it.
I'm trying to feed now.
Wait. That's what I'm saying. This is the point that I'm trying to make to you. Black Power was the struggle to fight against that for self-dignity, self-respect, agency. You know what I'm saying? To control our own destiny, our own lives, to make a way for ourselves, to get it right, to build it up. Here's the thing. Now you take that right now today. All of that, all of that history. Okay, when you say white power, now you may mean what you're saying right now. Like I don't mean it like that, Don. I mean it like I'm just proud of being white. But you have to realize that history don't magically go away in 2026 when you say that word, man. So when people see you and you take white power, they're gonna look at you funny and say, okay, who the fuck is this dude?
No, I actually am proud of black people. I read Up From Slavery.
Booker T. Washington.
Thank you.
You like that one? You like?
I did like it, and you know what? That motherfucker was not a victim. And I'm not a victim, and I'm not an oppressor. I'm just who I am, and I am proud of who I am. Everyone deserves to be proud of who they are. If you disagree with that, then you're anti-human.
We should never walk in disguise. And never is to the I never. Those are a auto bike comparing to a dad.
I hear an auto. Yeah, you're choppy as heck. You're an Autobot. You might need to move to a different
Washington was an accommodationist, man. He was an accommodationist. You know, he was so implemented. Huh?
You've been monologuing a lot, bro. Go ahead, Wednesday. What you got to say?
Go in at any time. You can study it. Go right ahead. Nobody else is on.
You're full of shit. Shut the fuck up. That's true, but what I have to say, I'm full of shit, but are you full of smoke?
Y'all go ahead. Who was it, Don? Go ahead, Don, finish talking.
I was just saying that Booker T. Washington was an accommodationist. You know, he was slow in implementing change. Black folks need to just take the job they're giving you right now. You know what I'm saying? Something beats nothing. And to a certain degree, he kind of had a point, but then to another degree, you know, he was passive, and he really wasn't about, you know, fighting for real, lasting change. And he's not a cup of tea. I'm a Marcus Garvey guy. Okay, you know, him and Du Bois had the back and forth. You know, then Du Bois and Garvey had the back and forth. I'm more of a Garvey guy because you know that was.
Hey, officially for the last hour in Mountain Time. What do you guys think about MLK?
Great man. I believe in integration. Yeah. And he was a Christian, so that's another plus.
Bias, man. You bias Christians.
Hey, man. Hey, he was a good leader. That's all I gotta say. But no, I also agree with integration. Like, we all need to come together, work together. Like I always say, if something were to come to Earth to destroy us all, we will work together then. So we might as well start working together now.
I agree we need to come together, but we all need to come together at an equal footing. And even though white people were the oppressors back in the past, and maybe today, I don't know, you can't expect somebody to come into the table as a lesser, especially if that person was previously the superior. You've got to respect somebody who's coming with power, with, I know black people say, I'm a black god, I'm a white god, okay? So, like, you gotta, like, if we're gonna be equals, let's be equals. If we're gonna judge each other by the content of our characters, let's do that. Don't put white people in a box where you can't say what you want to say. And somebody said, I said earlier, 20 niggas came down and scooped me.
Stop using the N-word, bro.
I'll say what, that's my point, is I'll say what I want to say, okay?
Shut your mouth.
To be fair though, Mark, I think there does need to be, like, you're talking about mutual respect. So with mutual respect, if you know, like, a certain word is a slur or whatever, it's probably best not to say that word, even if you feel like it's just a word. Like, in order for someone to respect you and you to respect them.
If a black person says nigga, who stops them? If a black person says cracker, who stops them? Nobody. Zero people.
Let me
I ain't got a little racist. Go ahead.
No, let me explain something. So the hard part about it is we didn't create the word cracker. White people did. And when it comes to the situation, it comes to nigga, because we are black people, we can say that to each other. When most white people say it, it comes with a negative connotation, but behind it, and a lot of times people say it, it's like the same to be funny. If you know that black people do not like you to say that to them, if you do it, it's like you're doing it because you're trying to bait them into an argument. I wouldn't do that. And it's odd because like a lot of times it happens. So it's like, I understand there's freedom of speech, but it's not freedom of consequences. Everybody's not gonna feel the same way. Everybody's not gonna feel the same way. You're gonna have certain people's not gonna react to that. Some people will react.
To be honest, I wouldn't say it in person because I'd probably get beat up, but I could get and I'll be chill.
That right there is being void.
You want to say something? When you say what
At least he's honest.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it in person. No.
Why you gotta want to say it? Let him say it. Why you can't say it?
Why you can't say it? Yeah. I'm just saying what
why does he want to say it though?
The more you say can't do something, the more they want to do it. So why we like what? Come on.
The real issue is if he watches too much Nick Fuentes. Mark, I will give you this advice: do not watch Nick Fuentes.
You can't smell vagina, bro.
I think he might be gay too. He might be into catboys. I'm not gonna lie.
But the curious question is, why does he want to say the word?
Want to get on his chest?
No, because that's the culture. To be honest, like the hard culture.
Bro. Talking about that culture.
Listen. No,
bro. I go out there and you did me.
I muted everybody because we need to talk one-on-one.
Because I hate when people do like it's about the culture or the culture. I don't use the N-word. I go up in New York City and I don't use the N-word. Shut the fuck up, Mark.
I want to hear more of your opinion. I don't want to say the N-word anymore.
So, hold on. In all honesty, and to be honest, whether he says it or not, there's nothing that we can do about it. In all honesty.
Yeah, look it up.
No, what I'm saying is because that's his opinion. That's on him. Do the fact that some folks in here like the fact that he said it? Nope, they don't like it at all. I can understand that, but there's nothing that's gonna stop it. So, I mean, in all honesty, what is there for us to do about it?
Well, the reason why I asked that question is the curiosity of it is that I believe that most people are envious of and obsessed with Black culture as he is. He's of course enough, honest enough to admit that he's a coward. But at the same time, I think it's even more. Yeah, for sure. You just said you wouldn't say it in real life because you get beat up.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things you wouldn't say in real life because you get beat up.
No.
I wouldn't put that on me, brother, because I'm a different type of individual. However, I would say to you, okay, all right, we're on the talking now.
No, go ahead. Then y'all want to say
yeah, but what I think it is that there are a subgroup of people, not just white folks, but there are people that are fascinated with us, and they want to understand us so that they can become part of the cool kids when it's convenient for them. But it's a fraternity, it's a fraternal bond that we have amongst each other, and I think they definitely don't want to go through the process of actually being a nigga or being considered one in inconvenient places and spaces, but because the allure of us is so intriguing, a lot of people are not only envious but jealous of us, especially Europeans. I mean, when you think about it, what's special about European culture when you talk about the truth of it? The origin story is malignant, it's narcissistic, it's foul, it's everything low level. When you think about it, they've contributed nothing to humankind of any good, really, as a general consensus. You can pick apart certain individuals that are great, right? I think that would be true for everyone. worst of us don't even amount to the best of them.
Go off.
Marcus trolling, bro.
Come on, you got to do that. I had to do that. You come up with a better argument than that. Let's be intellectual here. Come on.
Oh, no, I don't disagree. Cypher was right.
I mean, but the reality is, one day you're going to slip up, Mark. You're going to slip up, and you're going to use your rhetoric in your life, and you're going to get fucked up like Jake Lane did. He got fucked up. Jake Lane got fucked up. He got punched. And the reality, Jake Lane is a racist, Islamophobic piece of shit.
Me too.
And he decided to take his internet personality in real life, and he got fucked up. And what the irony is, two black men had to protect him from a crowd of people that look just like him. That people that look just like him, because they were going to devour him. And I guess maybe they felt sorry for the racist piece of shit, but I would have been part of the crowd and fucking him up too.
Let me ask this question right quick, Mark, because I would ask this question. Prior to what you just said, for about a good, cool 20, 30 minutes, it was a good progressive conversation going back and forth between everybody in here, and then all of a sudden said nigga. So what was the purpose? Because everything was okay.
What's wrong with nigga?
Again, what was the purpose?
He's a Royper Jude, so Roypers, they do troll quite a bit.
Is that Royper? Oh my God,
Yeah,
he got a vagina.
I asked him earlier if he watches Nick Quintes, and he said he was a Royper, so.
But take me on my
And he gets no pussy. He gets no pussy. He's an incel. He has no life. He doesn't touch. I probably get more pussy than you, and I don't like women.
Are you cute?
Oh my God.
Anyway,
Stop me, cut me off. Are you cute Wednesday though?
You probably don't even know what pussy smell like, bro.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I say nigga, but don't let that distract you. Like, you say nigga, does that distract you when you say nigga? I didn't say
Nick Fuentes doesn't get women.
No,
he's gay.
He might be gay, actually.
I don't know.
Damn, son, words are hard to hear.
Are you homophobic, Wednesday? Are you homophobic? I see you're Islamic. Are you homophobic?
Are you homophobic? Are you?
No, not really. And if I saw like a trans girl that was like passing, anyway, can we just?
It's gonna stay the way it is.
You want me to continue?
Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead.
Tell us your fantasy.
I'll tell you, since I'm a real nigga.
Is the trans girl black or white? I'm just curious.
Hold on. How do we pivot to this? We're not gonna do that.
No, Jay,
No, I don't, and we're not gonna pivot to that. We just say on topic to what it was.
I'm on mute. No, but yeah, racism is good.
Jess, you got something to say because you keep coming off your mic and talking. So do you have something to add to the topic?
I don't condone racism. Cool, man. Shit not cool, man.
I'm trying to tell you, Billy, man. Shit not cool, man. Okay, man? You know what I'm talking about, man? Can you see what I'm saying?
say nigger, man. This shit's not cool, man. This shit's not cool, man. Don't mute me, man, because I'm being real, man. Because this is how it was when you were saying nigger, man. I'm just being real, my brother.
Yeah, who's
Like,
the
bro,
supreme?
this shit not cool, bro.
Yeah, who's the supreme race?
It don't fucking matter, bro. We all fucking human. Be equal and be real and be nice to
Yeah,
each other.
but are black people or white people?
It don't fucking matter, Billy. We the fucking buck, Billy. We the job, man.
Listen, Jeff. You
Man,
need
you
to
fucking listen, man. You quit fucking being fucking racist, you motherfucker.
You have a serious
You're
problem.
fucking playing. You're not fucking Mark fucking Wahlberg, you motherfucker.
Y'all not getting on my damn phone.
You motherfuckers, y'all fucking nervous being fucking racist, man. It's possible. Jesus will.
You guys like Ye, or do you think Ye is racist?
He's having mental issues, so it's like it's kind of hard to judge. Well, I don't know. He's having a mental breakdown, so it's kind of hard to decipher everything about
Hey,
him.
man, let's talk about Al Johnson and retired, man. How you guys feel about that?
You gotta put Jeff in the goo.
Well, you gotta put your ass in there, you fucking racist motherfucker.
Yeah, I've already established I'm racist. What do you got to say, Jeff?
That shit not cool, bro. Like, for real, man. I don't think that shit cool.
Are you racist?
No, I am not.
Why not?
Just like, if we all can be cool. Like, that dude must have, I don't know.
What? I'm too.
No, I mean, probably other than the racist part, like, you know, but that shit not cool, man.
That's like the one I'm sure.
Like black people is really cool, dude. Like, seriously.
I didn't say black people are chill. I said, are you racist?
I'm not saying chill. I'm just saying, just personality-wise, color-wise, everything. Like, gang, we are really cool people. And for you to, I mean, but you said you're racist, though.
Yeah, that. Can I explain what racist means?
I mean, I'm gonna listen to you because that's our discussion now.
Only one definition.
So what's your definition of, what is you racist to? What kind of race are you racist to?
Go ahead, Wednesday.
It ain't even Wednesday right now. Today is a Monday. So we gonna listen to the mark right now. I'm sorry, Wednesday, no disrespect, but some Wednesday days.
He was speaking to Wednesday. So I mean, this Wednesday, so he was speaking to her.
Okay. No, but what do I think by racist? Yeah, I think racist means the races are different. Let me put my headphone in. This is gonna be good. Just gonna be legit.
I think everybody needs a belt or you know, discipline.
No, say again. No,
you guys need a butt whooping. And time out. You guys need time out. You need to get a corner. Okay. This shit not cool.
Okay, I'm chill. Racism means the races are different. I mean, different races are good at different things.
Let's just play the P5, bro. Let's play.
Okay. The races are different, and the races are good at different things and bad at different things. White people are good at things. Black people are good at things. White people are good at things. And I believe races are different. It doesn't mean I am.
Bro, we all can do
shit, man. That dude is and
Is it one of the Trump?
oh yeah, he man. Mark and you guys teach shit. And you listen to this motherfucking racist motherfucker, he ain't even teaching you guys nothing. I'm teaching you guys nothing. Like, come on, man.
He can go somewhere else. Like, he's trying to.
I ain't saying I didn't like it. It's just the fact that
he's talking first. Let him speak, and then after he's done, if you don't like it, then you speak after him. He was speaking. We speak one at a time in research purposes. It's been said.
John, you know this shit ain't right, bro. Come on, man. Who let you with a brick in your nigga? John.
Okay.
Jeff, you gotta check yourself, man. Because a real nigga speaking right now, actually. And I wanted to say.
That was funny, though, bro. But that's still racist.
Yeah, it is racist, actually. But what I was trying to say is, white people are good at things, black people are good at things. You know, all the different races, Chinese, Indian. I don't know what the Indians are good at. Somalians are good at scamming. Wednesday is good at just talking shit. But
Chinese is a race. I didn't know Chinese was a race.
Yeah, Chinese is a race. And but we all have something that. Go ahead. But what I'm saying is, I actually think black people are beautiful. I don't know if you guys realize how beautiful you are, but you're different than white people, and I think you know that because you say black pride. I'm black and I'm proud.
First skit ever, bro. This communist.
No, black people are beautiful. Actually, I actually think black people are beautiful, but you're different than white people, and you know that you're different from white people. That's why you always talk about white. Oh, that cracker. These motherfuckers, these cracker, these worth-ass motherfuckers. I hear how you
talk. Here. What is this?
You gotta finish or go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If y'all thought I was the mean one, that's the other one.
That's not true. I'm actually so nice. I won't
send me down to the.
I'm a lover boy, Mark. I don't send people to the goo. They send themselves there.
I'm a lover
girl. You sound cute, Corey. What's your?
My name's Corey.
That explains it.
Yeah.
No, but
you say I sound cute?
Huh?
You say I sound cute?
Kind of.
Thank you, man. That is so sweet.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm not gay, but I recognize a cute ass voice.
Lord have all the mercy.
All the mercy. Listen, black people are beautiful. Can one person say white people are beautiful? Can one person say white? You are the race.
Oh, or they're just ugly, right?
Who is?
The white.
From white
the black people. Huh? No, if you're black and you can't.
Right now, I heard you, but I'm saying, why would you be able to say it if it's not true? You know what I mean? Like, it's not true.
Oh, okay.
I think there is attractive white women, though.
So, maybe. But then you look at their thumbs.
That's debatable.
Then you look at their thumbs.
What if you're white passing like me?
Wednesday, you sound kind of cute, actually.
I don't know, Wednesday. I don't know what to do. What do you want to do?
It's not my fault. My people were colonized.
No, I understand. We colonized.
What do you say to your colonized?
No. I don't like the sun.
Okay. Well, see, that's got us in this pill position, you know?
I like that.
But as long as you keep your black card on, that's how you scale things up. As soon as somebody starts trying to charge you, you pull that black card out and you say, "Excuse me, I'm just white passing," and then you
have
bro.
I wanted to be that Mark.
Well, let me season this thing up a little bit. Oh my God, did I come in here and make you guys not beat up Mark? I'm sorry.
Keep it going.
I mean, I think Mark cool other than that racist shit, man.
You're racist. I think all
off of my pants to whoop your ass with.
You want this,
Do you want some discipline?
uppercut?
I'm not just I got the same shoes with your jumpsuit. That's crazy.
See, man, that's what you do, man. You know, this
All I want to hear is,
man, Mark, what you like to do? What you like to do? Other than being racist, what you like to do, bro? Let's see your hobbies. Let's see your personality. What you like to do, bro?
You gotta go first.
No.
If you ask, you gotta
I work at I can be a construction worker. That's my backup career job. Make music. Yep. So what? You know.
What kind of music?
I can sing. I can rap. But other than that,
Let me see.
I just basically explained what you just explained. So I'm asking you. I just got to shoot. Hold on, Corey, real quick, man. Corey in the house. Hold on real quick. So back to Mark Wahlberg, the other guys. Okay? The other guy, Mark Wahlberg.
So you're not gonna sing?
Oh, Mark, tell me.
I see.
See, I was just playing, but for real. For real, because that's how you could tell you are no, because we really talking about real shit right now, guys. We can put it up in a minute, okay?
No, we're not. Mark just made.
Hold on, John Morant, okay? John Morant. Hey, Corey said it. I ain't said it. I just laughed.
That wasn't Corey.
I just hit
that was a Corey because Corey knows my name. Corey
called you John Rule. What you talking about? He said, what you doing about my baby?
That was Mark, but listen, are you gonna sing Usher or not? Because we're getting very far away from that point, and I don't like that. Like, what's happening? Are you gonna sing Usher? You said you could sing. What's up?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Jeff. Who said that they could sing?
Who said that?
Mark, you were just singing. I sing because I'm happy you killed that shit. No, you don't gotta do it again.
I'm happy. Okay.
But you killed it. The first rendition. It was crazy. Jeff is still not even in the ring yet. That's so crazy. That was scary.
Don't let the white boy outdo you, bro. Come on. Post a record song.
Represent, bro. You literally came here and talked about you can sing. And let me tell you something, Jeff. I get tired of having to carry this shit, especially when Rohan's asleep. It's like I'm the only one in here who's gonna carry the tune for the guys, you know?
Looking at my rolly girl, it's almost time. Oh yeah. Talking about nigga.
What you think, Jay?
Yeah. And don't forget the wine.
Yo, pitchy and a Billy Goat.
Like when I'm just making everybody laugh, I can really sing.
Oh girl, you said you pitch and you sound.
Oh my gosh, you sound like you swallowed a cigarette.
Oh, you know you pitch and you sound like a Billy Goat.
Billy Goat.
Catchy, right?
You talking about a Billy Goat? I guess you got it on your coat.
Now, hold on. I was in here earlier saying black people could sing and do soul, but now I'm not so sure.
Bro, I
need somebody to step up that can actually.
This
crack up.
I wasn't even gonna say that. That's crazy.
You know what you gonna say?
No, I was gonna say this Mark Wahlberg motherfucker, cause he think he's fucking a comedian, Mark Wahlberg. You still ain't even fucking tell me what the fuck you like to do, man. That's what we all want to fucking know. We want to know like more about your fucking personality, man.
You said some bullshit, so I don't even.
No.
you said some bullshit, man.
No, I'm about to tell you what I said.
You lied to us. You said if I said and explained you said if I would explain about me, you would explain about what you like to do.
No, I get on this.
That's not fair, man. You kept your
And
word.
I have
And
three
you're
kids,
racist.
and I have a wife.
Yes.
A wife is a full-time job. Once you get a bitch, you gotta keep her in.
Damn.
No. Wednesday is CV. No, but women are good. You do have to kind of keep them in check though, because when they feel like they have power, it's gone too far. You gotta back it up and be like, excuse me.
No, you treat your queen right, and you let her know like we in this together. It's we us four, and it's not me myself.
I'm a BOSS.
That's crazy.
One at a time, y'all.
What you mean one at a time? I'm saying real shit,
I'm
man.
letting you motherfuckers speak. That's why I just said.
No, you did. You still talking over us. How you let us speak? You let us talk over us. Mark, is this guy talking over us, man?
I'm not even about to start talking to Jay like that crazy.
No, go ahead.
Corey, if you're not singing, don't say shit on this mic. Okay?
I know you like your lips around the mic, but don't make me snatch that mic from out of your hands or your gnarled fingers. Stop playing with me, okay?
Hold on. If you're not James Brown or Michael Jackson, you're not touching this motherfucking microphone.
I sing
okay?
because
you're not the king of
Mark, I told you did enough the first time. And Jeff, you, unfortunately, I love the passion, but unfortunately, bro, you really can't sing. And I know you think you just...
bro, I totally sing, bro. I'm not really...
You really can't, bro. I'm sorry. Do you got any music that you dropped anywhere?
And you sound like Kurt Franklin thinking you could sing, huh?
Oh, but people say... I know! Everybody said...
Get the fuck out of here. Y'all both sound like y'all drunk some whiskey. Fuck out of here. Y'all think y'all can sing. Y'all is crazy. Y'all sound like y'all swung some Listerine. Like that's it. Y'all sound like. What is you talking about? Go ahead and sing again. Look. Like, fuck out of here. No, you sound like Fiona off of Shrek when she was trying to sing to the bird. And then the bird exploded.
Your mama.
Hold on. What's all you want to talk about? Mother.
Anyway, what are we talking about?
How the fuck are you fucking lying to us, Mark?
So do y'all think that black people have superior genes? I didn't hear y'all say shit about that. It's been late.
Probably that bulletproof fucking coat you got on, man.
Excuse me?
Probably that fucking bulletproof Max Payne coat you got on, man.
It's actually Michael Jackson, the replica jacket from when he was rehearsing Kitover. But
that's Resident Evil coat, man.
Nope, sorry.
That's the Man in Black coat.
Oh, she's not in here, but Fro styled this outfit for me. She also got me the tie. It ain't down. Oops. Honey.
No, you were this first, okay? I was just joking, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You look like Jim Jones and shit, you know. If he was going on his court date. We stay fly, no lie. You know this. Now you was fly though, brother, making everybody laugh and hear it. So it's how we have and none of the shit you say. You know, bro. Look how many. Look, I'm new to this, bro. Look how many friends I just got in here, bro. Look at my profile. Look how many friends, bro. 70 fucking friends, bro. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. This is my third day.
Look like Jacquees' little sister.
I know you want love, and I just wanna you know what I'm saying? Who was that playing?
Read the side above it.
Dr. Dome. This ain't no motherfucking Marvel Avengers, nigga.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Mark.
That actually was a question, but Do you
Hey, Mark Wahlberg, man, Ted, man. That's my boy. Hey, I fuck with it, though.
Hey.
Hey.
No, but do you like what they did in Venezuela? Do you agree with it, or do you disagree? I already know what Wednesday's gonna say, but
What happened?
This nigga's an idiot. What happened?
Wait.
somebody bring him up to speed.
Oh my gosh, this is wow. So y'all just gonna just bash me and manipulate me?
Nah.
Just try to punish me like that? Like that's crazy. All you have to do is just teach a young brother, gang. Like that's fucked up, man. That's fucked up, man.
Aren't you working in the school? If you work in a school, then you should know already.
Well, what type of school you got on your fucking profile, huh?
That's not a school, motherfucker.
Well, you need to be acting like it, motherfucker.
That's a fucking mosque. They don't have no damn school. That's a mosque.
Well, be quiet and meditate, motherfucker. Be quiet and meditate, motherfucker.
I'm thinking that he's not old enough to be on the stage.
No, they yoinked the president. Now listen, they yoinked the president of Venezuela out the country. The Delta forces. It was 20
What are
million.
they talking about? This ain't got shit to do with if you black. What about the black jeans?
Was there any black motherfuckers on the Delta force?
Who gives a goddamn? Wait, Mark, are you black?
No.
Why did you just say nigga? What's wrong with you?
Cause I say what I
Somebody calling you like you been saying this all the time.
Somebody.
He's been saying that for the past like 2 hours.
Yeah, somebody bitch him up.
It's the internet. Mark's not. Remember, folks, Mark's not saying any of this in your homes.
Yeah,
he's not stupid.
I'm not coming in. I'm not like getting in your family.
If you ever do this shit in real life, let's not get upset. That's all right.
No, I would never say this to your face because black people are very violent. I would never do anything like that.
Exactly. And that's what matters.
Corey's ready to go.
I'm calling your mother a raggedy bitch to your face. What you gonna do?
Actually, nothing. Actually, yeah.
Not shit. I'm trying to tell you. That is weak ass smart.
Wednesday's always got something to say. Come on, Wednesday, say something. No, the reason why I keep calling out Wednesday is because I feel like women exist behind the protection of men. Hold on. Women exist behind the protection of men, but then they want to reach out and hit somebody like they're not protected. So as long as you expect that you're protected by a man, go ahead and say what you gotta say.
Oh, okay, so you're protected by a man? Are you protected by a man? That's why you think you can say.
Am I a protected man?
Are you protected by a man?
Am I? Yeah, I actually am protected by a man. I'm protected by
So that's why you think you can say what you want to say on here on the stage?
Actually, I can say whatever I want to say because it's the internet. Nobody can stop me from saying anything. But in real life, I say what I can say when I'm protected by myself, by violence, and by other men. I'm not looking to another woman to protect me from what I say.
Another woman?
Huh?
So if you just
protected by he's trying to say I'm a woman because I said another woman.
No, that's not. If a woman is protected by a man, then she can say what she wants to say. All you do is just stay close so you can protect her.
Look, a woman can say what she wants to say. And especially on the internet. Actually, you can say what you want to say on here. Nobody can stop you.
Well, when I say something then on here,
go ahead. Yeah,
you can protect me. I say black people don't have superior genes. They can be great like anybody else, but I really don't think them have the superior gene because they need to have the superior genes to protect them from some things I didn't have. Yeah.
Wait, that's not Wednesday. That's hope. Go ahead though.
Wednesday? No, I'm Monday.
It's Monday.
Horrible fever dream. Horrible.
But no, I don't know.
this a pair of jeans. But yeah.
My wife doesn't like it either.
Doesn't like what?
When you tell them that men protect them, they don't see it. They think that everything is like. Go ahead, Dr.
Your wife doesn't like you.
That actually might be. But that doesn't mean what I'm saying is not true. But let me say what I want to say. But like, men do have a protective layer around women, and they don't see it because they're safe. They don't have to deal with men. They don't have to deal with crime. The men are all in prison. But a woman thinks, oh, I'm equal. Yeah, I'm equal. No, it's nothing but a man protecting you. But they don't like that. Actually, it's very offensive to them. But I want to hear what they say. No, it's too hard. That's a hard topic.
French? Mark, do you like the French? You like the French?
What's that? Like kissing?
The
Do
people.
women like the French?
The people.
Oh, the French people? No, I don't like them.
Why you don't like the French?
Because they're not me. I'm an American motherfucker.
What did the French people do to you?
No, I was
What
trying
did
to
they do to me? What did I do to them?
trying to figure out if it's somebody.
I don't understand a real nigga. Nobody's gonna stand up. Nobody's gonna say it. But the women don't want to hear it when a real nigga talk. I don't give a fuck about a French. I don't give a fuck about a pussy. I do what I do. And if you like me, yeah, hey, you're kind of cute. Wednesday, it's a
What is up with all this cute shit? Puppies are cute.
Cute?
Puppies are cute. What's
I
all
like
this
cute bitches.
What's all this cute shit?
Can you speak to it? To be honest, Jay, are you gay or straight?
That's none of your business.
But let me talk as a straight man. I like cute bitches.
This is corny.
You sound like a lean man. You sound like a lean. Oh, Lord.
Anyway, change the topic, because
you don't sound like you're moving straight, man. You sound like you're moving lean.
I'm moving what? Hold on, what language was that?
That was funny.
I spoke English. That was English. You don't know what?
What did you say?
I said you don't sound like a straight. You sound like you're moving lean.
Moving lean, what does that mean? Are you from Jamaica?
Straight. You're not moving straight.
Like you're from Jamaica.
You sound like you're moving on the curve.
Gay?
On the curve.
Man, I got 3 kids.
Moving sideways.
Wait, you got 3 kids and a wife and you're a Kitover? Oh my gosh.
Hell yeah, B. B is a real nigga. He understands what time it is. I don't care. She's from the islands. Like, is he good with stuff?
By the way, I'm bilingual. I speak 2 languages fluently.
You don't know nothing about the violence, so we don't need that.
Yeah, when I speak if your language is not being taught in Harvard and other universities, you can't talk to me. I speak 2 fluent languages.
You sound good.
You need to go to Harvard so you can learn my language.
You sound really as fuck.
I mean, I'll take the pretty, but you can keep the fuck.
You sound pretty, very pretty.
Thank you. Keep the fuck for your wife.
You know, she needs to earn it.
Yeah, well, that's between you and her.
Ja, you sound pretty too. Don't kick me. Don't kick me, Jay. His name is Jay, first of all. What's the topic?
I think you want the topic to be about you. Can we just make it Mark?
Yes, actually.
What? Psych.
What? No, but seriously, what island are you from?
Nanya.
None of your business. What island?
Please don't do it.
It's not horrible.
Very. The Arabic is not the word. have to go to ChatGPT to find the word.
It's okay. It's a chain between Florida and Venezuela where we nabbed the fucker. We took the president. We put him in jail.
You speak French now?
We motherfucker nabbed that mother.
So, or maybe you want to go to the bathroom.
Actually, I kind of do, actually.
Go take a wee-wee.
Go ahead.
You sound like you had a lot to drink.
Yes.
Apple juice.
I ain't gonna lie, for a dude who is racist, you should like to be in black spaces. I ain't gonna, you still here.
That's how it always is.
Go ahead. What's wrong with that?
I didn't say anything was wrong with it, but it is interesting to say the least.
What does it mean? Psychoanalyze me.
I don't know. I just don't see black. Never mind. I'm not gonna get.
You can't psychoanalyze a cake, Lord. Hey, Mark, do you have a sister?
Yeah, I have two sisters.
How old are they?
Hold on, I have to go pee. Like, Hope Guard said, come back to me in like 30 seconds.
I wonder if they're of age, how you would feel about them dating black people.
Oh yeah, I'm curious. Like, what's his thoughts on interracial, quote unquote, interracial dating and stuff?
I'll come back.
We don't do that. That's nasty. That's nasty as fuck. Don't do that. What's in race?
We're all technically
gay, brother.
We're all technically
rock.
Technically, we're all gays. What do you think?
You don't take a wee-wee off mute. God.
Cake preacher. You know what? What's the origin story for white people? Like, where did they come from?
They come from the United.
So many things.
They come from the United culture. United were Proto-Indo-European. United were Proto-Indo-Europeans along the Pontic steppe. Like,
they don't got no history, bro.
I don't think it's right or rock.
Stop.
Fortunately.
They're a mixture of like 5 different ancient ethnic groups.
They don't got no history.
They just black people who lost their melanin.
Maybe they were cursed. Maybe they were cursed.
They lost their melanin to survive.
They don't got no history. I know you don't hear other people talking right way.
Unfortunately, white people and black people lost their melanin on the way of saliva out of.
I lost a lot of melanin.
Happy 2026.
Hey, big up you. Yeah, they lost their melanin on the way out of their mainland.
Maybe they were cursed and that's why they lost the melanin.
No,
everybody got talking curse words.
Everybody got melanin. We did all type of shit.
Okay, I'm back from pit.
Go ahead. What you were saying, Hope? One y'all. Right, man, don't piss me off.
What was the question?
Go ahead, Hope. How would you feel it?
Sorry, no, I was just saying, white people is just black people who lost their melanin to survive. Otherwise, they would have died off. That's all. Over 200,000 years ago, when they left their first yard. I don't know why they did it, but they did. They like to explore. And so they left. And during that time, a lot of them died because when you have too much melanin, it doesn't serve you when you do that transition. It didn't serve them during that whole transition to find, I don't know what they were looking for, but yeah. So that's what it is. It took them about, 6,000 years or whatever it is, so enough years. But they survived, and then they turned white. So they're your brothers. I don't know why they got so mean. Maybe they need to, I don't know, but yeah.
I think
We did get kind of mean.
Why did you get so mean?
It's in their nature.
Yeah, it's in our nature. Once you
You
get rid
think
of that melanin, you wanna
has
like.
something to do with all your nature is?
What?
You think melanin has something to do with all your nature? With your nature, it makes you really calm.
For sure, they're lacking DNA. They have recessive genes that dictate their creativity.
Listen, the only thing that's let's be fair. The only thing that is recessive is anything become recessive, right? Because listen, please just listen for a second.
She had a white
You
DNA.
know what I said?
It's not recessive.
Remember what I said? You be quiet, Mark. Remember what I said earlier? They are just your brothers, man. They just lost their clothes. I'm sorry, they lost their melanin. They have a little bit. That's why some white people can get a tan when you put them in the sun. You know what I mean? They're not albino. That's not the thing for them. Some of them can be albino. Black people can be albino. That's another thing, genetic defect. But I don't know why they got so mean. And that's nothing to do with it. I was joking when I said that. Maybe it's the cold. They have to clench their teeth like termites.
I truly think that some of them are from like the Edomites, and I think some of them were an experiment, a science experiment that went wrong, and that generally speaking. Yeah. So what I think happened is a mixture of these two things. That some of them are like they refer to as mankind. Like I don't think that some of them are genetically human, because even according to even their Scientologists and their theories of their origin story, they came from different star systems or some other shit. And yeah, their natural origin story is evil. It's never been a humanitarian effort. Like they destroy the earth. They have killed animals. I mean, some of them are good people. I'm not going to sit there and say all white people are anything. I believe that some of them are some really good people and cool and all that other shit. But generally speaking, as a whole, as a culture, it's rooted in malignant, dark behavior. I mean, it goes so deep. And if you study European history and folklore and where they, what their origin belief stories are from, it's always fucked up. And then also look at their depictions of the future. It's always dystopian nightmares, like Mad Max and the Thunderdome. You know what I mean? They're the only culture on the planet that has a dark age and a medieval age. Like, and then they never wash their bodies. You know what I'm saying? Like, think of the House of Versailles, the mess hall, where that comes from. The original slaves were Slavic Europeans, modern day Ukrainians. And then the white on white violence has been always pervasive. That's the reason why a lot of them spread from Europe. They come from cold climates. It's dark. It's, not fun to be in. And I don't think that there's any commodity that comes out that region that the world depends on. So if you were coming from that bloodline or that change point in history, I don't think that there's much to be proud of. So of course, kidnapping, raping, malignant torture, all of this shit, and, basically absorbing other people's culture and making it their own, I think it was their only choice or chance at greatness, which is fading out.
Oh wow, that's a lot. But well, so I have a question for you. Do you remember what I said earlier about white people being black people until they change over time, right? I'm just on the so you think if they were left in the mainland, they would be different?
I think some of them came out of the mainland and spread, but then some of them were science experiments out of a cave. Like, I do believe a little bit of that Yakub story. And a lot of them had mixed with fallen angels and shit, or whatever you would call them. And that they were cursed, generally speaking, especially if they come from the blood of Ham. So I think that they were doomed from their genesis.
So what do you say about the people that today didn't leave the mainland, never left the mainland? They're still there. The mainland, that's where they say people. Because I'm working with the Outer Africa theory. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's it's the closest I can come to what seemed like what could be possible.
Yeah, I think the whole earth was a staging ground for humankind. and that Africa would have been the centerpiece. We're talking about the Pangea's theory, all this stuff together.
No, I'm not talking Pangea. I'm Pangea. No, I'm not talking about Pangea. I'm just talking about when when how many names does I call them? When they first came about until they become what we are today. That's what I'm talking about, not Pangea.
Yeah, no. I was saying Pangea because I believe in that theory, but the centerpiece of Pangea would have been what they call Africa today, right? And I think that they did leave out from certain parts of the world and went to different climates, different chambers and shit. But I think that they were always kind of cursed. I mean, generally speaking, not holistically. I'm not going to sit here and say all white people are evil or anything, but generally, if you group us all together, I can't. I struggle to find a worship culture, a person of darker nature.
But isn't that the same? They use the Bible to say, woman, Mark. Isn't that the same thing they use the Bible to say about black people? That they have the curse of, is it ham or turkey?
Ham. Which is funny. No, it's the curse. It's the curse of Cain. Ham wasn't cursed. It was Cain. And that's funny because according to the 1983 NIV Blue Book, the footnote said in Genesis 9:25 that the footnote said that that the curse couldn't be applied to black people because those that were cursed were Caucasians, which were Canaanites. Right? That's the 1983 NIV book, and that would make sense because remember the story where I think it was Moses or one of the
talking shit.
They had put their hand.
Don't do that, Mark. Now, come on now.
When's he coming off mic?
We were having a back and forth. I'm sorry.
No.
But so.
Shit.
No, it's okay. Okay, preacher. So when the gentleman put his hand out, it was black, and then he put his hand back in and pulled it back out, it was white, and he was like, I've been cursed or whatever. So the lack of melanin is an indicative of a genetic recessiveness. And the genetic recessiveness is the reason why they can't keep on beat. They're not, they have to use science to align with any level of spirituality. Like if you ever go to a white church versus a black one, the energy is different, the cooking is different. The creativity is different. Like they have the least inventions that they originally originated from. They always have to use, other people's culture to establish their own. So, I mean, it's just, to me, I think that they are cursed people overall, but not all of them are cursed. I don't believe all of them are even human.
Wow. Mark, you can speak. You don't want to speak no, Mark?
Go ahead.
I mean, I can speak to it unless you have something to hope.
Well, I was just going to say one thing and then shut up. And then you can go. You said they're not human. I mean, that's a stretch because we see today, why would black people marry white people if they believe they have zero with them? Why do we have biracial kids if you really think white people is not human? So black people deliberately run around having babies with not human people and making not human children that we call biracial. Yeah, go ahead. That's something.
Yeah, the green Saharan. But I don't know if we're still joking or if we're being serious with this conversation of the origin of, I guess, white people, or what would actually be the proper terminology would be Indo-European people or Western European people. Because we do have, like, scientists have analyzed the human genome. There was 1,000 Human Genome Project, as well as ancient remains throughout the world that have been analyzed, and we have a pretty good idea for how most human populations have popped up on the world. And I can actually break it down, but I don't know if we're joking like about this whole Edomite, non-human, hybrid stuff.
It's not a joke.
It sounds like a joke.
There's a lot of niggas that believe that shit. They're anti-white.
Well, everybody has weird ideas.
You hear them laughing, but they believe it.
I do know some people do believe in some weird stuff, but I wasn't for sure.
Israelites.
I wasn't for sure if Cypher was joking or not.
And, well, it was like, it's a little bit of a joke, but it's mostly true because I studied Yakub. I studied the 5% out of 16 different world religions. See? And, so, like, there's a theory to that makes a little bit of sense. But two, like what the Moors did, the reason why they had harems and everything else, a form of warfare is what they would call mass miscegenation. So if they wanted to change over
I'm miscegenate with whoever I want to.
Yeah, that's all I was asking about your sisters. So, like, we would mass miscegenate with them.
My sisters are not available. Hey, you gotta find.
They have OnlyFans. So the thing is that
nigga, shut the fuck.
That's the that's the reason why some of these people would miscegenate with them in close proximity. Even if you study the story of Ashkenaz, they were Black Indo-Europeans that white folks assimilated to. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's just a deeper story. But I'm still unconclusive about it. But generally speaking, what I believe thus far is what I did say. I stand 98% by everything I just said. 2% of that was a joke.
Okay, so most of it was serious. All right. Well, if that's the case, then, like, I mean, biologically speaking, that what you're saying would be kind of would be incorrect and be frankly impossible, because when it comes to like the origins of modern European peoples, I mean, we can go all the way back to out of Africa, or I can just give you where they descend from the past 15,000 years, but they would descend from essentially a mixture of Caucasus hunter-gatherers that live, in the Caucasus, and a mixture of Eastern European hunter-gatherers. These two groups would mix. That would create the Yamnaya culture, and you can type this in on Google, Y-A-M-N-A-Y-A, Yamnaya. These are essentially Proto-Indo-Europeans forming in the Pontic Steppe in the modern-day country of Ukraine, and they would spread from there going into Western Europe, and essentially would become Western Europeans, like Celtic peoples, Proto-Germanic, Proto-Celtic, Proto-Italic. This happened around the time of the early Bronze Age, about 3,000, 4,000 BCE. The Y chromosome that they would have carried would have been like haplogroup R, R1b. And when they go into Europe, they would admix with Western European hunter-gatherers, indigenous Europeans that were already there. And then another population would migrate into Europe, Anatolian farmers, or early European farmers, as they're sometimes called. And the mixture of those like four groups sort of create the modern European genome. And then also you have another set of Europeans go east. And that's where you get your Indo-Iranians or Indo-Aryans. You might be familiar with the Aryan invasion of India. But they'll go out there, and also you have a branch of Europeans going to the Middle East. They go into Anatolia to create the Hittite civilization, because Hittites are Indo-Europeans. So yeah, like there's not a big mystery as to where Europeans come from. They're descendants of the Yamnaya culture, Proto-Indo-Europeans. I can actually show you.
Why do they have a lot of Neanderthal mixtures more than race?
So the reason why they have Neanderthal admixture, when humans migrated out of Africa, a group of early West Asians, because the term, I'll get into the terms later, but a group of West Asians migrated into Europe roughly 45,000 years ago. And these West Eurasians, which are like very ancient ancestors of Europeans and other West Asian peoples, they were the ones that directly admixed with Neanderthals, or Neanderthals, as they're sometimes called. And again, this was 45,000 years ago, and I think Neanderthals died out roughly, I'm going off the top of my head, I think 30,000. Yeah. And so, and the people who directly admixed them were people who carried haplogroup I. That is not the dominant haplogroup of modern-day Europeans. So it's funny because when you think about it, the people who carry R1b, which dominates modern day Europeans, they actually came from ancient North Asians up there near Siberia, and they migrated westward into Europe, and then they admixed with Europeans that were already indigenously there, and that's how they acquired Neanderthal DNA from the original like Western European hunter-gatherers that were already there. Like if you look up Chatterman, the dark skin individual from the UK, dark skin with blue eyes, he's a Western European hunter-gatherer. His ancestors are the ones that directly admixed with Neanderthals 45,000 years ago. And so modern day Europeans mix with his people and acquired Neanderthal genes. Hopefully that didn't confuse you. But
well, you know, when I studied some of their origin stories and their beliefs, their origin stories are that they were created. They had a creator. And some of them, even the more new neo-science, like the Scientologists, believe that their ultimate God is Zod from a star system 75 light years away from Earth, and that they were brought to Earth. Some of their stories are folklores. Don't have a natural origin story of it in of itself. You know what I mean? And then when you see how they show up in culture, human culture, it's like, well, how is this indicative of a human? And there's a distinction used biblically, even between the words man and mankind. And it's even been used in modern times when they supposedly landed on the moon. You know, so, and these are my theories based on what I know today. I'm not going to sit on these things and say that I'm a specialist, and even if I were to subscribe to what scientists say, I do know that they do change theories all the time. And I would have to have a certain level of faith to believe that what they're saying is true. But when I look at the historical references, some genetics, which I don't really lean on genetics, I think genetic arguments when it comes to origin stories are weak. But historical references and, you know, and a myriad of other things, including some genetics, I think paint a clearer picture for me. I'm not an authority on the conversation, but from my studies to this point, it does make a little bit of sense. So when you add science, history, and the biblical scholarship together, that's where I draw my opinions from. But I appreciate what you just said, though. It's interesting stuff.
Yeah, and I can probably post in the chat here in a minute some links to everything that I just mentioned, so you know y'all don't think it's coming from me. Like this comes from credible sources, peer-reviewed sources. So I'll do that here in a minute, and I'll even probably change my PTR and show a map of what I'm talking about. But yeah, just give me a couple of seconds to grab everything.
While you were talking, I was Googling some of that. I Googled the Mayan cultures and the Edomites. And I was just actually doing a cross-reference on that stuff. So interesting talking points. I appreciate the information, brother.
Oh yeah, anytime. Yeah, I studied this stuff.
I think you said Edomites and Hittites.
No, I said I said Proto-Indo-Europeans. I said the Hittites are Proto-Indo-Europeans. Like if you look up the Hittite language, it's Indo-European, but also Hittite culture is pretty Anatolian and Caucasian, like their mythology, I guess you could say. They borrow a lot from like the Caucasus, but yeah. Let me grab those sources and post them in the chat real quick so that y'all can look at. And by the way, Yemaya is spelled Yamnaya. I spelled it right earlier. I had to double check.
Yeah, the cave creature was a little right earlier. I think that they're on something.
Posted a paper from Nature, if y'all are familiar with nature.com. I posted a paper from there that kind of breaks down upper Paleolithic genomes, reveals deep roots of modern Eurasians. It's a pretty good paper. There's also this one. Let me post this one too. You can look up the corded ware culture, CORDEDWAREAKER. I don't want to overload all the stuff, but these are some good sources to look into.
The Green Sahara, I'll put a search link in the chat. I would, I invite you to check that out. The reason why I said earlier, I don't rely on genetic studies in terms of mapping people's origin story or history. It's too weak of an argument in terms of, and I'm not stepping on anything you said, but I was just telling you why I mentioned that earlier, because I don't lean on that as a reference point or fact, because there are many different variables. Things like, it just gives you a snapshot though, but migration and admixtures, ethnicity versus genetics, and technical errors. There are so many different things that I wouldn't rest my hat. A lot of people, when we have conversations about origin stories or history, go back to genetics. I am one that believes that black descendants or the descendants of slaves are mostly, if not 90+%, are at least directly connected to the kingdom of Judah or Israelites, right? And they go into the genetic argument, and I always have to tell them, like, you can't really use that as a strong point because there's so many things that pick it apart, and most people don't understand how genetic bottlenecks work and how different historical